the moment. There she is.
Okay, and we're live.
Okay, I can only see you, Michael. So make sure we're all good. Oh, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Okay. Welcome to Water Stories. And it's time to tell a story. And I'm going to welcome for our first story of the day, Mayamet Lepcha. And if I pronounced that correctly, please correct me if that's not correct. Welcome to Water Stories. And your story, we're going to tell a story about the impact of dams in Sikkim and the actual ground reality of the people and the voice from the grassroots. And it's a little bit about yourself as well. You've did many things, and you've been working to protect your homeland in called Ziongu. If I pronounce that right, please correct me if needs be. For as long as you can remember, I can understand that's a long time, which is in northern India, and the indigenous lands of the Lepcha people. You've been your organization called Effective Citizens of Testa, the ACT. You've been fighting for a long time. It seems over 14 years against the onslaught of large run-of-the river dams in Ziongu and other parts of Sikkim. I did a bit of research myself in dams as well, so I'd really like your first-hand experience. You're also president of Sikkim Indigenous Lepcha Tribal and Silta, and regularly organize the events and programs for young Lepcha, especially for the women to take more active roles in leadership. What a beautiful position of responsibility. So tell us a little bit about your story and what's going on, if you can, Mayama, and then we can work out how we can support you.
Yeah, thank you. May I be audible? Is audible?
Loud and clear. Wonderful. Wonderful to see you.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. I would like to thank the organization for giving us an opportunity and a chance to highlight the reality, what the impact that we are facing in Sikkim. Sikkim is a very small state in northeast, and in the small state in India, it's like we have more than 30 dams and plus more than 40 pharmaceutical companies, which is built along all these rivers. And we have a major two rivers in Sikkim, and I'm from a place called Zongu, which is it's constitutionally it's a protected reserve for indigenous Lepcha people. And here we had government has proposed 7 mega dams. Out of 7 mega dams, in the year 2007, we had a long protest hunger strike, which went for 915 days, and we could scrap 4 hydro projects from this inside the this protected area called Zongu. But now we have 2 major dams which has been proposed by the government. One is Panung Mega Dams, which is of 320 megawatts, and other one is stage 4, which is 520 megawatts. And with the 320 megawatts, it's going to cover the entire Upper Zongu, and 520 megawatts, which is going to wipe out the entire Lower Zongu. And the stage 4 is very important, because if these dams comes up, we have a major tributaries of River Tista. This is going to be, it's going to be tunnels, it's going to be disappeared. And river as such is like, we are so much connected, we believe that we are being created from the pure snowball of Mount Kanchenjunga, which is the third highest mountain in the world. And we believe that after we die, our soul travel back to this foothills of Mount Kanchenjunga through River Rongyong, one of the most sacred rivers for the Lepcha community. And these rivers are under threat because of coming of this the proposed dam by the government of Sikkim and India. And besides, like we have a rich flora and fauna, and and we are in every rituals, everything. We being an animist,
I just.
Sorry.
We just lost you for 5 seconds. Carry on.
Sorry. Yeah. This in our Bongting, Mun and Bongting, when they recite in the birth, the death, in every rituals, They recite the name of the mountains, the rivers, everything, the lakes and all. So for us, it's like for indigenous literature community, everything, river, mountain, lake, everything is very, very sacred for us, and we are so much depend on the livelihood. We are depend on this, and the most important is in every ritual, Bunting and Mun, they have to have the dead bird and the dead fish in any rituals. Without these two things, they cannot start any rituals. So for for be it birds, be it fish, these things are very, very, very important for the literature community. But now, since it's not that we've not been able to, we have a new government coming to, we have a new government which is running for 2 years. We've been appealing to the government that these are the, not only the religious part, but environmentally, socially, everything is like, if these two dams come, not only the Dongo people and Lepcha community will be impacted, but entire ecology of the Sikkim will be impacted. And not only like these two rivers goes down to West Bengal and to Bangladesh. I've been trying through webinar, and we are trying to send the message to these rivers, this environment is not only for the Dongo people, it's for the entire this people of West Bengal and Bangladesh. And one of the important thing is that our glaciers, we have more than 500 glaciers in Sikkim. They are every day they are melting in the very high speed. If they and Sikkim, which lies in the fourth zone, if there's any triggers, there's a more chances of these glaciers lakes to be burst, and there'll be a flood. These things like we are trying to give awareness to the people of Sikkim and not in West Bengal, to the West Bengal people and the Bangladesh people. Right now, what is happening is like without this project coming up, we in 13th of August 2016 we had a massive landslide in Dongu. Uh, because of that, the government could not continue the stage this Panang project, and it's been more than 5 years. It's 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. It's been like more than 5 years that they're not able to construct road and construct a bridge. Because of that, 12 to 13 villages are cut off from the rest of the world. And they are the people who are really suffering. And every monsoon, we are having a massive landslide. People have the communities are getting affected, and we are getting the government failed to reallocate these people, and they are failed to do the reallocation. These are the problem that we are facing in Sikkim. And because since our communities are hardly 40,000 population in the entire Sikkim, so I think the voices, I think they are not, I think we are not the vote bank for any political party. That's why they are not able to, listen to our voices. But through the webinar, I'm trying to connect it with other people who is facing the similar challenges that we are going through. So we are trying to get the little support, little, the strategies that they are might be using in some other parts of the world. Through that, like we are trying to go back, we are trying to use the same strategies with our friends.
Yeah, this is a sorry, I didn't want to
Yeah,
interrupt you because it's such a powerful story. I just want to
yeah,
commend you on your tiresome approach towards this. But this is a global issue. This is
yeah,
what's happening local to you is a global issue. People do not understand the effects of building a dam, what happens further down the rivers. I mean, thousands of miles probably from where you are to the source of the sea, and the impact that that has all the way down to the sea, and also the impact on the local topology and the geology and all the biosystem where you are. It's an incredible impact, and with the thousands of dams under construction at the moment, it's a huge global issue. So how best can we support your community in stopping more of these dams, and also raising the awareness of the impact of dams? How could we support you if you do that? So two things: support you, and then raise the awareness of the impact of dams.
support is that the strategies that other people are they are taking, and which is really working. and I want to take that. I'm just looking for that those type of strategies and any support so that to put to the pressure to the to the central to the Indian government and the state government, because they talk about the big people talk about global warming and climate change and environment issues, and practically they fail to deliver such message, but here who are literally like people who are literally we are being a real environmentalist, we are protecting the environment, we have nothing to lose, but we are trying to tell that we are going to get impact, but same like other people is also going to impact, these are the things that people doesn't understand.
Yes, it's it really is a totally a global issue where I think one of the big issues, and it's something we're very passionate about, is we just don't understand water. We simply don't understand water, and thus we treat it as a commodity, as an inert subject or substance. What is happening is there's a huge awakening in our understanding of water from a Western mindset perspective, and so we're realizing that water is something completely different to what we thought from a Western perspective, and thus how we're going to view water in nature, in the cosmos, in our bodies has to change. And with that, how we're going to utilize and manage it and treat it in harmony with its surroundings and its environment has to change. And the subject matter of dams, I think, is one of the huge issues because it causes so much devastation. So let us support you in every way we can. Okay. And unfortunately, these are just short stories at the moment, but please, I would love to invite you back to have a really deep dive, and let's go into the culture of the lepcha. Let's go into actual the topology itself. Let's go into the river, and I'm very interested into why are your people, your lepcha people, why are they so connected to the land and to the waters? If you've got 1 minute to explain your connection, why have you got the connection and we haven't, or the rest of the world doesn't have that very sacred connection, but we're waking up to it? Give us an insight into your connection if you can.
Uh, because right now the Lipcha communities are being converted to Buddhism and Christianity, but actually the Lipchas are the animists. After we die, our after we die, our dead bodies are criminate. That's why the land is so much important to us. And being the indigenous lectures are we are agriculturalists, we everything we grow, like from buckwheat to the small grains, everything. And uh, and whatever the fruits, the vegetables, the harvest that we do after the paddy field, we offer to the our like natural deities, so these lands and these lands are so much connected. And our this land is identity, we have like everywhere in the world, but if we do not have land, we have no identity in Sikkim. and and these, because of land, we have identity. And now what is in Sikkim, like I have said in earlier statement, that we are hardly 40,000, but but with 40,000, the maximum lectures have a private holding land with them, and that is how like I think the government is trying to, if you see, be it if they have built a school, if they have built a hospital, it's all lecture land, so, and we are here from ages to ages. The whole Sikkim, if you see the name of a river, if you see the name of every nook and corner, if you know the name of a place, it's all little land. Like River Tista and Rangit is later named, Actual name is Thisata and Thisata, and River Rongyong, River Ringpi. All the rivers are named after Lepcha. All the places are named after Lepchas. This is why like our connection with their land is so much, so much yeah, like we have so much deeper connection with the land and the rivers and the mountains.
Well, I hope one day that we can all visit there, and we hope one day we'll see it as you see it. because that's a blessing. You're a true blessing, not only to your land, but to us as well as we're listening. I want to really thank you for opening Water Stories. And let's go for a deep dive in the next few weeks or months and really share your story and really let us know how we can support you and your people and protect the lands and the waters, because it's important that we understand all over the globe what's going on. I bless you, Ahmed. Thank you very much for
Thank you
your
so
story.
Thanks.
Bye-bye. Okay, time to tell a story. Time to tell a story, a water story. And we have a water story from Dr. Sharon Blackie, and it's The Voices of the Wells. And I've connected to Sharon a while back, actually, and she has an amazing information. And at the moment, she's an award-winning writer and internationally recognized teacher at the interface of psychology, mythology, and ecology. And she's got many acclaimed books and workshops focused on the mythic imagination, the relevance of myths, fairy tales, folk traditions to the personal, social, environmental problems we face today. I'm very keen to welcome into Water Stories Dr. Sharon. Hello, Sharon.
Hi, Matt. I can't turn my video on because you are blocking me, I'm afraid. So if you can unblock me, that would be grand.
Okay, I'll ask Tech to do that. We have a beautiful photo, but we'd love to see that beautiful smile of yours.
It's kind of an old one. So
they're always old, aren't they? Okay, well, we can still hear you. I'll just get Michael just to sort out the technical stuff. So there we go.
Oh, there I am. Okay. Hello.
There we go. Hello. I recognize the seat and the wonderful backdrop. I've almost got a similar one to yourself, actually. So very comfy. Welcome to Water Stories. And one thing that's very important is the separation. I've realized the separation of ourselves from the waters, going back hundreds and hundreds of years, and then it gets into law, it gets into consciousness, and it becomes, we become almost unconscious to understanding what water really truly is, and our relationship to it has been forgotten as a result. You have a very key piece of information, I believe, as to why we've separated from our waters and the lands, the waters and the lands and the nature of this. Would you like to share your story as to what you want to share with us today?
Sure, I'd love to. And this really goes back to the traditions in these lands that we occupy here in Britain and in Ireland, and the many stories, myths, fairy tales that tell us that water is a really important part, not just of clearly giving life to the people of the land, but also because it conveys nourishment and inspiration from the other world. And what's really important about these stories is that women are entirely entangled with them. And so women in all of these stories pretty much personify water in its various forms. So waterways are conduits of inspiration and nourishment from the other world, deep lakes, rivers, and particularly wells. And women are associated with all of them. We have otherworldly women in the stories portrayed as coming out of lakes from the other world. We have them personified as the spirit of rivers. They're always female without exception in all of the stories that I've read. And we have a wonderful old story, which I'd like to share with you, of women, otherworldly women, being guardians of the wells. So let me just go straight into that story. I'm going to read it if you don't mind.
I would love to hear this story. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. So this is a story that actually appears as a kind of addendum to Chrétien de Troyes' story of Perceval and the story of the Grail, but actually it comes originally from Wales. And the story says this, that in the old days, the kingdom of Logres, which was the west of England in that time, was rich and beautiful, and the land offered nourishment for everyone because it was properly tended, respected, and cared for. The source of the kingdom's life, the life-giving blood which surged in its veins, was the sacred water of the wells, which sprang from the other world. Now, these wells throughout the kingdom were tended by maidens, and these maidens were called the voices of the wells. And their job was this, that if anybody was traveling in the land who needed sustenance and stopped by a well, they would come out of the well and they would offer him or her food from a platter, food of their choice, and they would offer them a drink of the life-giving waters of the well from their golden grails. And this is how they served to the land. And in return, the people respected them, they respected the wells, and they honored them. But then there came a king in the land of Logres who did not respect the old ways. And he didn't understand his contract with the land and with the other world and all of the duties that it entailed. That king's name was Amongon. And the story tells us that although as king it was his duty to guard the land and to respect the well maidens, he did not. And that one day when he was passing by a well and he saw the beautiful otherworldly well maiden come out with her platter of food and her grail containing life-giving waters, he smashed them from her hands. He took hold of the well maiden, he threw her over the stone wall of the well, and he raped her while his men looked on. Now, it didn't, and then he stole her away so that she would continue to serve him in that way. It didn't, unfortunately, end there, because seeing what their king had done, the men went throughout the land and thought it would be great fun to go away and rape all of the other well maidens, and this is what they did. And this is what the story says, that the maidens, as a consequence, no longer came out of the wells, and they withdrew from the land altogether. So it was that the people of Logres lost the voices of the wells, and the services of the wells ceased. This is how the land became a wasteland. The leaves on the trees shriveled and died, plants withered, fields and meadows turned brown, and the earth lay barren and scorched. The waters of the land diminished, and the rivers ran dry, for they had lost the voices of the wells and the other worldly women that came from them. So this is a very short but powerful story, one of the earliest ones that we know in our mythology, and certainly in the Grail mythology, the vast body of legends of the Grail. And it warns clearly of the consequences that will befall us if we should fail to honor not just our contract with the land, but also our contract with the other world that is entangled with it, because the old stories tell us that the other world wasn't a separate place. It wasn't kind of like a heavenly kind of place up there. It was embedded within the land. It was kind of a different way of perceiving the land, if you like, and that waters were absolutely critical in our relationship with the other world, that if we protected the waters, we were protecting the land, we were protecting the other world, we were protecting ourselves. And so this relationship of women as guardians and protectors of the land and the waters goes back a very, very long way. And it's always seemed to me that these are stories worth remembering, because I think if they do anything, they inspire us in a very major way as women to see how we can possibly take back some of that role again.
I used to think that water was a journey of discovery, but actually it turns out it's a journey of remembering, and we all remember these stories. At some point along that journey, there's a magic point and everything becomes clear and becomes obvious, and the truth is revealed. When your heart is open to it, the waters allow the truth to come through. So how do we go forward from here? What's the pathway forward, and how can we guide us back to a much deeper relationship? Because relationship is the big word here. It's the relationship not only to water, you have a relationship to life, to nature, to our bodies, to the cosmos, to all beings. What's the pathway forward?
Well, I think, but what I find is that when women, particularly, and a lot of my work is with women's stories, so I'm not excluding men in any way. It's just that I happen to have had this particular focus because women were such an important part of the cosmology of our ancestors here. I think when women hear these stories, what it does is it gives us permission, in a sense, to own that responsibility that we once had, and it gives us a sense of lineage that that this was really a part of who we were once, and that we can be that again, and a sense of belonging to a long tradition of women's roles as guardians and protectors of the land. Because I think what we often feel, particularly here in this part of the West, is that we don't have that. That lineage belongs to everybody but us. That it might belong to indigenous cultures around the world, but not to us. And of course, it's true that the stories are presented now not as cosmology at all, but as fairy tales or entertainment for kids. So I think, to me, what these stories do, and why I think they are important, is that they give us that permission, they give us that sense of belonging to a rich and ancient tradition which respected the waters. And to me, they're very much teaching stories. So I would like to see the stories told more as a cosmology, as a worldview, rather than just as entertainment for children. I would like to see these stories, and this is just one of them, there are many, many of them, go out into the world as part of who we are in these lands and who we can become again.
What a beautiful mission you have. Let's support you as Water Stories. Love to invite you back, and let's go for a deep dive, and we'll spend as long as it takes and tell as many stories. In fact, we'll go until the last story's been told.
It'll be a while.
Well, we've got a while. We'll go as long as it takes. Dr. Sharon Blackie, you've been an amazing and beautiful, articulate guest. Thank you so much, and look forward to seeing you soon.
It's been a pleasure. Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Sharon. Bye. Okay, time to tell a story, a water story. We're going to be talking about birthing conscious humans with water, and we're going all the way to the mermaid island of Corfu with Sophia Mikolopoulou. And welcome, Sophia, my dearest water sister. How are you?
Hi, Matt. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can't see you. We're having a few technical things, but there's a few delays.
Video going on in just a sec. Host needs to accept me, I believe.
Whilst you're playing along with your video, we're going to talk about why water helps us remember more of who we are by helping us remember aspects of ourselves as early as conception. In fact, preconception as well. How we can, how water helps us remember the entire journey, and instead of coming into this world and forgetting the vast majority of the reasons why we are and who we are. So welcome.
With you. I just want to go back to, it was interesting just listening to stories over in England, and I'm going to bring us over here to Greece. Thales of Miletus, who was an ancient Greek in a way in the broader geographical area of Greece back in 624 BC, taught that water is at the beginning of everything. And we know that for conception and life to grow, water is necessary. Yeah? But interestingly, he also says that everything around us is filled with souls. So he had some kind of understanding that there's this fluid continuum, let's say, or fluid-like beginning in which our soul existence is tangible. Now, it can sound quite sort of intellectual, what I'm saying, but maybe about 10 years ago, when I started looking at water professionally to hold space for pregnant couples to support pregnancy and birthing, what I hadn't anticipated was my starting to remember my own birth story. And that's been my own healing journey ever since. So I've got, 200, 300, 400 hours of immersions of recollecting and stringing, creating a continuum of remembering with water. And I think this is essentially what it does. It creates a continuum from preconception, conception, pregnancy, birth into the world. So there's a sort of
We've just gone quiet. You've just gone quiet on your microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, good.
We lost you for 20 seconds.
Okay, I'll go back to the beginning, before conception.
Yeah.
There's water, light and water and consciousness need to merge for life to start to grow. And it starts to grow together. Yeah, light alone without water, there's burnout. So water is helping create this continued journey rather than a fractured idea that we don't exist before birth. And I guess I'm speaking from personal experience in how these memories started to arise in me and how I started becoming aware of them in me. So when now I'm sort of recollecting Thales of Miletus, I'm saying that yes, we are remembering.
You've gone quiet again.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Got you back.
Yeah. So when we're talking about remembering, it's recollecting a sensation, a feeling, a vibration that is familiar because our body recognizes that from our fluid beginnings. It's not like, oh, I remember my mom went to the market. It's like, oh, there's a contraction there. Something sudden happened in that birth continuum that brought fear into my system, that made my cells vibrate with a certain frequency that can be interpreted in a certain way by the developing embryo. So I guess what I realized in my own remembering was starting to look at birth from a baby's perspective. And we're all babies, we've all been babies. So this memory is alive in us today.
Oh, the mic's gone.
Even?
Yes, good. We're good.
Good. Yeah. So even if the original imprint took place 45, 50 years ago, whenever we were each born, it's still informing our relating to ourselves and to the outside world. But water is allowing us now to remember, to bring back members, parts of ourselves into a more fluid whole. And the more we sort of expand and remember, the more parts of ourselves, the more essence we bring into our physical container. And this is what I mean, we are remembering more of who we are.
We know that water is the grand unifier, and it's the grand unifier on so many different levels.
Absolutely.
One thing I hadn't kind of correlated, it's the grand unifier for the individual ourselves as well.
Absolutely.
Not only as a collective and a conscious, a cosmic kind of unifier.
Yeah.
It's this internal unification.
Yeah.
So how does this mean? What does this mean for future generations? How would that affect us for future generations, understanding this, remembering?
Oh, Matt, I think the whole point of this work is the more we can hold space for birthing babies to be born in a conscious, high vibrational environment by parents who are ready to take on the sort of self-awareness that this requires, means that incoming souls, the next generation, will remember more of who they are. They can bring their gifts through rather than sort of falling back into old paradigms of repetitive stories. Yeah, and I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it in the babies that are being born now. I'm seeing the babies that we're supporting with water throughout the whole pregnancy. There's less tears, there's less fear. There's more, let's say, energy or light contained in their body. And there isn't this idea of I am separate to source, a before and after.
What a beautiful mission that is, or work, should I say? Is that the right word? It's your soul's purpose, because it allows us. We don't have to grow up and kind of go through that painful bit of awakening kind of thing. It's almost like you're there from the get-go, from the start line. Absolutely. And there's a purity about understanding that. So I look so forward to coming to Corfu and seeing and creating with you. We're going to do some creation together, aren't we?
Absolutely, yeah. And I've got to say, on Tuesday we've got our last episode of a Birthing Conscious Humans that we're creating together. So there's 8 episodes on that.
So you've done 8 episodes of Birthing Conscious Humans. So you've brought in a
with
whole load of
different
expertise
Absolutely.
to understand this. So it's a transdisciplinary and multidimensional approach to understanding how to
birth and water.
Yes. And it's from preconception as well, right? Before, are you dealing? Oh, just lost you the last minute.
Perception, sound, integrating the birth, and how to create the right container, which is what we've talked about, and how the container for birth is also impacting the birth field.
Yeah, we need to delve deep into the environment, how that impacts us. I'm so sorry, this is a short story, but it's a very impactful story. Bless you, my dear water sister, my mermaid sister from the Mermaid Island.
Thank you, everyone, for creating this. Thank you.
And let's go deep on another water story very soon.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. Bless you.
Yes. Bye-bye.
Yes.
Wonderful. Time for tell a story, a water story. I'm going to welcome the amazing and very poetic Dr. Mark Cohen, all the way from Australia. Thank you so much for staying awake at this time, because we know it's late where you are, Mark. A little bit about yourself. You're a medical doctor, and you actually served as a university professor, multidisciplinary, author, poet, entrepreneur, a wellness trailblazer, perpetual student, as it's described, of life, founder of the Beautiful Water. I do love the sound of that, and co-founder of How to Bathe the World Foundation. That looks amazing. And you're co-owner of the Extremely Alive Wellness Tonics and Maria, I might pronounce it wrong, Hot Springs. Let's get you on the show. And we've got a little bit of a double slot with you as well. So not so much of a rush. So welcome, Australia. Thank you so much for joining us, Mark.
Oh, thank you, Matt. It's great to be here. And today is actually World Bathing Day. So I've spent the day today at Peninsula Hot Springs, sharing water stories, doing fire and ice treatments, and bathing in hot water. And I'm really thrilled to be able to share a story of water that I've been working on for about 10 years. And it's still not quite complete, but this is actually a poem that I created that describes the epic 4.5 billion year long story of how water came to Earth and formed you and me. And I've tried to make this as scientifically accurate as possible. And it's basically a biology textbook in a poem. And it describes what I call the 5th phase of water. So everyone has heard about, solid, liquid, vapor, and then some people have heard about the 4th phase of water, which is gel. So this is a poem that describes a further 5th phase of water, which is intelligent gel, which is water that's animated, the water that's alive. And I believe that life is a property of water, and water is what animates us. So I'm really thrilled to be able to share this, and it's quite a long poem because it goes through this 4.5 billion year long story, and it's broken up into there's like an introductory part to it, but then it talks about how water came to Earth and formed liquid water, and water is actually the most abundant molecule in the universe, but the universe is not very wet because most of the water in the universe is not in the liquid form. So we're in a very special situation here on Earth where we have water in liquid form. So the first part of the story tells how water came to Earth and formed liquid water. The second part of the story is how invertebrate life formed. So that's a 3.5 billion year, 4 billion year long story. And then the last part of the story is how vertebrate life formed, and then formed, we went from gels to cells to organelles, then sexual cells and shells. That was invertebrate life. And then vertebrate life went from scales to skin to feather to fur to fashion. And I'm going to try and describe that in this poem, which is literally the story of water.
I can't believe it's taking you 10 years to write a 4.5 billion year story.
Well,
take your time, but the floor is yours. We'd love to hear that. And I know you're a beautiful orator, and you articulate it, and it's very thrilling. So the floor is yours. Thank you, Mark.
Well, thank you, Matt. And I'd love to be able to put music to this, maybe do an audio-visual presentation. This is actually the first time I've shared this poem. Sort of, it's still not quite complete, but in its sort of entirety.
We're honored to be that first, the premiere in its raw form. Go ahead.
Okay. So this is the story of heaven and earth. It's the story of life, of death and rebirth. It's the story of you, it's the story of me. It's the story of nature and all history. It's the heartwarming story of hot meeting cold. And it's the most wonderful story that's ever been told. It's the story of water, the liquid solution, the matrix of life that drives evolution. The drop and the ocean, the splash and the stream, the ultimate solvent, the well in our being. This story began a long time ago, around a sun with a planet where water could flow. In the Goldilocks zone, with an orbit just right, water formed liquid and gave rise to life. It started with ice crystals hurling through space, flung through the cold from a far distant place, and colliding with water in super hot form inside molten magma on a planet being born. And hot lava and ice burst into the sky. Jets of fire and steam rose 10,000 feet high. Yet gravity stopped it escaping to space, and the Earth's atmosphere simply fell into place. Then the Earth's spinning core formed a protective shield that blocked cosmic rays with its magnetic field. And as the world became cloudy, water spread all around, moving between the sky and the ground. Then, for the very first time on an uncertain date, hot mixed with cold in the warm liquid state. And as steam cooled to droplets, they rained from the sky. For thousands of years, no place was left dry. Water covered the earth and soaked into the ground. Hot water welled up, cool water rained down. And as cold water sank to the deep ocean floor, it met vents of hot water laden with ore. Then under great pressure and with a sulphurous smell, warm water became intelligent gel. Liquid chemistry cooked up organic goop, feeding the ocean's primordial soup. Around pieces of clay, water held in formation, gave birth to function and form. It was life's first creation. The beginning of life cast a magical spell that sparked evolution of intelligent gel. Working together in true symbiosis, enzymes channeled energy that was easy to process. And as electrons flowed down the energy chain, the gel copied itself and then did it again. And immersed within gel purred molecular engines, catalyzing reactions too many to mention. Surfing entropy gradients, life sought out light, making sugar from photons when conditions were right. And when things became oily, intelligent gel formed lipid-bound membranes to form the first cell. Then using light from the sun and CO2 from the air, blue-green algae evolved and bloomed everywhere. These small oxygen factories first rusted the seas, then aerated the skies with a reactive breeze. For billions of years, algae bubbled away, producing the O2 we still breathe today, creating our air, reacting with stone, filtering sun through screens of ozone. Till one point, it seems, the whole world got cold. Most living things died, ice sheets took hold. Yet, intelligent gel in the cell did not freeze. It gathered its forces and salt from the seas. An intelligent gel put on layers of fat, membranes within membranes, that's where it sat. A spiral-bound library of life's information, directed combustion and controlled respiration. And through the making of water and creation of heat, gel dwelt in warm places where hot and cold meet. And seeking out warmth on a continued basis, gel managed to find thermal homeostasis. Then tucked inside membranes, small cells within cells took on special jobs, became organelles to repair, replenish, reuse and recycle, absorb, excrete, and assist with survival. These miniature organs bred a cellular wisdom. They followed a code that grew life's ecosystem. And evolving itself through natural selection, intelligent gel formed a lifelong connection. Then gel in the cell invented new ways for cells to survive and to share DNA. The struggle for life then became more complex, as this naturally led to reproduction by sex. Now, sex is outrageous. It creates a commotion, igniting a complex organic explosion. From slime molds to sponges, jellies to worms, life took on many shapes, sizes, and forms. Still, gel remained safe. Gel strived to stay well inside countless creatures encased within shell. And from gels to cells to organelles, sexual cells and shells, life spread over planet Earth, riding the ocean swells. Till insects grew both legs and wings to roam the land and skies, while mollusks prowled deep ocean depths with pattern-finding eyes. And gel did quite well inside a shell on land and sea and sky, with flies and fleas, beetles, bees, ants and butterfly. And as the world became filling with more diverse creatures, intelligent gel adopted new improved features, becoming bigger and stronger, faster and brighter. Life cycles kept spinning farther and wider. To find food and shelter, seek water and air, life searched every corner, explored everywhere. And as predators hunted and prey hid or fled, being fit to survive or ending up dead, to be cycled around or laid down as oil, or digested by fungi and turned into soil. And the struggle to survive on Earth inspired intricate designs, and shells became internalized, forming bones and complex spines. And with muscles moving skeletons, jaws and streamlined fins, fish swam around and feasted on shelled crustaceans. Then bigger, faster fish evolved with fancy fins and tails, presiding over ancient seas wrapped in silver scales. And to begin to venture onto land, some fish developed skin, trading gills for lungs to breathe the air and become amphibian. Then to leave the sea and walk the earth and live on land in style, fish grew legs and laid robust eggs to become the first reptile. Then life became a battle that was red in tooth and claw, and beasts grew large and ended up as big as dinosaur. And giant lizards ruled the ancient earth till a comet cooled the weather. And with the colder spell, intelligent gel kept warm in layers of feather. Now, downy fluff was just the stuff to hatch eggs on a mound, yet where eggs lay made easy prey unless kept safely off the ground. And as bones got light, birds took flight to global destinations, finding food to eat with beaks and feet and seasonal migrations. Then mammals scurried overland to where the wild things were, and gave life birth and roamed the earth in coats they made of fur. And with furry skin to keep heat in on land or sea or air, mammals carried their placenta and travelled everywhere. And keeping warm from dusk till dawn built quite an appetite. So with milk to eat and padded feet, mammals search for food at night. And the most curious of all mammals, perhaps the wisest of the bunch, humans made up rules, fashioned clothes and tools, and used fire to cook their lunch. And with tools in hand, humans walked the land, gathering seed and hunting game, following the seasons to places they could tame. And with a hearth of stone, humans made their home and kept the home fires burning. And in places where there was food to share, people kept returning. And each and every person, whether sick or well, share the epic story of water and intelligent gel. So that's still going to be complete. I want to write a whole nother section about human evolution, but this is trying to describe the evolution of life in a biology textbook that's in a poem.
That takes remarkable, exquisite understanding, and that is the way we should be learning, shouldn't it? As for all age groups, for that matter. I have to commend you as to how you brought that all together in rhyme as well, because it animates it in our minds. It's so visionary. And what can we do to support you getting these kind of stories out there, and especially if we animate them as well? It'd be amazing to watch an animation.
Yeah, I mean, I see it in my mind as an animation, and there's a part of, I mean, I had to research a lot. I mean, I was always a student of biology and of medicine, but I really had to research a lot of this. And, the great oxygenation event when 99% of all life on Earth died, and then we had snowball Earth when the world got cold, and then life regenerated after, being aerobic rather than anaerobic. Well, most people don't understand that or realize the history. And the previous speakers were talking about the continuity we have. And we think we're a human being and we're born and that's when we're created. But we have intelligence that goes back 4.5 billion years of continual living wisdom that we can tap into. Mm. So when people say, okay, you can decide from your head, but you get a gut feeling about things. Well, that gut feeling, the microbes in your gut are still the prokaryotic bacteria. And some of the eukaryotic bacteria that have this ancient wisdom, evolutionary wisdom, that is still accessible to us as humans, and we can draw on that. So it's not just our humans are so intelligent and we can use our minds. We can actually draw on this continual evolution that they're part of. And the idea of intelligent gel, that life is a property of water, and it's commonly known that if you count the molecules in the human body, we're 99% water molecules. And in biochemistry, we study the 1% that's not water. But the reason why we're not a puddle on the floor, being 99% water molecules, is we're a gel phase of water. We're structured water, highly structured water. But then there's highly structured water that's not living. And there's been research on structured water where you can structure water using infrared or cold structures water, and against membranes on hydrophilic surfaces, water becomes structured. But then you have another form of structured water, which is intelligent, which is animated, which is living. And that's what I call intelligent gel, and that is life. So I think this understanding that life is a property of water is really powerful. And also there's a analogy that if you understand how much water or the quality of water on Earth, so if the Earth was the size of a basketball, all the water on Earth would be the size of a ping pong ball. But 97.5% of that water is salty ocean water. So if the Earth was a basketball and all the water is a ping pong ball, all the fresh water would be the size of a very small marble. But most of the fresh water on Earth is either bound in groundwater or it's locked up in glaciers. So all the liquid fresh water on Earth would be the size of a poppy seed compared to the size of a basketball of the Earth. So liquid fresh water is such a precious, such a rare substance in the universe, let alone on Earth. And that poppy seed of little drop of water represents all the water in all the fresh water lakes and rivers and every living thing on Earth, which is mostly made of water. Yeah, so we're in this very privileged position in the universe to have, to be living water in this Goldilocks zone between hot and cold, and temperature is such an important part of water, and thermal regulation such an important part of life. So yeah,
there's so many avenues we can go down to, and I'm so excited because we'll have to get you on definitely many times to explore all of this. One thing I actually wanted to say, we talk a lot about structured water, and it's very it's becoming mainstream now, but you hit on a very key aspect there. There's many structures, and there's many, effectively every water is structured in a different way. Every plant, every tree, every leaf structured in a specific way. It's an infinite expression. So we kind of label it under, structured water, but it's an immense infinite exploration of what those structures do and why they carry information. So that'll be something very interesting to go down. I'd like to just finish actually. Tell us about the bathing because it's World Bathing Day. What is that all about? And we'll go out on a bathe.
Yeah, so World Bathing, we started about 5 years ago, and we started with a hot spring group, and I'm an owner of a hot spring in New Zealand, or co-owner, and I'm also got a lot of friends who own hot springs around the world, and we really wanted to encourage bathing as a spiritual practice and as a connection practice, because water is what connects all life on earth. And so, bathe the world can be an adjective, and it can be a verb. I mean, it's something you can actually go out and do and bathe around the world. And I've loved doing that. One of my greatest joys is to travel the world and go and bathe in different natural waters. But it's also a call to action to realize that 1 in 3 people on earth don't have access to fresh water to bathe in, to wash themselves. And we cannot have global health unless everyone has access to clean, flowing water. This is an actual absolute requirement for global health. And at the moment, there's about 1 in 7 people don't have access to food, to adequate nutrition, but 1 in 3 people don't have access to adequate hygiene and water to wash. And that's such a fundamental requirement that if we got the will, the political will and the entrepreneurial will, and we have the resources, we have the technology to give fresh, clean water to everyone on earth. Well, so Bathe the World is a way to try and focus that.
Thank you so much. We're going to support that, and what a lovely way to go out bathe. But I totally agree with you, because the concept of pollution and the way we think, manage, utilize water is completely 180 degrees out to what we should be, and we're changing, and so we've got a lot of undoing to do and a lot of remembering to be done. But I can see, the Garden of Eden is in the future, and you're totally right. We all need access to it. It's when the whole planet, we all have access to clean water. That's when planetary healing happens. Mark, you're a font of wealth of information and poetic articulation. Thank you so much for staying up from Australia. And let's bring you back on Water Stories, and let's go for a really deep dive. Let's tell all the stories, all the poems. And thank you so much. We'll see you soon.
I have many more poems, and such a joy. Thank you, Matt, for putting this on. And it's been a great pleasure.
We got a long way to go. Thank you so much, Mark. And thank you so much. See you soon. Bye-bye.
My pleasure.
Okay, time to tell a story. We're going to go to the beautiful, idyllic Mediterranean island of Ibiza, and we're going to speak to David Eduardo Cortez. Let's welcome you into Water Stories, the beautiful Mediterranean friend.
Interesting. Yeah.
Let me just
I've never heard of it before.
Let me just mute. David, can you hear us, David?
Yeah, I can hear you, but video doesn't work. He said that the co-anfitrion. Okay.
You're in, my dear brother.
All right, here I am.
Oh, we got to Majika Hayati coming up next. She's actually afterwards, because we're slightly out of sync with timings at the moment, but we're working on it. We're working on timings. But I can see you. You're live, and look at that underwater. I recognize those waters. Don't tell me that's exactly where I've been in those waters, and that's exactly what they look like, isn't it? Just tell us a little bit about the Ibiza waters, because I'm inspired by your image there.
Well, I live in Ibiza, that is pretty close also to Formentera, and there are really special places because we have a lot of Posidonia. Posidonia is not really a seaweed; it's a marine plant. That it really increases the clarity of the water, the oxygen, increase the pH. It's the kindergarten of many marine life here. That is really important. And so here we have incredible water. And as far as I know, and I know really well our quality, proven by many analytics, is really good. Yeah, that's great. You have been there. You have been diving there. Yeah, I know that you will remember how pristine are the waters right here. So yeah.
Well, Ibiza is famed for its beautiful waters and beautiful beaches. So it's, and I can testify to this, the amazing, and obviously deepening into our relationship to water. You've got a very deep relationship to water. You've lived in Ibiza all your life. And obviously you understand the importance of seawater in our life. Can you, let's talk about why seawater has an essential role in our life, and why we need to change your point of view. In fact, you know what, we're talking at a point of view to everything, but now we're being very specifically focused to seawater. So what is the importance of seawater? Let's listen to your story.
Well, if we are agreed that life starts in the seas and the ocean, is that a connection already exists. in our inner medium, in the liquid that our cells are floating, is really similar to the seawater. So there is a really, really, really close relation, But if you think about the ocean, it's like the majority of the water in that planet is seawater, okay? And this is not really a mistake. This is something really important to have a healthy planet. It's really important because if the oceans and seas are going just to control the climate, the weather is going to control, is going to produce the massive oxygen because of the plankton. It's going to produce that fresh water that we love it. Okay, many of that fresh water is going being produced by the evaporation through the ocean. So there is a huge mechanism that is important for life in that planet. So seawater is not just a place when some fishes live right there. It's something that really make life possible for everybody. And even you can also provide, because it's a great source of minerals and trace elements. Like the marine plasma that you can drink tiny quantities and everything to have better health. Because it will improve all your systems.
Let's just emphasize this, because you have a company, you're CEO of Ibiza Formentera Agua de Mar. I hope I pronounced that right. I'm getting better with my Spanish. You can improve me when I get out there. But tell us a little bit about what marine plasma is.
Well, marine plasma is really a specific type of seawater. That is like the most refined seawater that normally you can harvest in the open sea in a special sites when there is a high concentration of plankton. And that plankton, what we do with that currents and everything, they will transform the minerals, making more bioavailable. So meaning that it will be more easier. So it's like a supernatural superfood. They will give to you more than 90 minerals and trace elements that are the same that you have in your blood. So it's really something really good for your body, but it's not really specific. It's like it connects your body with a life and with exactly.
I'm just going to demonstrate drinking what it is like. Cheers. Keep
Exactly.
going.
Just tiny. That's a tiny quantity. Yes, it's a small doses because it will give it to you all what you what you need in order that your cells will work in a proper way. Okay, it's something really simple. It's because we have really a closer entity between the seawater and our inner medium. The difference is salinity. We have less salinities per liter. We have 9 grams per liter in the sea, more or less, depending on the sea, the water, but more or less we can say 35, 36. And also the plankton will create that special refined seawater that we call marine plasma. So it's like a superfood,
So how do we correlate the health of the sea to the health of our own bodies?
Well, if you can, that's a really good question, Matt. Thank you. If you can really understand that you have an inner sea in your body, then understand that to have a healthy seas and ocean is so important to have a healthy and a proper life in this blue planet. Okay, we call Earth, but in reality this is a blue planet, because the majority is covered by seawater. So we have to make bigger our point of view, make wider, and understand how important is the sea. The sea will protect life itself, and that life is replicated in our body. So it's really important that we correlate that thing between the sea water, the seas and oceans, and our body, because it will help to us to protect this environment in a natural way, because this is not something that has to be forced. You know, we have to. No. It's better to understand that concept, that we are really connect with the seawater, you know, and then education, comprehension, it will be easier towards to protect the seas and oceans, you know, but not only from the point of view that is for whales, that is for protect fish in there. No, it's for protect also us. That's the thing that we have to change. We are not in the equation, and we have to be in that thing. We have to be involved actively in that kind of protection through see that seawater is really similar to us.
Yeah, it's understanding, isn't it, that we pollute anything, we pollute ourselves, and we don't even pollute. It's not that we're polluting locally; we pollute globally. Everything's a global problem. So it's the awareness and the experience we need to understand water's true nature, and our connection to it is directly correlated to our health. Have you got a few final words to give us some guidance as to how we could really experience water's true nature from a seawater point of view?
Exactly. Well, for me, one of the things is really when you really understand exactly that the connection that we have our inner sea in our body, then it will be easier to understand the secrets of the sea and the nations. And there is one thing that I tell to myself, you know, if you understand when you pollute the seas and the oceans, you are polluting yourself. Then the relation with the sea and ourselves, it will be more easier and more natural, you know, and we have to start, you know, to change that paradigm, you know, that the seawater is not an enemy, is something that is great, that is with us. Of course, that you cannot drink it directly, but you can extract fresh water. But there is a huge, let's say, a connection that goes beyond that thing, you know. So
Well,
I think one of the keys in the future to have a healthy problem is really understand the role of the seawater in our lives.
that's amazing. I look forward to being in Ibiza very soon, and we'll go for a deep dive, physically as well as metaphysically on board the boat, and we'll have some deep discussions, and we'll go deep and tell much more stories. Muchas gracias.
I will show you the gorgonians. Today I have been diving with the red gorgonians. Huge,
Wow.
massive, really cool.
Well, muchas gracias, David, and
You're welcome. Thank you.
doing amazing work, and I look forward to sharing your story even deeper. Bye bye.
Sure.
Adios.
Bye.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, it's time to tell a story, and we're gonna go to Grandmother Sasa. And I'm very, very honored and humbled, or we are very honored and humbled to welcome Grandmother Sasa into Water Stories, our first elder for today. And we're going into prayer and ceremony. And we're going to talk about the blessings of the water and the water spirits, which we honor in every single day. Grandmother Sasa, I've heard so many wonderful things about you, and I'm so pleased to be introduced. And we know that you're a lifelong lover of the earth and its people. You're revered as a high priestess, known as a dreamer, a seer, and a universal hands-on healer. And you're very much recognized for your humanitarian work and in prayer and ceremony. And you've traveled the globe as well to share your wisdom. We are so pleased that you can spend time with us today. Welcome to Water Stories.
Thank you so much. I always start with a prayer.
Please.
And the prayer goes for my grandmother. Grandfather Chief, above the heavenly stars, hear my humble prayer, O Great One. You are the giver of life and everything that comes with it. I am a small blade of grass in the vastness of Mother Earth. I ask for your guidance and clearness of vision so I can see the beauty that you have created for us. Bless my hands, O Great One, so I, as your instrument, can do your work on the pace of Mother Earth. Grandfather, let all the seeds unite in this circle of prayer.
Thank you. Thank you for holding that space.
Well, listening today has brought up many things in me, in my heart. And one of the things is the ocean, because the mother is our ocean. The rivers and the streams are the arteries and veins of this earth that go back to her. And when we leave this earth, we go back to our mother. And this is what we have forgotten in ceremony and in prayer, and continuing that strength of the water. We are liquid crystal, and we go back to the crystal again. And when we think of the ocean and think of, we all are going to be there someday, because as we leave this earth, whether we're buried or we're cremated or going back, we go to the mother. And so it's so important for us, the respect and honor. And some of the things that people are thinking that are wonderful aren't so wonderful. Because if you thought you were going in that ocean to disturb your mother, your father, your grandfather, your grandmother, you'd put more thought to it. So today I'm putting that thought of bringing ceremony back to the people once again. This earth is showing us the disturbance because we haven't treated her well. She is telling us once again, we're going into that new fifth world of change. We've been given 4 times before. Now we're going into the 5th. What do we want as human beings? Because after we leave, our spirit goes up into the universe. And do we decide to come back again? Or where are we going? It's our choice. And our choices today are very, very big because of what the planet is showing us. We're in a 30-year drought, and we're 22 years into it. But people have been ignoring and ignoring it. If we don't wake up, where are we going to be in 8 more years? The rivers here and the streams are at the lowest I've ever seen since I was born. I went to the rivers these past few weeks to do prayers. I'm really disturbed at seeing how low, and what the grandparents had told me as a child. When the rivers get this low, disease comes in. People are by these rivers. They don't understand, and they haven't had the knowledge to understand what can go on. And the bacteria become so violent out here. And then the diseases come in, and they're here. You know, we're seeing the disease of the virus. A virus cannot be cured. It can through prayer. It can through ceremony again. There isn't anything that we do that's going to change until we change as human beings. And that is to go back to our ceremonies again, our prayers. We've forgotten them. And so it's my part as a grandmother, as an elder, to come to this earth. I came from the blue star of hope, from the Pleiades, to bring back that hope to the people, the ceremony, the prayer that we need once again to teach our children and all humans on this earth, because we're in a serious, serious time. We can look at things. We don't own water. We are keepers of the water. And this has been the problem, ownership. So we look around the world, people, companies buying the water. How can they buy water that belongs to all of us? That is, to me, the sacrifices people are making because of this, because people want to be wealthy. And the thing is even if you have it, what's going to happen when it all goes away? We're all going to suffer. We're all sacrificing now. And we need to understand the seriousness of all of this, because we are in a critical period of this earth, critical time of this earth, to pay attention, to make a difference. If each one of us goes back to the ceremony and to the prayer again, you know, in our native way, every morning as the eastern door opens, we look at the sun as it's coming up. And those are our prayers for the day. That is the eastern door, that is the eagle, and it flies highest to Creator. He's showing us that some people aren't doing this anymore. Then at the end of the day, we face the West, give thanks no matter what our day is. And we have a time to go into dream. And dream, there is a lot of things in dream time that as medicine people, as dreamers, we go back to help this earth and the people, because we can work with them much easier than on earth. And so by walking and working with the people again, we're bringing the old traditions back that should have stayed but were taken. And out of fear, a lot of people have shut down a lot of things. We think we have control when we have no control. Creator has control. Mother Earth has control. And if we think we're more than that, we'll get our teachings. And, you know, my grandmother always told me, as a teacher, I'm here to help you remember. I'm here to help the people remember again what once was on this earth and should be on this earth if we're all going to make it. You know, the areas that we see that people aren't water and they're not clean, and is it their fault? No, you know, it isn't. It's how we've created this earth that more are some are less. And I think the balance is coming, because in the way the water is and everything, we have to provide that ceremony for that water if the water spirits are going to hear us. And working with water here, why I was sent back to the eastern door to hold the energy, to hold the water. It begins in the east. And we have to remember those prayers in the morning. And I've been here for 17 years. I was sent here because the Abenaki people were here doing their ceremonies and stuff. I came back to my people's spirits to begin again, to bring that ceremony of life back in the medicine hoop of life. And twice a year, the ceremony is put in. You know, I keep the prayers all year. I hold the energy to that to keep it going out to this world and the universe. And I pray that humankind can get in their hearts and understanding we are the keepers. We don't own it. We are the keepers. And if we don't learn to be keepers in the right way, then what happens? What we're seeing. And so my blessings and my prayers to the water people and the ones that are doing the ceremonies is that we can all today reach to our heart and remember where our place is and what we're doing. Because when Creator created this earth with purity and love, and the mother embraced us, that's what we've forgotten. We can come in with all the technicalities and names and everything that we think of, but it still goes back to creation and Creator and the mother. And this is some of what we've forgotten. And I'm here to help people remember. You know, it's here at the Rose and the Swan Healing Center for Healers. When I was told by the elders that this is where I was to come, this is what I was to do, I wouldn't even have thought of the distance I have come and the walk and the sacrifices that are made to make it happen here. But we quietly do it here in this Eastern corridor, and the prayers get out each and every day to those areas that need it and to the people. You know, we have to think beyond what's in front of us. We see the oceans, we see the waters, they're very big, but think of all of those that came before us that are in that ocean, because they are there. And you can't go into that water and think that you can take it without the spirit of those before us. And this is some of the lack of knowledge out here and the learning that needs to be put back in place to honor. And we're coming there. There's a lot to be said. We could go on for hours, but today I'm sending this blessing to the world, to the people, because we need to wake up. You know, we're all here on the same walk on that red road together. And we need to love, we need to care and respect. And that's the word, respect. And that's been forgotten for whatever reason. But, you know, in the prophecies that I talk about, it was to come to this. We had to come to that, knock each other, to understand that we are equal, we are the same, and we are here as keepers. And some of us haven't been doing good jobs because we've forgotten. So it's time to remember again and seek out the love and light that's there from the universe once again.
What a true, beautifully spoken blessing. Thank you, Grandmother Sasa. I want to make maybe a glimmer of hope in some way. A seer in England said, healing will only really begin when we bring back ceremony and prayer. And this is coming from England. And we listened to Sharon Blackie today as well, who tells the story of our separation, where the mythology, it's turned into kind of like a story, but there's so much truth in it. And over the hundreds of years, we've become separated in the West. And now we're starting to remember. And actually, our beautiful sister, who's on later, Elaine, I used to think that water was a journey of discovery, but it turns out it's a journey of remembering. And at a certain magic point, your heart opens and water speaks to you. And I always want to almost apologize to say, I'm sorry we're late, but we're coming and we are waking up. And I remember Masaru Emoto when he transitioned, and I was taught very much by him, and he made prayer and ceremony universal. And he used to say once, his last time in London, he said, people think that we're joining a cult as we were blessing and doing ceremony for the water. We laughed and we giggled. And then he says, but one day this will be mainstream. And literally, I think it was last year, the year before in London, just alone in London, we had 250 people, maybe 500 people in ceremony and pilgrimage, blessing the waters. It's not mainstream yet, but we're coming.
Getting there. And the story is this. When the elders told me that there was a blanket that was torn between the East and West, and it was for me to mend that as Grandmother Spider, to bring the people back again. I understand that now. Years ago, I didn't. Today, I do. And the mending is going on, and that's what we have to remember. Little by little, we're weaving it back together, and we're going to come together again. Aho.
Aho. We have a few minutes. I would love to have another blessing to see us on our way.
Grandfather, Creator, our Mother, the Earth, bring all of our children back to remember again the tearing of the blanket and the mending we all have as part of this blanket to weave back again. Little by little, it will be mended, and we will remember again our teachings and our ancestry again. It isn't about color, it's about the heart. And if we closed our eyes and looked into people's heart, we will understand where they are. We've come back to our first altar of our heart again, and we're telling a story so that people can remember and bring back the ceremonies of the water, of the people once again. May we honor, may we respect, may we put love and light to all of this. And in that, we give great thanks today for being heard once again. Hope.
Aho. Grandmother Sasa, your wisdom and your words, thank you for allowing us to listen to you. And we've got so much listening to do. And part of this journey, I've realized, is to learn how to listen. And that is another journey in itself, and to allow the wisdom to be received in the right way. I would love to have many deep dives where we could go down and explore and listen again from these great teachings, because you're holding the energy of the Eastern Door. And I feel there's a lot of us knocking, looking, and we're waiting. Thank you so much for your services to the water and to the Great Spirit. We look forward to meeting again.
Thank you. And I hope someday you get here to the Eastern Door. That's the invitation to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Grandmother Sasa.
Thank you.
There are times when we have wisdom like that, and it requires a little bit of silence afterwards. we're going to take a short break, but we're going to listen to the wonderful Michiko Hayashi from the Emoto Peace Project from the Emoto Lab in Tokyo. And she used to be the personal secretary to Masaru Emoto for over 10 years. And now she's taken on the mantle, carrying the torch of this great work and doing other teachings all around the world. Phenomenal servant to the waters. And her talk, unfortunately, can't make it because of the timing issues in Tokyo, but it's water and consciousness. And understanding from Emoto's great message, it was a great message that water is the conductor of our consciousness. And his journey into understanding water crystals or the information within it reveals the beauty of human emotions such as love and gratitude. So let's just play a little video, and we can give me 2 seconds just to label this up. And we shall be back in about 9 minutes. So let us tell a story. This is a story about water and consciousness. It emerges from the beautiful shores, the island nations of Tokyo, the land of the rising sun. Very pertinent after listening to Grandmother Sasa. So bless you all. Thank you, Michiko.
Happy World Unity Week. I am Michiko Hayashi from Emoto Peace Project headquarters in Tokyo. I am very happy that I can be part of this beautiful week and beautiful everyone around the world to make this whole world a better place. I was Dr. Emoto's personal assistant, and today I would like to share the wisdom that Dr. Emoto discovered. So let me share the screen and show you some of the slides I made. Okay, so I will be just in about 8 minutes, I will be talking about thank you water from Emoto Peace Project headquarters in Tokyo, Japan. As you all know that water is valuable. So let's respect water all within us, all around us, and all on this earth. As you may know that this planet Earth is covered with 70% water, so are we. And this 70% of water, if that 70% of water on this earth is the entire water, then 97.5% is seawater. That means we cannot drink that water. The fresh water that we have is only 2.5% out of those entire water. In the drinkable water that we have on this planet Earth is only 1%. So let's appreciate it, and let's respect water and take good care of water with love and gratitude. As you can see, all natural water is so beautiful and so brilliant. And you know that water has memory, and it keeps transforming and delivers, goes to the universe and circulates with the information that it has. Our water within our body circulates with all the memory or all the emotions. What is happening right now also is being stored as a memory. And as we leave our body, our body will be gone, but our spirit, our soul will be taking that memory to the universe, to the place where we go back. And then as we come back to this earth again, to the earth, to somewhere else, that memory goes with our souls, and it keeps, of course, transforming. But the important thing is to know that water is the one that gives life to everything, to life to all living beings, and circulates with the information and memory it has, connecting each waters to each other and to the universe. So let's respect and love it. Now, you know that water keeps transforming. When water is exposed to different vibrations, it changes. Good and bad, it's affected. So we want to make sure that we stay in the positive and give the beautiful vibration to water, to our water within our body, water in the air, water in everywhere. Peace and war. Which one would you prefer? Which one would you take? Every second is the choice that we have. So let's choose always positive and always good. Peace on earth is what we want, right? That means peace within. Peace of mind is peace on earth. Each person's peace of mind is peace on earth. So let's love yourself, love myself deeply within. Then we can emit that beautiful vibration of love. And we know that we can love all others around us. Happiness, let's choose happiness over unhappiness. It depends on what we choose every second. When we choose happiness, everything around us, everything with the water within us, everything around us will be happy. So, harmony, let's stay in harmony within. When the water is in harmony, then we are harmonious. When the water is in resonance, then everything will be in resonance. And joy has the powerful high vibration. So let's share this beautiful joy with all people around you and all water around you and water within you. Love for humanity. Love for yourself becomes love for humanity. And love for humanity is not only for human beings, but love for all living beings, for all small insects, bacteria, rocks and minerals, plants, glasses, for everything. And be truthful. Let's be truthful, because water is the mirror of our heart. We cannot lie to water. So, this is the really beautiful water crystal that water shows us. Let's keep this reverence for yourself and for all living beings, everything on earth, to your family, to your friends, to your pets, animals, plants, everything. Because every life on earth is equally important and valuable and precious. So let's show our respect and reverence. And love and gratitude, of course, is the most beautiful, beautiful vibration energy that water shows in that crystal. So I suggest, let's wrap this whole earth with love and gratitude at all times. So everybody will stay in love and gratitude, and whole world will be a peaceful and harmonious place. Thank you so much. I wish you all the best, and I love you so much, and I appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here with me and with everyone during this week of World Unity Week, and every day all around a year. Thank you. I love you.
Arigato gozaimasu to Michiko from Tokyo, the Moto Peace Project, who made that personally for us. What a beautiful story. A message Dr. Masaru Emoto gave the world, and his teachings have yet to be fully understood as someone who learned from him personally. It was an amazing gift and very simple message, and has brought back ceremony and made it universal. Now, from the world of consciousness, we'll continue the world of consciousness, and we're going into quantum biology. And I'm just going to play a little video as an introduction to our next guest. Stand by me as we're just sorting this out.
Without water, no life. Biological life has emerged in water. Our lives depend on it. We are even mostly water ourselves. But there's a lot we still don't know about water. Based on my research in water, I think we are on the brink of discovering water as a new source of energy or medical treatment. I just need to find the key to unlock water and its hidden potential. According to traditional science, water is a simple molecule with a simple behavior. But in my laboratory, I observe how water molecules can be forced to act in a way that actually changes the physical properties of water itself. Take for example the experiment, the floating water bridge. When I expose 2 glasses of absolutely pure water to a high electrical field, the water molecules are forced to connect and form a rope-like structure that is able to hold its own weight in free air. This opens up for a whole new understanding of the potential of water. But so far science cannot explain, I cannot explain, why water acts like this. That's why I, together with some of my colleagues here at D2U, are searching for the proper measuring tool. Maybe even to be found in our own backyard or used in previous science projects. A tool that can unlock the mystery, decipher and measure what I now can only observe. It's like trying to find the thermometer, enabling us to tell the temperature of a substance. I'm sure my quest will be met with a lot more obstacles along the way. But I will keep on going, because my work will maybe lead to a new scientific paradigm that will shift the future of planet Earth and its inhabitants, simply by exploring the most basic molecule of life, water.
Let's tell a water story. Let's invite Nikolai Blom. Welcome, Nikolai, to Water Stories.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Michael.
What a beautiful video. What a beautiful video that is. It's very poignant, very powerful, and it says an awful lot in it as well, and says a lot about where you're going. Thank you for creating that.
Yeah, I will forward the thanks to the beautiful film crew who made this video available.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about you have a very interesting background and the journey you've been on, because you have an academic background, but you're treading in many in different areas as well. But bringing all these disciplines together and leading towards what we now know as quantum biology, effectively. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah. Well, you could say I was trained as a traditional scientist with a degree in biochemistry and molecular biology. I knew everything about DNA, genomics, that sort of thing. I was trained to see life and biology as from a chemical point of view, you could say. As these I like to use this image of a lot of small billiard balls bouncing off of each other and making these atoms, these molecules, and trying to figure that all out. And those of you who know a little bit about or studied a bit about quantum physics, you also know that in the subatomic world, we not only talk about particles, we also talk about waves, the wave-particle duality. And what I struggled with at some point was that I realized that I had only learned to look at life from the particle point of view and not from the wave point of view. And when I sort of opened my eyes to that, I would also say I had some kind of opening, some kind of awakening at that point. I became interested in meditation and yoga and the Eastern philosophies, and that coincided with that I came across a very interesting scientist called Luc Montagnier. That is his famous for getting the Nobel Prize for the discovery of HIV virus, but then also went on to doing some extremely fascinating studies in what we now you could call quantum biology or bioresonance. So claiming that the DNA molecule is not only this chemical molecule that we can manipulate with enzymes and molecular tools and so on, but also DNA could work as an antenna, and it could emit and receive radio signals, radio waves, vibrations, so to say. And that was like, when I heard about that, when I read about it, it was just like one great epiphany for me. It was like, wow, that's the key. I need to find out more about that. Remember that I came from the DNA background. And long story short, I simply made that my life's quest to find out about this. And I ended up in Italy. I ended up in a lab, and I thought, okay, now they're going to explain this about the DNA and waves and all that. And then they said, no, just hold your horses. Just before that, we need to understand another more important concept. And then I said, what is that? That's water. Do we really understand water? They said. What do you mean? H2O, this simple molecule? No. H2O, it's much more than a simple chemical molecule. And then that opened a whole new world. And I was so relieved that it actually tied back to the scientific field that I was coming from, that I could make this bridge. And now I'm, we just saw the water bridge. We saw with our own eyes that, and you have also seen it with your own eyes, that water can actually change its nature, its behavior when you put this high voltage. So this is for me, this is kind of it's a manifestation of the mystery of water, this water bridge experiment. And that's also why I use this metaphor all the time, that I'm the water bridger. I want to bridge the old paradigm of science, the traditional science that I was brought up into, with a new science and a new quantum biology and the links to the indigenous wisdom and the remembrance that you're talking about of water. So, and I think that's for me, it brings a lot of hope because there's so much. It's not about going back. It's about using the wisdom that we already have. Maybe some of us forgot it, but now we are remembering it, rediscovering it, and then putting it into a modern context, meaning that we can also develop technologies and so on.
Yeah, this is what Water Stories is. It's a weave of all the storage and weaving all knowledge, where all wisdom streams come together. It's amazing where science is at the moment in terms of, we might say, why is it taking so long? However, what is the impact of understanding such richness or such a change in our paradigm of thought as to, certainly from a biological point of view, not just in the human body, but in all nature, all beings, that we need to address this quite significantly, and it will change the textbooks, maybe the approach. What is your potential impact, and what is the road to that, if you can imagine what that might be?
Well, I think we need to realize that many people have been walking the path of the intellect, of the rational, of the evidence-based understanding of our world. And I think to some degree, my kind of people, the scientists, the engineers, we have gone from being the heroes of the world, maybe 100 years, 200 years ago, to the villains. And I think now we have a golden opportunity now to become the heroes again, if we grab this opportunity of seeing that there actually is it's not that we have to let go of all that we learned the past 50, 100 years about molecules and computers and all the, let's say, the more material kind of Newtonian kind of technology. It's not bad in itself. Technology is never bad in itself. It's the way that we use it. But now we can take it to a new level if we allow it. But it is creating a lot of I would say frustration, maybe even fear in some of my colleagues in my circles, and that's of course always a challenge when you face change.
Thank you very much for taking that change on. I've got one question for you. I always overlap a little bit. My apologies to the next guest, but I'm going to ask you, because you have an academic background, but also you have a journey that's moving into a new understanding of water. I'm going to ask you the ultimate question. What is water?
Water is love. Water is life manifest.
Beautiful. I knew you wouldn't let me down, Nikolai. It's such a powerful. Thank you so much on that journey. Let's go for a deep dive in the near future and tell all the stories that need to be told. Bless you, and thank you for coming on to Water Stories.
Thank you so much.
Time to tell a story, a water story, and we are so richly blessed to have great-grandmother Mary Lyons with us today. I have almost few words to describe how humbled I am to greet grandmother Mary Lyons. Her title today is Vessel of Memory, a Forgotten Obligation. There's so many things I could perhaps tell about grandmother Mary Lyons. I'd rather give time to the floor to let her speak, but she is an author, climate and justice activist, water and land and air protector, a wisdom keeper, and an elder of the Ojibwe and Anishinaabe tribe, if I pronounced that correctly. Great-grandmother Mary Lyons, please come to Water Stories.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. It's an honor. My name is Nijubi Ikwe, that means second water woman. I have been tuning in and listening, and it just fills my ever essence, because our bodies are vessels that carry the waters forward. So I think walking into this world, and I was just listening to the last speaker talking about, and we do talk about the great mysteries of the elements, the great mysteries of elements of life. And when we talk about this, being a Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, First Nations from my father, stateside from my mother, right now within our territories, we are battling against a particular giant that is coming through our watersheds, our plant life, our forest, and it's a menace, and we have a lot of water protectors up there. And the great thing about that is they're doing it within prayer. And I think it's really important why we really wanted to express to the world is almost pushing their empowerment button or their button to remind them of their ancestral ways that was put to us prior to this fast motion of movement of, and please forgive me, but laziness is mankind of being the original gardeners, what we should be. It's healthier to eat from the gardens versus opening a can of vegetables. And so we have to get back to that way of life, and especially what happened through this pause through this epidemic that we just had gone through, is that we truly believe that, we have this original agreement with Creator before coming here. And our spirits come down and we enter the womb, the pools of water within our mother's tummy for up to 9 months while she builds this beautiful blanket of a body around us. And then what we do is we enter this planet, and we take this first breath, air. And so then we feel the warmth of the fire, and then we plant our feet and nourish on earth, our mother. And so we have these agreements that we will take care of those 4 elements, because everything within this planet depends on those 4 elements. And the beauty of it that many have forgotten is those 4 elements shows no prejudice. Mankind, womankind did that out of greed and the menace that carried through, that shifted the organic lifestyles of who we are to be. And when we say that, we say, I look out into these beautiful prairies and hilltops of where I'm sitting at right now, and how beautiful it is. I'm in upstate New York at the Watershed Retreat Center. It's a beautiful place that I just needed to just come and center myself and to really reboot within this movement of water that's happening now. So you have to really do a lot of self-care. And one of the things that we really wanted to emphasize is that, the importance of water and what it means to myself and how I would explain it to my great-granddaughter is that water is life. And that when I was a child, I had no fear of water. That I could get permission when I came to the rivers, because that's a whole nother world. It's a whole nother world of our relatives, is to get permission for us to enter that space and to do it in such a loving way. And then I could nourish and drink from it. And I knew it wasn't going to harm me, and that I could still carry that water in a bucket and put it on maybe one of my favorite flowers, or maybe some of the plants that I'm growing or the food that I'm growing, and that I know it would reproduce in a way that we all had a relative connection, that we bared such a friendship together that we knew we were gonna watch after each other and protect it. But what happened within that time, since even myself as being a young girl to today, it's been forgotten. So that's why we say we want to help assist and sound out the alert for the awakening, because the shift, this movement that happened in the past 100 years is just like a bolt of thunder. It's like a bolt of thunderbirds coming to awaken the world to say, within our original agreements, within those 4 elements, we were to never put a price on them. And 100 years ago, we never paid for a water bill. We never paid for electricity bill. We never paid for a gas bill. What happened within those interpretations of time, why man felt that they had to take such greed and to prostitute such beauty for selfishness. And so we're all at fault because we all fell under that aura of easiness. And so it's all our responsibilities now to wake up and to really look at, does this life reflect on the life when we were little? And us elders will say no. So even within our responsibilities, within our time, we have to own when we turned our backs on our original gardens and the water, is that what are we going to leave to our grandchildren because of our own selfishness? So this is why we went back to talking about when you fill your vessels of your body with clean, healthy water that is not filtered or whatever it may be, what are you going to do? Are you going to fight for that life in that water? Because right now you have to think about how much life is in that water that comes from those faucets. There's none. You can ask any scientist. There's none because it's filtered and filtered and filtered and filtered. But the water that comes in the streams and the watersheds and the stuff that just resonates and just runs and ripples and flows through Mother Earth is Mother Earth's life that she promised she'd take care of all her children, her plant life, ones that are in the oceans, that are in the sky world and the stuff, she was going to care for them. Because those elements, that alone, you have to know that these elements are shift changers, and they will either fight with us, for us, or against us. Now, I never thought within my time I would ever see them come against us. But we are in the day of the awakening that we're not going to win. We'd be foolish to. I don't believe this planet is ever going to just disregard itself. It's just kind of like you go back the hundreds of thousands of years ago, when it just regenerated. But, she may dust herself up, and some of us may survive and some of us may not. But we have to look at the gifts that was given to us, and the gifts that are given to us, we have to be appreciated. So this is what the message for me out there is, to have this global world awaken to the thirst of the pureness of what we are putting in our vessels, because water carries memory. And within that memory, when we entered the wombs of our mother, we were downloaded with all the information of our ancestors that walked before us. And if we take that memory away, we're going to be just kind of walking around, just not knowing which way we're coming or which way we're going or what we're going to be crying out to. So I say this to everyone: when you look at that glass of water, just know that that is life. If you have that glass of water, and don't throw it down the sink, take that water and put it on a plant, put it outside. Just don't disregard it as nothing, because it needs to feed the trees. And when the trees grow, all those arms reach out, they're like hugs. That is a filter of air. And so we have to know those relationships. We have to know what is in the ground. And one of the things that I really need to express today is the identification of our forest animals are coming into our backyards. Because what does it say? We as humans, what are we doing to the forest, to their food sources? Why they have to come to look for food? That should be a telltale sign for the world to see this. We're just at a very critical time of our food and water sources. And do we have time for prevention? Absolutely. Absolutely. But the thing is, we have to work together. We can't have something cutting into the earth and this stuff that we know is going to affect and do a chain reaction to all our ecosystems. We cannot look away and just say, oh, it's a Band-Aid on it. We have to be responsible. And some will say, well, it's energy, it's gas and this stuff. Well, 100 years ago, most of us, our energy and gas were our legs where we walked, and we resonated and we were healthy. So we can't keep feeding into the tiredness and the laziness of what man can say can make life easier for you at the cost of cutting your life short. Does that make sense?
Well, you've answered so many questions and inspired me enormously here. I said earlier as well, and we're having Elaine on later on as well, that originally I used to think water was a journey you went on to discover life once I woke up to it. But then I realized it's a journey of remembering life, and it teaches you where we need to go. And our lost connection to water, there's a magic point on that journey. And a lot of us on water stories, we've heard to, we're all on that, at that magic point. And at that magic point, it becomes, you tap into the pain of the waters and tap into the pain of the indigenous communities who have known this for ages. It becomes incomprehensible to even think about polluting water. In fact, the word pollution is inconceivable. And that's where we are. It's like, wow, it's almost a wake up there. Look what we've done. How do we get here? And you've answered so many questions and given so much beautiful. My question for you was really, what message can you share for the waters, for the world to listen? And how can we then use that to serve generation come? But you've answered that in many ways. I would love you to come back and we can go for a really, really deep dive on all of this. And I hope there is some hope for the future, because the generations we're coming, we have some youth on, and they're doing some very special things, and they've worked this out as well on their own. And it's our role is to make sure that these generations behind us have to have an education and an experience of what water's true nature is.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm glad you said diving into it, because I wrote something down just before you said that. I said, sometimes when you dive into unexpected waters, you never know what is at the basin of the flow. And it stayed with me just before I came on. Isn't this something? And I believe we're coming to a closing near soon. Am I correct?
We are, yes. But we'd love to go out in a blessing.
Yeah, appreciate the next speakers in that there, because I believe you're just getting all these little drips of information that is going to fill your cup of water today to really make you see a newer tomorrow, to be a little bit more aware and appreciative of really what life is about. Because you got to remember also is that this body is a plant. And if you harm that water and you put harmful waters in you, you can imagine the disasters, what's going to happen. So when we say water is life, and when you stand up for the rights of those waters and out there, you are standing up for your own rights to live in this world healthy. So I'm going to use it with a closing. And I am so honored to be in this beautiful circle that is happening today, and I believe throughout the days to come. So thank you, Jeannie Gwit, for inviting me on.
Thank you very much. Your presence here is immense. Thank you very much. We have 1 or 2 minutes to say a prayer. If you wanted to go out with that small prayer. Or if it's...
And are you speaking to me? I'm sorry.
I am. Yeah, I am. Because we got the last speaker, we're just pushing it back. It's so valuable. So there's always time for prayer.
Chimigwich Gikimani Chimigwich Creator, as we look to the 4 directions, to the sky world, to the earth world, we ask for you to remind us to awaken our inner spirit, to push that empowerment button. Through this empowerment button, may we use the voice that we speak with today, be that energy box that we may be able to fulfill all the ones out in this world that are walking within a silence, not knowing where they're going. What we want to do is help fill and nourish that, and let it be through water. Let it be through a clean filter of water, not the liquids that are tarnished, not the alcohol, not the drugs and the stuff. Let it be with that water, that memory, so it may awaken their spirit, so they may walk in a good way. May this day move forward. Chimigwich, Chimigwich, Chimigwich.
Aho. Thank you very much for your service to the water and your wisdom. I will really be humbled to continue this at another water story when we can.
Oh, yes. And many tobaccos go to all the water protectors and land and air protectors as we speak today. They're facing such hardship, and they're doing it for us, all of us. Miigwech, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Such beautiful wisdom. It's important to embrace the silence afterwards, to let the wisdom immerse within our souls and allow us to enrich us. It's absolutely true. It's our cup of water is going to be full and flowing. Very exciting to have our next guest. I'm going to play a little video as an introduction, because we go from the beauty of sound and we go from beauty of prayer and ceremony into the sound and really the effects of what that is, not only into the human body, but how sound can be made visible in our bodies, and what is that actually telling us. So please give me 2 minutes whilst we play and honor this next one. Few technical things. We had a few technical things today, but there we go. All coming. Time to tell a story, and we move into the world of sound with my great water brother, John Stewart Reed. Welcome to Water Stories, John. Let's see if you're there. We should be there. And whilst we're waiting for John to come on, we're talking about making sound visible in pure water and the spiritual jolt that occurs when seeing sound made visible by direct ocular viewing of the water through the CymaScope instrument. Now, John Stuart Reid is a pioneer of sound, and he's on a mission to educate and inspire the world in the field of cymatics. Now, the CymaScope, shall we say, if we think about the telescope and what that brought us, and we think about the microscope, what that has brought us, now we're into the CymaScope, and John is the inventor of the CymaScope. I'm so great to have him. He's a great friend, a great brother. John, welcome to Water Stories.
Thank you. I'm really delighted and honored to be with you today, Matt, and with all of you.
Thank you. And you're in the lab right there behind you. So we can see it all in action. It's always great to see what's going on there.
I am indeed. And you can actually see the CymaScope instrument just over my shoulder here, this lovely instrument here.
And that's what we've just been seeing in the video we just seen. So tell us a little bit about the video. What was that for? And also, as we're on that, let's talk about the CymaScope and what it's revealing to us.
Well, sure. You know, you used the word magic just a few minutes ago, and I'd actually like to share with you a little bit of the magic of the CymaScope instrument, which I think you know uses only pure water to make sound visible. So the way I'd like to describe this for everyone is to talk a little bit about Robert Hooke, you know, the famous English scientist. It was in 1665 or around that date that he published his Micrographia book, which contained the very first illustrations of a microscopic world that no one had even suspected to exist, certainly not the scientists of the day. And even though he made such beautiful illustrations of microscopic creatures, for example, the scientists of the day looking at these beautiful illustrations, couldn't believe, most of them could not believe that that world existed. Of course, it's invisible to the normal unaided eye. And it was only when he actually invited these disbelievers, you know, to his lab and to peer down the microscope with their own eyes did they become believers. Of course, you know, seeing is believing. Once you see it, you believe it. And even though, you know, we have, with the CymaScope, we have published a lot of different videos, including that beautiful video of Beethoven's Piano Sonata number 8 made visible. By the way, on my screen, it was rather jumpy. I don't know how it was for everyone else, but that sometimes happens with video and on Zoom and so on. But anyway, if it was jumpy for anyone watching it, please believe me that it is really beautiful to behold. And what it is, these are the imprints that sound makes on water. In this case, Beethoven's beautiful Piano Sonata number 8. So all those periodicities, all those vibrations in his beautiful music become transformed in the water, and they become visible basically as periodic ripples on the surface of the water, and indeed not only the surface but the subsurface of the water as well. In other words, sound, and in this case music, has the ability to organize within a fraction of a second all of the random movements of water molecules and bring order, bring form from formlessness, and also bring beauty if the sound that we're referring to is beautiful, which of course it is in the case of Beethoven's wonderful music. So all of those images that you saw, many of them appear to be like computer generated, you know, CGI, kaleidoscopic-like images that have been created by someone on a computer. No, these are real imprints created by the music, imprinted onto water. And the importance of this from every person's point of view is that, of course, our bodies are comprised of a very high percentage of water. So we have visceral waters, you know, waters surrounding all of our organs. We have water inside our cells. And also the other aspect to cymatics, this, you know, relatively new science that's emerging, is a very simple principle that when you have sound and you have a membrane, then by the laws of physics, there has to be a cymatic pattern, or some scientists would call this a Faraday wave pattern, but it's the same, it means the same thing, basically, a pattern of energy, pattern of acoustic energy that's imprinted onto the membrane. And so all around us, all of the time, these patterns are appearing and disappearing, of course, as the sound comes and goes, but also even in our visceral waters and even on the millions or trillions of cells in our body, these patterns are occurring all of the time, and they have medical benefits, actually, if the sound is beautiful. Equally, of course, if the sound is not beautiful, then there are adverse aspects to ugly sound, which we don't have time to go into today. But certainly the work that I've been conducting for the last 2 decades actually has shown this very, very clearly. So coming back to this idea, of the scientists peering into Robert Hooke's microscope, the same sort of thing has happened for me with developing the CymaScope instrument. In other words, a significant level of disbelief among scientists that these beautiful patterns have any actual value. But first of all, before we come to that, I'd just like to say that for me, even now, after all of these years peering into the CymaScope, into the water of the CymaScope instrument and seeing these absolutely gorgeous patterns, I still, even now, get a sort of spiritual jolt. In other words, it feels to me as though I'm looking into the very heart of all that is, the heart of nature, the heart of the divine. So I never tire of it. But coming back to this idea, that some scientists have kind of, just not believing that it has value. I'd like to give you a couple of quotes here. The first one is from Nobel laureate Professor Brian Josephson, who said this. He visited the lab, our lab here, by the way, and he said this: organized dynamical behavior is more the province of biology than of physics, and will require different tools of investigation than are standard in physics. The CymaScope is not just a new scientific instrument, but new science as well, and I suspect a new field of maths. And I think the reason he mentioned mathematics is because what we see as great beauty when sound is imprinted onto pure water is in fact extremely difficult to model mathematically. It has never been achieved, by the way, but I think one day it will be achieved. And just a second quote, this one is from Professor Sungchul Ji, who has also visited our lab here. And in his book, The Cell Language Theory, he says, we can view cymaglyphs, which are our name for visible sound images, as hieroglyphs of the 21st century, representing a new language written on the Rosetta Stone of water. And I think that's, so powerful, so profound a statement, and feels so right to me. So this combination of sound and water, pure water, is what the CymaScope instrument is all about. Nothing can prepare us, nothing can prepare anyone for seeing sound made visible, for the first time. It is a really, for me, it is a spiritual experience. Well, I just wanted to also mention just some of the many sciences that you can study with a CymaScope instrument using pure water. So obviously the first one is water science, but also seismology, asteroseismology, cardiography, electromyography, hematology, musicology, neurophysiology, oceanography, ornithology, phonology, physics, quantum physics and sonocytology, and that's just a very small
what have you
sample,
started
actually.
here, John? What have you started here? You've opened up. This is the box of magic, and I'd like to kind of end on or close, shall we say, on asking the question: where is sound not? It's everywhere, and it's we talk about what happens to sound as well. We've got so much to explore in this subject matter because it changes our thought on evolution, on creation, on biology, medicine, music, medicine, that even looking at our consciousness as well. It's what you've created here is something that can be used transdisciplinary, multidimensional, and it pervades consciousness as well. So what a magnificent invention. And like you say, every time I see one of your videos or one of the seismoglyphs, there is something within you that just awakens, opens the soul and going, wow. And that's simply that, isn't it? And you kind of embrace the mystery and the water kind of informs you that what a magical journey you can go on.
It is indeed a magical experience to see sound made visible. And we are developing a low cost, easily accessible seismoscope, portable instrument that will be available in a year or so's time. And then hopefully many, many more people will be able to experience the magic of sound made visible in pure water.
John, it's such a pleasure to speak to you again. I look forward to seeing the lab another time and seeing you in person. And I look forward to bringing on. We're going to have a deep dive and tell many more water stories. And
it's been a great pleasure. Thanks so much, Matt, for inviting me.
Have a beautiful day. Thank you, John. Wow. Okay, time to tell a story. We're going to the beautiful Athenian mainland, and we're going to be speaking to Aspolia Papademiki, and we are going to be talking about In Flow We Trust. Apostolia is a magnificent performance artist. She's a teacher and healer, and she is devoted to learn from the water and be like water in every moment of her life. She was the creator of the first underwater performance in the world. Mm-hmm. Unbelievable, stunning performance with an underwater audience. And in a few years' time, it might be next year, we'll talk about that. We're going to be doing it live as well. And the stories that came out of that with some of the dancers, even disabled, and how she taught everything, it's just she's a remarkable being and performance artist. Apostolia Yassis, welcome to Water Stories.
Thank you so much, Matt, for the invitation. Thank you, everyone. And thank you for being right after John. So I will just take it. It's so impressive. I'm an experiential person. I like to experience things. This is one thing I want to share with you. And the second one, I believe in remembrance. So I believe that all the knowledge and everything that we discover is here for us so we can access remembrance through the water. And I work with the body. So I would like you to join me in an experiential talk, let's say. So please think or feel that we are 70% water in our bodies. That means all the billions of cells that we contain, they have 70% water inside. So I invite you in every exhalation, very simply, to make a humming sound like Matt, thank you for joining. And imagine we're going to do it together for 1 minute, that this humming sound is calibrating, has a ripple effect of calibration in the water inside every cell of your body. So there are no stagnant waters in your body anymore, but all the waters in your body unite together. We're going to do this for 1 minute. So the resonance of your own humming breath affects the waters in your body. We do it together. Hmm.
Mm.
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 Hmm. And just close your eyes for a second and feel what this sound. Of course, we should do it for more, like 5 minutes or 10. But imagine that through Zoom, me and Matt, because he's the only one I see, we almost synchronize together this humming sound, which means we calibrated our waters. Imagine a huge circle of people humming together, just this resonance. And you can open your eyes. And now I invite you to bring your palms just in front of your eyes and look at your palms. And all together, so I cannot see you, but you can see me. And you can visualize that there is a drop of water in one palm, and this drop of water is the spirit of the water. The spirit of the water takes any form, is in constant flow. Okay, it always flows, is eternal, and carries all the wisdom. And I'm going to put the Piano Sonata of Beethoven number 8, and we are going to dance with the music this drop of water, or this drop of water, the spirit is going to dance our palms, between our palms, and you can allow this to go through your body. But before we do that, if you have a glass of water, I just learned very lately that if we put water in our face, immediately it activates the instinct that we have to float on the water. We have it when we are in the womb of our mother, we have it when we are born. So please put some water in your face, and this activates immediately the relationship that we can float on the water and we can become one with the water. And I'm putting the music, and just allow the spirit of the water, this one drop of water that carries all the qualities of the water, to dance with your palms and dance your spirit. So you can just move very slow with this drop of water between your hands and really see this drop of water. Feel this drop of water. yourself just to flow. All your cells to dance with this drop of water. And slowly we're slowing down. And close your eyes and come back to the humming sound. The and feel the liquid self you. Feel the crystalline being you. Feel how this humming sound resonates in all the cells of your body. And unites you with all the waters of the planet. With no effort at all. Is the natural breath that is bringing us back to the remembrance that we already know we are water. And you can open your eyes and see how you see in your room, how you feel in your body. Thank you so much. I just had 5 minutes, so Matt, thank you.
That's okay. Apostolia, it's you bring such divine flow in every time I speak to you, and there's such a connection that you bring, and I look so forward to having another session like this. And also we can talk about your underwater dance performance, not only the one that you've performed, and we might show it at some point, but also the one that's coming as well, which is going to be streamed live around the world. Absolutely magnificent undertaking. Blessings to thank you very much for coming into Water Stories.
Thank you so much, Matt. Thank you everyone. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Wow. Well, we go from the ancient Athenian lands to Calgary, and we're going to speak to Dr. Bob Dickinson. And Dr. he's got a tremendous bio. I can't read it all out actually, but we're going to focus on exactly because we want to really focus on what he wants to say today is all about the fluoridation of drinking water in Calgary, and that this is, there's a referendum to reintroduce fluoride in the Calgary coming in the fall, and this is something that's actually becoming quite pertinent all around the world as to why on earth do we want to fluoridate our water. So very emotional subject. Dr. Bob, welcome to Water Stories.
Thank you for having me, Matt. This is a wonderful presentation you have going on here and a hard act to follow.
Well, we can do some movement if you want, and I'm here, I'm open, I'm flowing now. I feel really coherent. There we go. You've got it as well. You've got it. This is what this is all about. It's a weave between all knowledge systems. Thank you so much. It's amazing how we can go from sound, we can go from eldership, we can go to underwater dance performance, the flow, to listen to music. And now we're going to talk about something that's delicate. What can you tell me about your journey? Yeah, there is, isn't it? And this is the only thing. This is a teaser kind of thing, and it's like I'm blown away with how much I want to talk to you about, because this is a problem that's inherent around the world, and especially in the UK. It's coming back. What is it why is it coming back? Why is this?
How long do I have, Matt?
We got 10 minutes. We got 11 minutes, say, kind of thing.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's a big problem, and yet it shouldn't be. Fluoride is one of the most toxic elements on the planet, and the new science and the new studies are showing that it's equivalent to the toxicity of lead. And we don't want lead in our water. We've gone to great pains to take lead out of our water. That's where the saying comes, get the lead out. But it's taken us decades and decades to get the lead out of the water. And it's the same thing is happening with fluoride. It's been going on for about 75 years now. And we're told time after time again by the powers that be, by the medical authorities, by public health figures, that fluoride is safe and effective. And as you know, water makes up 3/4 of our body, and water affects and is needed by every cell, every organ, and every system in our body. And so it's so important that we have pure and good and clean and healthy water. And if you add one of the most toxic elements on the planet in our water and tell people to take as much as they want for the rest of their lives, and we're never going to monitor you, we're never going to follow up with you, that borders on criminal. That just should not be happening. So I can briefly go through some of my talking points that I use when I give my presentations here in Calgary, because this is pertinent not just in Calgary, but for all of Canada. If we win this plebiscite in October of this year, it will have ripple effects all across Canada, across the United States, in the UK, in Ireland, in New Zealand, in Australia, in many, many parts of the world. But one of the things you have to keep in mind, and you can repeat over and over again, is that fluoride is only used in 5% of the world. 5%. So in Calgary, we're being made to be outliers and behind the times and not with the latest science and whatever. Well, we're in tune with 95% of the world that does not put poison, toxic fluoride or hydrofluorosilicic acid in the water. 98% of British Columbia, our province next door, does not fluoridate. Their kids' health and teeth are better than ours. 98% of Quebec and the east of Canada does not fluoridate. 97% of Europe does not fluoridate. And there's many, many reasons for that, economic, but mainly science, actually. And the science is really mounting against water fluoridation, yet the powers that be will not let it go. They're just doubling down and fighting tooth and nail to maintain and to increase water fluoridation, as they are in the UK, particularly Scotland. I know just has a big push recently to start fluoridating everybody. So it's so harmful. So maybe just go into the harms really quickly. It harms the pineal gland in the brain, which is a very core, tiny little gland in the back of our brain. But it's so important for sleep and for moods and many, many other things for immune system. It drops IQ in kids. And the last thing we want to do is decrease the IQ of our kids. And it's not just 1 point, which would be highly significant on a population level, but the newest studies out of Canada, US, Mexico are showing 3 to 9 IQ point drops in fluoridated areas when pregnant women are drinking fluoridated water. And also a tripling of ADHD, which we absolutely don't need in this day and age. So brain damage, neurotoxicity, high on the list of harms. Thyroid, fluoride is a thyroid enzyme toxin or poison. It affects the kidneys adversely, the heart, it makes bones thicker but more easily breakable. Fluorosis, it damages kids' teeth if there's too much fluoride in the body. And so the spots and streaks and brown spots on the teeth of teenagers, young kids and teenagers, are the first visible sign of too much fluoride and fluoride poisoning, fluoride toxicity. There's just so much damage that ingesting this particular element will do. Whereas if you put it on topically, then you have choice, and then you're not putting it systemically. You're putting it where it might have some effect on the teeth themselves. But to take it systemically and affect every organ, every cell, every system in the body is just beyond common sense and beyond good medicine.
Can I ask a couple of questions here?
Absolutely.
There's two things. Firstly, the origins of why we put it into the water and the myth that it might do some good. And the second thing is, what type of fluoride are they using?
Well, origins and the type of fluoride certainly are the same question, because it first came into play before World War II from the aluminum industry, and they found that one of their very dangerous byproducts of the aluminum manufacturing was hydrofluorosilicic acid. And so they needed a way to to kind of whitewash that. And then after World War II, it became more from the fertilizer industry. So those two industries have kind of colluded with the medical industry, and of course with the armed forces that needed huge amounts of fluorine gas in World War II to create the atom bomb, the Manhattan Project. So those three entities are what have really pushed for fluoride. And then of course, there is the master spin doctor of the 20th century, and his name's just escaping me. And he wrote the book Propaganda. Anyway, so they all colluded to bring fluoride and fluoridation into our medical and dental systems. So what we have now is scrubbed. It's a industrial waste scrubbed out of the fertilizer industry stacks, mostly from Florida, but no, they can't keep up with the demand in the States. So now a lot of it comes from China. So it's an industrial waste scrubbed directly out of the fertilizer stacks, goes into holding tanks, comes in trucks right to our city waters that have been cleaned and purified 4 or 5 times. And then that's the last thing that's injected before it goes to your house or home. So it's hydrofluorosilicic acid, which is called fluoride, and one of the most toxic elements in the planet that's not allowed in water, not rivers, lakes, streams, or oceans. It's not allowed in ground, nor allowed in the air. And that's what we're putting into our city waters in 95% of North America.
You know, I've been to Calgary and I've been to Lake Louise, and it's one of the places to, it is the places to see before you die. And you cannot, and it's part of that is the mountains, the waters that flows there, the exquisite purity of the waters. And then literally we go to the closest city, and that's what we do with it. Why have we got to this?
Yeah, man, like one of the native names, indigenous names for Calgary means clear running water. And it comes out of the mountains, exactly from where you were. It's just north of Lake Louise is the Bow Glacier, where we get most of our water from in Calgary. And clear running water. Why would we adulterate it with such a nasty, potent chemical as fluoride? It defies common sense. So in our drive to win this plebiscite in Calgary, we're against some very strong forces. And I like to say the pro-fluoridationists have the money, they have the support of public health, and we have common sense, the science, and the truth. So it's going to be an uphill battle for us, but we're working really hard now to educate the public, to educate healthcare professionals on all sides of the spectrum. And we expect the vote to be very close on October 18th. But we're certainly going to be outspent there. Well,
there were movements all around the world that, and hopefully that we can connect them all and become a very powerful voice, because this needs to be, you know, it needs to be addressed. Firstly, the hanging on to something that doesn't make, it's not that it doesn't make sense. It's beyond that. I haven't got the words that I really want to express of the emotion of like, why is this still continuing? And the myths that it's potentially good in some way, but put it into what is our life force, because we don't know all the hundreds of thousands of toxins that are floating around, not only what one does really, let alone the cocktail of them all. And yet when we get the nastiest of the nastiest deliberately put in there, what's going on?
And it's not needed for a single body function. We have to remember that fluoride is not needed for a single body function. So I'm trying to convince Elon Musk to take it all to Mars and leave it there. And for him to stay there too, by the way. But yeah, it's not needed for anything. So for people to tell you that it's necessary for anything, even teeth, it's not necessary. It makes teeth harder, but possibly more brittle and easier to break. So that's why the most fluoridated state in the US, Kentucky, has the highest edentulous rate, the highest missing and broken teeth. One of the reasons.
In the UK is actually done to individual councils to decide, but I think that's changing. I think the government are trying to lean towards, no, we're going to have a global, it's not a global, a national kind of, you know, addressing and thinking, there needs to be a global education, really what there is. So I look forward to addressing this and connecting with you and with other people around, not only in the UK, but around that, so we can address this through a real educational drive. And if you have our support as well, if you need any support, give us a call and let's bring you on Water Stories and let's go really deep on all of this.
Thank you. We'd love to do that because it's a human right. Water is a basic human right. And fluoride is one of the easiest things to prevent. You just say no if you don't have it, and you just turn off the tap if you do have it. It's gone.
I look forward to one day being out in clear running waters and seeing it right at the source and drinking from the source. Thank you, Dr. Bob. You've been so graceful to come and join us on Water Stories. Thank you.
Make sure you look me up when you come and we'll go out to Lake Louise.
We'll do that. Thank you.
Adios.
very
Hasta
much.
luego. Gracias.
Adios. Gracias. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Astonishing. Time to tell a story. We're going to tell a story about trees and water. And we're going to Susie Steer. Susie Steer, are you on? Welcome to Water Stories. Let me just think. While you're coming on, let's just unmute.
Hi there.
Hello. And we're going to go into one of my, I don't know what it is about water. Well, there's many mysteries about water, but when you get into water, you get into trees, you get into soil, you get into the air. You might come in through air and trees into water, but they lead you into this beautiful majesty of nature, of which trees, the oldest living beings that we have. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. And I really appreciate the enormous different contributions that have been brought forward today. And I've been so grateful to listen to a few of them. And I'm really sorry for the ones I didn't hear. I'm really sad to have missed out on Chief Sisk. And I really look forward to reviewing these afterwards.
Yeah, well, Water Stories, we'll tell a story later. It actually comes from Hawaii, where it's an indigenous, in fact, from science as well. Jerry Pollitt's going to be on later as well, where he's bringing all the sciences together to talk water, and an indigenous inspired elder from Hawaii, in fact, from Samoa, inspired me to, hey, the future is ancient. We need to weave all these together. So that's what I did. And so Water Stories is effectively a weave of all the stories. And I don't even know what's going to happen, really. It's kind of, I'm just warming up to what it is. It's kind of a launch. So let's talk trees. Let's talk trees. The glorious science of the relationship between trees and water systems on the micro and the macro levels globally. Wow, that's a huge subject.
Yeah,
Let's get into that.
All of that in the next 10 minutes, but I could just give some nice gems.
Let's do that. And I want to find out about Tree Sis as well. That sounds like a wonderful name. So tell us a little bit about Tree Sis and give us some gems as well. Let's go for it.
Okay, well, first of all, I just want to name check that trees aren't the oldest life form. So fungi and the sort of bacterial and virus kind of related stuff that came before, that trees were able to establish on land because of, really deserve a name check there.
I stand corrected. Thank you. I meant something like the grandfathers of the grandmother and grandfathers of the plant kingdom. I should have said something like that.
Yeah. Some really big plants. And then we could also just name check water as a living being as well, just for all of this. So I just being a nerd there. Tree Sisters is a women's-led reforestation organization with two kind of core goals. One is around the restoration of landscapes in alignment to the needs of trees, and the other, which means we predominantly work funding projects across the tropics, and it's possible to go into detail on the nature of those projects, but it's also the second kind of strand of our work is around social change, and that works very strongly with listening with the listening work within the feminine, and which you could see as the women, the women, or you could see as the feminine in all beings, and also you could see as the earth and many different living beings that are non-human.
Well, what a wonderful mission that is. And what is your relationship to trees? How did that emerge, and what is your relationship now, and what can we learn? How can we get that relationship to trees?
Well, I think we have an eternal relationship with trees in our anchoring in our kind of space-time coordinate as human beings on this astonishing planet. So trees have the same sort of source connection into the sort of web of life. So in a way, it's more like walking towards remembering that relationship. They are highly intelligent and communicative, and so I work with the consciousness of trees as well as a sort of bridge in some of the ways that are coming forwards through nature, but because I predominantly work through trees, then through the trees at the moment around the right relationship. And I say right relationship, not like I'm right, you're wrong, but like as in relationship that is aligned to the harmony that is implicit within natural living systems. And trees are really strong anchors and axis for understanding and access into different landscapes. And so I work with the consciousness of trees. I founded something called the Tree Conference. And I like to really put forward the science and the practical projects that are exemplars of positive ways of working.
I've had some of my deepest and most connected, moments, shall we say, in trees. In fact, one of my most magical moments was amongst the giant redwoods up near the Avenue of the Giants in Northern California. These just magnificent beings. And it was just an astonishing, I was called there, I've been called there many times, and I feel at home when I'm amongst those trees. And I cannot believe there's only, I think, 5% of them left. It's still vast what's there, but it's like, oh my goodness me, what have we done? You know, these living beings were around when the great masters were walking barefoot on the planet, and there they still are, full of their wisdom. And just to be amongst them, I had the most amazing, I was doing some Tai Chi, and it's just the wisdom that came from them. As I was open to it, I couldn't believe my eyes, and I couldn't actually believe my heart. But it was incredible, powerful beings.
And that's the wisdom that's innate to you as well. And what being in that kind of reciprocity or that relationship with trees does is helps you to align to who you really are. And that's almost like the sort of field of awareness that you step into in working with trees, and little trees as well, and plants.
Yeah, I mean, forest bathing is becoming quite popular now as well. So the experience, and people are realizing the magic and the silence, the silence that comes with the forest, although it's full of noise, but it's this natural silence that we learn how to listen properly. So it's great to see this movement. I think Shinrin Yoku, I think it's called, a Japanese term, that it's a lot of people getting more into the forest bathing underneath it. What's how can we support you? What's our?
Well, I want to just give some fun games, because it's only a limited amount of time. Everybody is very welcome to check out treesisters.org.
Great.
There's all sorts of other stuff happening through that network. So I thought I would just kind of say some of the bits that people might not know. You know, for example, very touched by Dr. Alan Rayner's description of trees as fountains of water. So you're seeing 95% of the water that a tree draws up in a day is going up into the upper atmosphere, creating our global climate system, you know, and our clouds and our rain. So as that water's going up through the tree, in relation to something that we could call phase 4 water, they're going through these tiny, like capillary-like tubes, which are purifying the water. So they're sending out purified water up into the upper atmosphere. At the same time, they're emitting a number of different aerosols. So they're not just emitting water. They're not just emitting water or O2 or oxygen, which obviously they're really famous for, but also they're emitting minute particle aerosols that are medicating the waters and creating the points by which water can gather around at an appropriate temperature to create rain. Obviously, there's quite a lot of other stuff in the upper atmosphere now, and particularly heavy metals will attract those water molecules, and that's a way in which we see being harnessed in weather engineering as a way of controlling weather systems. And therefore, the knowledge of how trees are supporting the formation of clouds and the healthy formation of purified water for crops and to rain down upon us, I think is something that's really important to highlight. I thought I might also just pick out some of the other bits around the sort of role of the way that trees are working with water. So obviously there's a lot of support within the soils in terms of maintaining the soil structures, but it also helps us to listen into and understand more fully the living soils, the mycelial structures or beings, or I struggle to call them networks, you know, lattice of the wood wide web in the soils. Again, emphasizing that relationship between trees and fungi, but you know, that part of what we see from listening into those needs of the trees to have those networks and those relationships those networks and relationships are exchanging information, healthcare, staff, nutrition to other trees and plants. But they're also adversely affected by nitrogens, excess nitrogens, which we see linked into, similarly to fluoride, the establishment of the Haber-Bosch process in World War II, and then as a very heavily lobbied method through the sort of subsidies and various other things through governments as a way of taking care of soils. And what we learn from listening to trees and their needs is that also reduces the immune system and strengthens the ability of mycelial structures to live in the soil and able to support the health and well-being of the trees. So what we see in understanding the needs of the trees is very similar to what we see in terms of understanding the needs of humans. For the things that bring health to trees are mapped very beautifully onto the things that bring health to humans, and thereby giving us a roadmap a little bit on what it is to be supporting care for the earth and living in alignment to nature's principles. And I'm just wanting to sort of flag up what a massive allyship there is in terms of landscape care and water in the trees, in the way that they can give us that sort of doorway into those landscapes.
That's so beautiful. Trees are something that I'm deepening into my relationship. I've always had a nice relationship with them. Actually, I had a wonderful, we have to unfortunately wrap it up in a few seconds, but Professor Ernst Zucker, I chatted to him some while back, and he's a wood scientist, and his knowledge, he was brought up in the traditional ways, is just exquisite. And we're talking the sensitivities of not only of trees and all plants to lunar cycles and cosmic events, but also that how each one produces its own water. Everything's a water producing being effectively. So it's so much to explore and so richness. Thank you so much for joining us on Water Stories. I do hope we can go for another deep dive and we'll go for a walk in the forest for hours, for however long it takes, and we'll talk about this on a much deeper level. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Blessings. Wow. So many richness of conversations that can happen in just telling a story about water. We're going to go over to the United States, and one of my wonderful, I'd say, mentors as well, and grandmother Elaine Groman. And we're going to be talking about a dance with life. And she's an author and educator, energy healer, intuitive. And she's also a radio host, and we've spoken before, and teaches us about the intimate relationship with Mother Earth, which is our life. And we're ether, air, fire, water, and earth. And our lives exist solely because of these powerful beings. Elaine, dear sister, are you with us? Let me just see if you're there.
I am here.
Oh, I have to do things manually for some reason. There we go.
Okay, start my video.
It comes on.
There we go. I'm here. Thank you for that kind introduction.
Well, I'm so pleased you're here, Elaine, because you've brought so many gifts into my life and to so many other people as well, and the wonderful relationships, connections we've had with both elders today, and we're in great company to have you here.
Well, thank you. If you don't mind, I took some time just before we began, and I asked life for a message. So I sat down and wrote it. And so if you don't mind, I'm going to put my glasses on and read it.
Please do. I was going to ask you, what is your message for the water to share?
We are living in a time of wonder, yet wonder remains the same. Wonder is life's invitation, the outstretched hand of spirit that invites us to be included in this mystery that we share. This mystery is life. Every life is a journey, a fantastic voyage that moves us through space and time. We are moved by creation, carried through the rivers of time and space so that we, you and I, can experience a most extraordinary gift. That gift is life. Mysterious wonders precede our birth, your birth, my birth. And if we are wise, we will discover that mysteries and wonder invites us in the moment we are born. Over and over, every single day, the waves of life move to us and through us. We are born which means we are beginning. Every time we learn something new, we are beginning again. When we see with clearer vision, we are born anew. When we step into the vast horizons of appreciation that surround our every moment. You and I are delivered into life by the mysterious substance known as water. You and I, conceived in our aquacious home, move with confined freedom as our perfect vehicle of life is formed. Surrounded by the percussive sound of the rhythmic heartbeat of our mother, our tiny body begins to coalesce into the sacred vessel we call the human body. As our human body grows, our time draws nearer, and the cycle of 280 sunrises and sunsets, having orbited through space and time, signals the time of our individual arrivals. You and I, as we are about to be born, were cushioned in our cavernous shelter, surrounded by the only substance capable of delivering us to the shores of life. That substance is water. You and I cannot exist without water, nor can we exist without the elements of life. When we encounter the partner of water, the living element known as air, we share for the very first time a sacred offering back to life. As we take our first breath, we experience the air, and as the sacred holy waters of life are gently dried from our tiny bodies, we become terrestrial beings, no longer living in aquatic substances. Without thought, we express ourselves for the very first time outside of our mother's womb. We shed tiny droplets of our private ocean, our tears, as expressions of gratitude for the journey that has just begun. As human beings, we have much to learn. It is time for us to know that we are not simply living life. We are life. We are life being lived. With every possible substance, experience, and relationship available to us for our learning. We as human beings are in a time of learning. We bathe in water, we consume water, we are vessels of water. We must learn to care for the ship and the sea that we are. For without these wonders, we could never materialize. For without these wonders, we could never learn. For without these wonders, we could never grow. For without these wonders, we could not have experiences. Water moves from the rivers and the clouds, eventually to be absorbed and consumed by every living being, including ourselves. Water is not merely a part of life. Water is life. Water is the journey, the momentum, the quencher, the comforter, and the deliverer back to spirit when this journey of life comes to an end. We will blend again with life as she moves us through the glaciers and the streams, the veins and the arteries from which we gain our sustenance. And at the last, may we each shed a tear once again, a tear of gratitude for this expansive voyage into the great unknown called life. Let the water move us inward, let the water move us outward. May water always know our appreciation. Thank you.
That's a period of silence that's needs after something exquisite as that. Thank you, Aho.
Thank you. Thank you.
What a beautiful journey. I'd like to share that at some point, hopefully.
You're most welcome to. I'd be happy to send it to you.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. So I want to thank you for what you're doing, Matt, because as I was walking around my land today, I was speaking to the water in the dew on the grass, the water that I was breathing, the water that was coming to my eyes, the water that helps my heart to beat. And we're in such an important time that we have to come together to recognize that we are one species on this one magnificent being in this very sacred time of awakening. We don't realize that for every one human living, There are at least 10 million spirits that wish that they could be in a body right now. You were chosen. I was chosen to be the ones that could be the catalyst for change, so that someday the cosmos can be populated by balanced, wise, and loving humans, not by those who are willing to destroy.
I want to thank you for reminding me that water is not a journey of discovery. It is a journey of remembering, and I've never forgotten that. And it's woken up to make me realize, and I tell other people that as well, that it is. And there comes a magic point where it's all remembering. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm so hope we can have another time together and we'll go deeper and we'll tell more stories and we'll
anytime.
And it's so lovely to hear you speak and so lovely to see you again. And I look forward to our next encounter.
Thank you.
Aho.
Thank you
Mahalo.
for all you do. Aho.
Thank you. Aho. Wow. Well, we are going with James Peters next. We are going all the way to, we're staying in the US actually. We're going down to Florida. And we are literally out of water in Florida. In fact, I think he's just north, he's not quite in Miami, but Miami obviously standing for big waters. A lot of indigenous wisdom down there. And I just want to invite James and make sure he can come on. Some 3s and imps. There we go. That should work. And John is the inventor of a wonderful, very simple, and he's an artist. He's an incredible entrepreneur. But his main mission is switch to water, and he's bringing facts and misinformed bad habits to the forefront, introducing new perspectives, costs of inaction. And he's created a simple tool. It's more than that. It's a masterpiece to help every single person to evolve from a part of the problem to being part of the solution. My dear brother James, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you. I hope that you're able to hear me.
I can see that huge, big grin, that smile. It always fills me with joy. I just want to break out in laughter. I've gone from a lame, I've got tears of joy. And now, I mean, more tears of joy. It's kind of thing to see. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for including me in this important presentation. And we're literally out of water. People don't realize that. Of all the water on Earth, only 1.2% of it is drinkable. The entire world is jockeying, fighting, and even going to war over it. Recent conversation with Deepak Chopra said that, wars were fought over religion and then petroleum. Now it's war. Now it's water, rather. It's people don't realize that what we've been doing for the last 6 to 10 decades within the last century is so grossly unsustainable that we are literally out of water. I realize the word literally is an overused word, but the truth is there is places that you wouldn't imagine that you turn the tap and dust comes out. I mean, we've run out of electricity. Most of us have had a power failure, and that's a real inconvenience. But you run out of water, it's a whole other thing. The Western Journal did an amazing article with world experts predicting the 11 cities that would most likely run out of water first. And Cape Town, South Africa was on the top of the list and basically did. And Cape Town was restricted by force to 6.6 gallons or 25 liters of water per day. And they were, they sufficed, and they were able to avert the dust faucet by doing that. But the national or the international average is north of 179 gallons a day. Where I'm presently living, they're using north of 300 gallons a day. At the beginning of the previous century, we sustained ourselves on 5 to 10 gallons per person per day. We had gardens, we had pets, we had kids, we had laundry, we cooked, we did all the normal things. Somehow it's increased to many places north of 300 gallons per person per day. And it's predominantly choices, people just making these, I think, ignorant choices. We're just not paying attention. Most of tap water comes from subterranean aquifers. And I think this is part of the problem, is that we're not seeing that it's drained down. The surface water we're seeing go down, we see lakes go down, and we understand that. But the majority is large wells, subterranean aquifers. At any rate, I've sat in hundreds of programs around the world, and the panacea, the belief has been increase the price, increase the penalties, and the consumption will decrease. Or put in water meters, which I think is a good idea, basically, would decrease the water consumption. The truth is, as population has grown, the per capita consumption has also grown grossly. It's an erroneous solution. So my belief is that we need to be reminded, we need to be encouraged. And I've created a piece of functional art, award-winning piece of functional art, which is the world's first recycling bin for water. It's called, for lack of another name, a shower pot. You can get further information on showerpot.org about the foundation that gives these away, along with other recycling efforts. Basically, it gives people an opportunity. It's a simple piece of functional art that captures, or as I prefer, rescues water that we would normally let go down the drain. And then we remove it from the shower. You know, we turn on the shower in the morning is a good example. We're not getting in there. It's cold. So millions, billions of gallons go down the drain. Well, you rescue a gallon of that, and then you challenge yourself with what to do with that gallon. And you realize all the amazing things you can do with that gallon of rescued water. It's all that I've drank in over 6 years. All of my coffee, all of my drinking water comes from what would have went down the drain. I prefer to refer to it as upcycled water or rescued water. And it's amazing. But there's all kinds. It's very simple to show you how to capture and upcycle rainwater. Mostly it gives you a perspective of just what 1 gallon does. And you'd be surprised all the things you can do with 1 gallon. And it starts to make you think, what am I doing with the other 178 a day? It's an opportunity to give everybody, anybody, everywhere that they've got recycling efforts, and most do, about 70% on average recycle, gives people the opportunity to become part of the solution rather than part of the problem. I should know who said the expression, but is rather have 1% of 100 people's efforts than 100% of one person's efforts. Well, imagine what we could all do if we became part of the solution rather than part of the problem. So ShowerPot is simply a giveaway recycling bin. It's a piece of functional art that has won awards. It's actually very attractive. It's meant to be attractive. It's meant to be kept in your bathroom where you use most of your water inside. And it's remind you, it's a constant, elegant reminder. Forget about the elitist pricing. Forget about the plastic water bottles. Forget about the fines. Where I live, the bottled water is 3 times the price of gasoline. The fines are $1,200 if you water your lawn too much. And people are using 320 gallons of water and they're running out. There's just the taps just run dry. I'm living in South Florida that gets more water, more rain than rainy Vancouver, and wells are running dry. The population is expected to double and they cannot sustain what they've got. We've got to change. Better to do it cooperatively with a little bit of effort from everybody than relying on one person to fix this problem or one government to fix it. So that's basically what I've got. And you can get more information, contact. You can get your city involved. You can get your city to give these away, showerpot.org, all kinds of information, and happy to answer any other questions.
Well, I want to give my experience of using it as well. So by the way, you know, if you've just done that for 6 years and nobody knows that you're 120 years old, and look how beautiful you are.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's great. My experience of using a shower pot, and thank you very much. You know, I was graced to kind of contribute a small portion to its design features, which is got consciousness and our understanding of consciousness involved in the design as well. But my experience of using it, I turned on the shower and put it in there like I normally do, turned around, did my normal things, came back, and it was flooded all over. It full. I'm like, well, hang on a minute. It kind of fills up in about 15, 30 seconds, if that, probably quicker than you're thinking. That's how fast it goes. And even if you just use it once to make you realize that, you're thinking, oh my goodness me, we do use up water without even knowing it. You know, a shower is 12 to 15, I think about 8 to 12, or maybe even the high powered ones, 15 liters of water a minute. That's a lot of water.
And we let a huge portion of that go down the drain, which is unnecessary.
Yeah, and also in mostly in Northern Europe, we think we have an abundance of water. In fact, the whole concept of how we use water, whether you're vegetarian or meat eaters, our water footprints is just unknown to us. I'm a big advocate of understanding our footprint, and so if we want to get our oranges from Spain or something from China or from somewhere exotic, these exotic fruits, there's an expense to be paid for this. We're importing water. We're using water from other countries, and it's not going back in the right way. The virtual water usage, the whole subject matter of our water usage, especially in the Western world, needs to be addressed. And I think you and I can get together and really do some deep dives and conversations on future water stories to say, right, let's address this. What's the way forward? And you spoke so articulate and so it was amazing. Thank you for that.
It's my honor. And I like to say that, we're not stupid, but we're ignorant. We choose to ignore the issue. We're really on some level aware of what, it is shocking what is the indirect or a water footprint. But the idea is to become cooperatively, become part of the solution, learn the love of water. We don't waste what we love, but we're literally crapping in it. And that's got to change.
Well, I think you have a video for us. I don't think we've got time to play at the moment, but we will play it on the website, and we will play it on the social media for you as well. And I think you've got a couple of variations to it. So let's just play them all, and let's put it on repeat until we get the message.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate the opportunity. I'm here to help. And there's more information on the foundation website, and I can be reached there as well.
Thank you so much. What a great mission. And let's support you. Let's bring it to Europe. Let's bring it around the world, because the more we can have the awareness of how much water we use, and have an understanding of water as well at the same time, which is what your Sherpa does in education. We can get something out of this. We can, we've got a chance effectively.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I'm anxious to be part of it. Continue.
James, blessings to you, dear brother. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
All the best.
All right. We are going into water technology as an innovation, and to see something that as a provenance has been around for 40 years. And I'm going to play a video, and this wonderful being from the United Kingdom, who's an expert in this, is going to show us the way. So takes a bit of time to set this up, but let's play this and enjoy.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Jones, and I'm standing here in the Itchen River in Hampshire. And I'm reaching out today to introduce you to a technology called Grander Water Revitalization. This technology has been around for 40 years, and I've been personally involved with it for 20 years. The extraordinary qualities of this water are that it's beautiful to drink, it's soft and round in taste, and has all sorts of implications and applications for industry and for general household use. The key distinction about this water, or about the innovation, is that water essentially has structure and it has information. And this technology utilizes both of those aspects to recohere its structure and give it new information, which enables the water to pass on that information to the water surrounding it. The result is a water technology that is like no other, and I'd invite you to watch the introductory video and look forward to speaking to you soon.
Water is my constant companion in everyday life. I drink it, I shower, clean, and cook with it. I need it for my pets and plants. Thus, I value water quality.
My father spent most of his life on water research. And one of his most important findings was that water is able to store information. It is a source of life and should be handled very, very carefully.
The 1979 invention by the Tyrolean Johann Grander, the water revitalization, has naturally provided water with a very high, stable, and biologically valuable quality. The journey of the revitalized water begins in Jockberg near Kitzbühel, at the Stephanie source, which originates 520 meters deep in the adit of a mine. The extraordinarily pure and premium spring water is gently transported to production and revitalized according to Johann Grander's natural process. It constitutes the basis of the more revitalized information water used in the Grander units and of the original Grander Blue water, which is still bottled right in the building of the family-run company.
When the revitalization is installed, all the water flows through the device. It flows past the chambers with our information water, is thus revitalized, and further distributed in the house, and can take full effect.
Devices which do not require electricity or chemicals, services or maintenance, Grandeur puts environmental protection and sustainability into practice. The team constantly works on refining the innovative products. Every day, 400 enthusiastic employees of the family-run business all over the globe demonstrate the numerous applications of Grandeur revitalized water to new customers. Lime deposits and rust buildup are reduced through Grandeur water, and the energy costs decrease. It is long-lasting and increases one's well-being from head to toe.
Customers who have experienced Grandeur can feel this and recommend us.
And the quality that I have come to appreciate with our Grandeur device, it's just like spring water for me. It feels like literally going back to the source of life.
Since introducing Grandeur water in our home, we only drink water now. Water is our preferred drink because we enjoy the taste so much.
The Grandeur water revitalization is as diverse as my life. That convinced me.
Grandeur, the universal power of water.
Well, I hope you found that video interesting. If you'd like to learn more about it, you can reach me by emailing jeremy@granderwater.co.uk and visit the YouTube website where there's lots of videos and documentaries. This technology is extraordinary, it's peerless. I have the technology installed in my home and also on the heating system as well. So much so that the quality of the water coming out of the radiators is completely clean and odorless and clear, reducing the burden on the heating system. The technology is worth exploring. It's full of magic. Speak to you soon. Bye.
Time for a water story. Jeremy Jones, are you in the house? Let me welcome you into Water Stories. And Jeremy lives in the United Kingdom, and he is a advocate and a great water brother as well, and serving this great technology in so many different applications. And Jeremy, are you there? Are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
I can. Wow, you're looking amazing. You're looking amazing.
So are you.
So we just had a lovely 5 minutes. Thank you for sharing the Grandeur story. Tell me, why does Austria produce such amazing people, an amazing connection to water, and from that, so much technologies have emerged from that neck of the woods?
Well, that's a fantastic question, and I'd be arrogant to try and answer it, other than to say that, as you and I have both experienced, we've been to the Tyrol, we've been into the mountains, and there is something magical about the mountains, about the energetic key of the mountains, and about the water that is held inside them, and about the way in which the water emerges from that extraordinary provenance, that journey, and the way, the pine trees. I mean, there are so many magical moments of collusion that go to create this magic. And of course, ancestrally, there's been, I think, a very strong connection with nature, and certainly Schauberger, as I'm sure you're alluding to, and Johann Grandeur as well, are, very dialed in and very great exponents of really looking under the cover of the bonnet of water and nature, and discovering these extraordinary anomalies within nature. And of course, that's the legacy that Johann Grandeur has come across in his work. And for that reason, as in relation, I mean, you've been doing such a brilliant job with these creating these stories. And I mean, there's been so many people, grandmother Mary Lyons talking about the quality of water and how that it's destroyed in the tap, and your other chap talking about how that seeing is believing, the somatics. I mean, we with Grandeur, and I know you've experienced it yourself, when you drink revitalized water, you have an experience, you have an epiphany. I remember when you came to the hotel and we had that open event in Austria where you met the Grander family and you bathed in a swimming pool and it was revitalized, and it was like you have this visceral experience. You have to experience it to know that the magic, that water is extraordinary. And what Grander does is it speaks to water, and then water just delivers 10 times back. It just fills me with awe every time I go to Austria, because there's that little bit of magic that you feel. When you come back to England, you realize that there's a waking people up to the possibility of creating, of the possibility that it is possible to do something with your water, to repurpose your tap water, to make it valuable, so that every drop, as James Peters said, it can be used and drunk, and so we typically filter water in the UK, get rid of the chlorine, the fluoride, and all the mischief, and then we put it through the revitalization chamber, which is a qualitative state change in the water structure. And then as a result of doing that, well, we've worked on projects together. There's that wonderful story of the restaurant that you and I worked on. The M&E company said, I don't understand what's going on here, Matt, but it's going in London and coming out Scottish spring water. I thought, well, you can't get a better testimony than someone, sort of mechanical engineer saying that, So I would just invite people to, go to the Grander website, look at the testimonials, look at the videos, look at the industrial provenance, and to start. I mean, people start. We have these little boards, little energy plates, and inside them is a cross section. That's a cross section of the board, and inside that copper coil is information water, and you just sit your jug of water on top of here, and experience the effect of it. And it starts with a journey. It starts with a journey, and you have to start small, and then just see where it feels appropriate to take it to.
Well, as we said, this whole water experience is a journey you go on, and it's a magical point. We've used that word quite a lot actually this afternoon. Magic. There's magic in everything. It's magic in sound and the atmosphere and trees and everything that we're speaking about. It's truly magical, and it's absolutely true. There is something about those Austrians you mentioned, Schauberger and Johann Grander, that they had a connection to nature, a way of observing nature. And I'd like to just add actually that the water comes from inside the mountain. You go inside the mountain and the spring emerges from within, and it's just the magic that happens, and you're inside the mountain. It's just, it's like an orgasm, just kind of being there in that, seeing water of such purity. And then, both Schauberger and Johann Grander had a multi-dimensional approach to understanding nature. Absolutely. And it wasn't just here in the three-dimensional. They understood it's cosmic, it's what we might call quantum perspectives now. And from that, these technologies and the way of moving water and literally looking at how we utilize, treat, and manage our waters, they are the way showers as to Absolutely. How we can be guided to work with nature and with technology, for that matter, utilizing principles of observation and connection Absolutely. To nature.
Well, Johann Grander, just briefly, I mean, he always said that water is a cosmic thing. And, if we imagine ourselves in cosmos, our thinking is very horizontal, but we need to think vertically, because, Johann Grander saw water as this divine connection with the cosmos and all the minerals in it relating to the different planets. And so, we are like that little proton. We are like that atom spinning in this infinite universe, and the water is informed by the intelligence.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's such short water stories, but it's so great coming into your home. Oh, it's actually, I recognize the house actually. So it's so great coming into
my mum's home,
dwelling and having a little story. Thank you so much for sharing it. Let's go deep. Let's go deep, and we'll connect very soon. Thank you, Jeremy.
Take care. Blessings. Bye.
Blessings to you. We're going to have a little exploration, and we're going to go all the way to the other side of the world, and we're going to play a little video from Veda Austin, who sadly can't be with us because New Zealand, they're asleep. But she's created a little video for us, and then we're going to come back to England and talk about some springs. So stay tuned whilst I just play with this.
Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here for World Unity Week. And what better topic to talk about than water? To me, water really is the personification of unity. It is within every single living being on this planet. It isn't in resistance to where it goes or what kind of body it will enter. It will enter the body of a human as easily as it will enter the body of an ant or a cat or a tree or the earth. It's interesting, isn't it, that when we think of consciousness, we tend to always apply consciousness within a body. We understand that we're conscious. We understand that a dog is conscious, that a cat is conscious. We understand that trees are living beings, and we can apply consciousness to everything in nature. But what does consciousness look like, and where does it come from? This is a very, very interesting question that has pondered us through the ages. But through the work that I'm doing with water, I am beginning to wonder whether water really could be a fluid, conscious expression. Water is in many different forms, many different phases. It isn't just a liquid, it's a gas, it's also a solid and a gel, and I believe it could be many more phases that we just don't know about yet. The fact that water is in the air and we don't see the air and we never think about those two things being together is another interesting thing to ponder. Mist, it's been so misty here in New Zealand lately, and I often think about that. It's like a veil, and yet it is still mostly water. So what if this fluid that we see and we take for granted, that we often just consider to be a drink or something we shower in or something that takes our waste away, what if it is so much more than that? What if water is expressing its consciousness through us and every other living entity on this planet, and potentially many more, to observe itself from every different perspective? I'm not saying that's the truth. I don't know if it is, but it's an interesting thing to ponder. And one of the reasons that I question that and I wonder that is because of the work I do with water. I am a crystallographer. Essentially, I'm taking photographs of ice. But there's something that I do with the water prior to freezing ice, and I don't just freeze water completely. I have a short-term method of crystallography, so my work only takes 5 minutes, and then I take it out of the freezer, and I'm taking these photos on my iPhone, so they're actually macroscopic, not microscopic. And what I'm seeing is that I can project a thought, for example, into my petri dish of water prior to freezing. It might be the thought of a hand, and when I pull the petri dish out of my freezer, what I will see is a hand in the ice. Sometimes it takes up nearly the whole petri dish. And I have well over 10,000 photographs of water responding in this way, not just to thoughts, but to music, to photographs, to media, to words. And the response in the ice is always relative to the inspiration or the influence. More and more and more, this way of communicating is becoming more and more sophisticated as I begin to understand water better. You see, what's so interesting, it really is something that I've started to really think more about, is that these messages in the ice, these messages from water, are also the messenger. That is the thing. Water is transforming itself into the message. And for us to truly understand what it has to say, I think it's not just about starting to realize that maybe water stores information and maybe water is responsive and maybe water is communicating, but what is water? What is water? Who is this messenger that has found this incredibly intelligent way to respond to us? What might it like to hear back from us? We're bodies of water. We're all communicating with one another. We are finding new, improved ways of communicating all the time. And nature is also communicating. And all of these things are water. So water appears to have found a way to communicate without being in a body. Perhaps that body kind of is ice. Maybe that is a kind of water body in a way, but it's not the kind of body that we would generally attach consciousness to, or the idea that it might have a conscious awareness. I know for many this might sound crazy, and I'm not a traditional scientist, clearly. I consider myself to be an artist, although, to be honest, I feel that I'm really the medium. Water truly is the artist. I thank you for taking the time to listen to me. I hope that one day we can start to realize that water is not a resource, it really is source. And water is always traveling towards source. So whenever we drink water, knowing that we are water, we can trust that water is taking us home to source. Thank you.
What a beautiful message from Veda Austin in New Zealand, who created that especially for water stories. And her work really opens the eyes of what water is, a co-participant in our role in our life, and a co-creator. Please, and she's got a new book out called The Secret Intelligence of Water as well, which she actually gives her technique of how she takes the photographs. Anybody can do it. Wonderful. So, time to tell a story. You're going to go to one of my favorite friends, my favorite water sisters is Charlotte Pulver, who does impeccable work. In fact, she's just come back from a water pilgrimage. Sadly, I couldn't make it because I was planning for this, around the Stonehenge area and getting to some sacred springs. So if there's someone who understands spring guardianship, our relation to it, it's Charlotte Pulver. And I've visited many springs with her and many ceremonies, and she's a wonderful being and advocate of many things, not just springs and spring guardianship, but the old ways. Charlotte, welcome to Water Stories.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing wonderfully. You look beautiful. So what have you been up to the last weekend? Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, we're in the solstice tide. It was solstice yesterday in all around the world. So doing one of the traditional things of visiting the sacred sites, and I took a pilgrimage, a big group of people, to the Stonehenge World Heritage Site, and we visited some of the important waterways and springs along the way of our journey to the stones.
Thank you very much for that great work you do. And apologies I couldn't make it next time. It was like connection to those sacred springs. Tell me about your experience there. What was the experience like?
With the waters, I mean, where we're visiting is we're visiting a spring called Lick Mead, and it's connected to the River Avon, and it was the waters that brought our ancestors, the peoples of Stonehenge and the Salisbury Plain, to that area in the world. They would come down on their longboats on the River Avon, and it was waters which brought them there, and before anything was built, such as Stonehenge. So, yeah, by visiting the waters and honoring the springs there, it feels very, very much connecting deeply to the ancestors.
Mm. Yeah. We just had wonderful being on Susie Steer, and she was talking about tree sisters as well. I know you have a lot of connection, not only to water, which is very significant, but you have a great connection to the land and to the trees. What is it? Why do we need to? What has happened to our relationship with our lack of connection to the land, and why is it broken? And what can we do to reconnect back? How can we get back or go forwards?
Yeah. So, I mean, my understanding is when we forget where we come from, that means our connection to the earth and our own heritage and ancestry. So you could say it like there's two forms of ancestors. You have your earth ancestors, which are the waters, the oceans, the trees, the rocks, the mountains. And they're like our bigger parents, which hold us. And then you have your own blood ancestry. But basically, when you forget where you come from, both blood and of earth, then a severing of the connection happens. And it is in the deep forgetting that we become disembodied. We become more detached from our emotions, our feeling centers, and more kind of activated in our frontal lobes of our brains and less connected to our hearts. It's through the forgetting that it's created this severance.
And what are you seeing as a change going forward as to our reconnection, and how has your journey been?
How has my journey been? Yeah, it's been an interesting one. So reconnecting. All right. So I'm going to tell you a story because I often find
we love stories here.
It's the old stories that help us absorb so much of the information we could talk about, like science and facts, which is amazing. Like looking at the fine detail and how everything is made in the universe. But I think the stories also, they speak to like a deeper mind within ourselves, which is collective and ancestral. So I'm just going to share a story which hopefully might inspire reconnecting back to the earth and our waterways and inspiring guardianship. Okay, so in the British Isles, there's this, in all the old stories, so it's not a particular story I'm going to tell you, but the theme which is prevalent in all the old stories was to do with a sacred oath between the humans and the natural world, okay? And it was understood, it was like a value system. You know, people talk about value systems. It was like a code of conduct, all right? And it was all contained within an oath that you had as a guardian and an allegiance to the earth, okay? So talking about like kings and queens and monarchs, okay? So in the old stories, it would go that whoever was due to be the monarch, the sovereign on the throne, it wasn't chosen necessarily by a clan of people and like politics, you know, people, whoever's in power. It was not chosen by that realm. It was actually chosen by the earth. It was chosen by the natural world. The natural world, the earth, would choose who was worthy of protection of the natural kingdom, okay? And it would only be the earth who would know who was worthy of that, of protecting her, okay? And who was in right relationship in protecting the natural world, and for all, you know, for things to be in balance and true reciprocity, okay? And the old stories would go that like someone would have an amazing experience, like the earth would rise up in a very enchanted form to like win the heart of the king to be, all right? And when the king to be would see the vision of the earth risen up, maybe in the feminine form, and have like that vision, the king would fall to their feet in utter rapture and be completely pierced in their heart by the experience, and pledge their complete allegiance to the earth in complete protection. And there was actually a rite which happened with all the monarchs up until, I think it was like even in Ireland, it was up until 1700s. But then it disappeared, where who was gonna, you know, claim the throne before their day of crowning, they would perform a rite of marrying yourself to the earth. Okay, it was like the marriage. It was literally a rite of marrying yourself to the earth. Okay, so, and it was to do with really this really deep wisdom of like, you know, you cannot be a true sovereign, a true monarch, unless you are in true service to the earth. You know, otherwise, in all the old stories, it said if you broke that oath, then a wasteland would form on the planet. And then a wasteland would form in your own heart and all the hearts within your kingdom. Okay, so we are living in the times of the wasteland. And so how I see this story, why it's so important, is we are all sovereign, you know. All the world leaders and the monarchs, they're not in true understanding of what it means to be sovereign. And the old understanding is to be in allegiance to the earth if you are sovereign, okay? So this story is very ripe right now in remembering that we are all sovereign, and every day that we have an amazing experience to be alive and breathing on this planet, the earth and all the waters every day are beckoning us to them in marrying ourselves in allegiance to the waters and in the earth, and understanding that we are all sovereign, and to know what that really means and to really feel it in our hearts and to sit on our own inner thrones of sovereignty, and knowing as humans we are guardians to the waterways and of the earth and the natural world, and to come back into that old understanding of allegiance to the earth.
That resonates with me, and that fills my heart with joy when you say that. Beautifully articulate as ever, and someone spoken with so much truth who has that connection. Thank you for being such a Wayshow and such a loyal member of the fellowship of the Spring Guardianship. We've got so much to learn from you, Charlotte, and I hope to have you on a deep dive where we can really explore. We've got a lot of stories to say, and we've heard a lot of stories, some beautiful stories today, and thank you for telling such a beautiful one. It really touches me with joy. Every time I hear you, something new comes. Oh, so much richness comes out. So till the next time, my dear. Thank you, Water Sister.
Thank you.
Blessings.
Blessings.
Time for a water story. We're going to bring on my water brother, Michael Kraus, who's been welcoming everybody into the rooms and being all behind the scenes, but he's also a wonderful water being, and he's a co-host and founder of H2 Hope Live. I always pronounce that slightly incorrectly. And he's a broadcaster. He's dedicated to featuring international visionaries, luminaries, and solutionists, especially for water as well. So I want to welcome to Water Stories, Mr. Michael Kraus. Hello there, dear brother. Oh, that's a very seems to be a pause in the proceedings.
Oh, that works better.
We always seem to have a build up and there's this big pause or something like that. So we've got a few technical things, but we work it out. I just need to be great to see you. There we go.
Can you see me now?
I can. Look at those handsome looks. So
the guy behind the tech doesn't know how to do his tech.
Well, welcome to Water Stories, Michael Kraus. Thank you very much. You have a very powerful, I think, statement, actually. I haven't described it because I wanted it to hear it from your lips, really, to say, what would you like to talk about?
Well, first, what I wanted to do is based on our traditions here in Canada, I would like to acknowledge the unceded territories and waters of the Squamish, Shishal, Tiamin, and Klahoose nations. Indigenous people have been on this land since time immemorial, and I really want to thank the Indigenous people, and specifically the Coast Salish people, for their contribution to the land and for their ancestral lineage. And I'm so blessed to be here on this coast in Canada, on this land, and I deeply bow to your wisdom and to your knowledge. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Second, what I would like to do is for us to maybe all raise a glass of water to really be with it and feel into it and take a quick sip of it, not a quick one, but an intentional one and a deep one, and let us honor the water for what it is. What I actually wanted to talk about is a little bit of a personal story. I had a beam of light come into my body about 15 years ago that completely changed my life. And what I experienced with this beam of light was a complete transition in terms of what I saw, how I experienced the world, and how I interacted with the world. And after that incident, what I really wanted to do is I wanted everybody to have this a similar or the same experience, because I really felt empowered. I felt a different level of consciousness. I just felt everything had changed around me. I could sense my relationship to everything. So what I first did when I came back to Canada is I went into church, and for the first 6 months, I was sitting there in sermon every Sunday, and I had tears streaming down my face because I could hear the truth in the words and in the silence in between the words. And I was looking for answers within the church. I was looking for an explanation. What had happened to me? Why did it happen to me? But most and foremost, how could I have other people experience exactly what I experienced? Because I think if that experience would be broadly available, then we would have a different planet. And so, long story short, over the last 15 years, what I experienced is that water has that same capacity. We don't have to wait for a light beam to come into our bodies anymore. We can simply allow ourselves to remember our relationship to water, to forge a new understanding of what water truly is, recognize its intelligence, consider its consciousness. And I think that water holds the key to a transformation of humanity. And there's a term that we've coined in the World Water Gathering at the beginning of the year, where we said all solutions for humanity are found within the capacity of each and one of us to connect to water. And so I believe if we truly starting to connect to water and see it for what it is, beyond the chemical component, beyond just the fluid that we might consider hydrates us, but to really see it for what it is. And I've come to the understanding that, to me, water is consciousness, but water is almost God. God is water, water is God. There is no, and I don't mean to conceptualize it, because it goes beyond the concept of it, but we are all vessels of water. And once we start to recognize that the water within me flows within the water of you, and vice versa, we are going to be able to open up a whole new conversation as to how we're connected and what our relationship to one another actually really is. And so this is why I love water. I'm fascinated by it. It's my mission to create a deeper understanding of what water really is. And the lady that is going to come after me today in our list of speakers, Jen Isabel Friend, she was one of the key components to project me into a completely different level of water, and she made me start to realize that water is actually observing me. And so once we start to realize that water is observing us, we also have to realize that everything around us are vessels of water, and everything around us is observing us. And now being able to actually see that connection point between me and the trees and the birds and the rivers and and everything is such an uplifting, such a beautiful experience, that this is really what I want to share. I want to share that potential that is within each and one of us. And if I can bring it a little bit into a political realm right now, we hear a lot about a new reality, and that we should accept whatever is going on globally as a new reality. I'm not ready to settle for a new reality unless we have truly explored our full human potential. Once we've come to that point where we experienced our true human potential, then I want to settle for a new reality, but not before. Aho.
Aho. I want to thank you for coming out with that line. All solutions for humanity are found within a capacity for us to connect to water. Because as probably one of the visionaries behind the World Water Gathering, there was no, like, what is it that captures it? And you came in an instant, captured it. That's it. And this is where we've had a great brotherhood since then, of someone who really understands water from a divine point of view, and understand its complete, its potential, and the fullness of human potential will only be realized when we can all connect back to water. And one of the things we've been resonating with and discussing today is relationship to all things, all beings from all different walks of life, from technology to eldership to prayers to ceremony. And I want to honor you for being such a noble being and honoring the lands that you're at, doing what you're doing. And I look forward to creating more wonderful connections and relationship in the future.
We will.
And you're just going behind the scenes here. You're just going behind the scenes here. And we're going to listen into the beautiful Jen Isabel friend in a minute. Thank you. I want to honor you. Thank you very much, Michael.
Thank you.
Time for a water story. We're going to Costa Rica, all over the world. We've just been in Vancouver, and we're going to Costa Rica, and we're going to, as Michael said, the very delightful, very well researched advocate of water, educator of water, someone who's driven a great connection and relationship to water, is Jen Isabel Friend. Welcome to Water Stories, Jen.
Thanks so much, Matt. It's really a pleasure to be here.
Yes, I see you as I resonate with everything you're doing, and you're doing such a wonderful task of advocacy and education. We know that there is very little education out there in water, and you're fulfilling this huge, huge role. What are you researching at the moment? What's your, I know this is such a deep subject, but what's your favorite thing to discuss right now? Where is it? What's really calling you?
That's such a great question. I think for me, the most exciting thing about water is where spirit meets the physical, where the unmanifest meets the manifest, and the ways in which water acts as a mediator between the human and the divine. And what's really interesting to me is the recent discoveries in the quantum nature of water and the electrophysics of water that give us little glimpses into exactly how water is able to do this. And it's a capacity that, indigenous people have pointed towards and spoken about for countless generations. Since the dawn of humanity, it was understood that water is the purveyor of prayer. And as Westerners with our typically logical minds, we want to understand how that works, right? So a lot of my work is taking, just finding where spirit and science meet and introducing people to the magic of water through sort of more of the left brain. So I thought what might be interesting for us to go into today a little bit could be to come in through the left brain, talk about some really fascinating and mind-blowing numbers, then go a little bit more into the esoteric and quantum side of things, and then really ground that into our bodies. Like what are the implications of that for us as bodies of water?
I like that. It's a beautiful plan. We can calm the rational mind so the heart opens and allow the wisdom to really pervade everywhere. Go ahead.
Fantastic. Okay, so let's start with water's memory. I've been so enjoying everyone's presentations so far, the ones that I've been able to catch this morning. And the word memory and remembrance is coming up so often. And actually the root of that word is Greek. Mem actually means water, and water carries the remembrance of everything. Its journeys all throughout the entire universe and all of the pockets and phases of the hydrological cycle here on Mother Earth. But how exactly does she do this? You know, Theodore Schwenk, one of my favorite water researchers, he says that water is actually the sensory organ of Mother Earth. The sensory organ of the earth. So she is always feeling and touching and smelling and tasting and seeing and hearing and sensing everything around her. And she's able to do this because every cluster of water molecules, every cluster of H2O molecules, which range, you know, they differ in size and intricacy anywhere from about 3 to 60 molecules per cluster, but each cluster has around 440,000 panels on it. Now that's just the smallest unit that we've been able to measure with our scientific instruments. If we were to actually have stronger instruments and measure each one of those panels, we would see that each one of those panels actually fractalizes down into smaller panels. So it's probably an infinite fractal number of panels that water has, but at least 440,000 per cluster. And each of those is responsible for sensing, storing, transmuting, transducing information about the environment, all kinds of electromagnetic frequencies and signals, auditory stimuli, visual stimuli, etc. So let's think about a computer for a second. You know, Rustum Roy called water the world's most malleable computer. So if we think about a computer, all of the information on the internet, it's all ones and zeros, right? It's binary. But if you look at the way that water is set up, there are 6 valence states of oxygen within H2O. So if you scale up, instead of binary, just ones and zeros, if you have all of the valence states of oxygen, which are, I think, like -2, -1, 0, +1, +2, blah, 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 and you scale that up, you do the math on it, it means that water is capable of storing over 1 billion times more information than even the world's most advanced computer. Now that's in every single molecule, 1 billion times more than the most advanced computer. So that's kind of astounding just in and of itself. But what's more astounding to me is that for every little bit of information that water senses, she's then emitting vibration. Again, she receives, she stores, she transduces or transmutes. That just means that she's able to shift one kind of frequency into another kind of frequency. So if she receives visual stimuli, she can transmute that into electromagnetic stimuli, etc. So she can then transmute within a picosecond, which is like a zillionth of a second or something like that. Within a picosecond, everything that she receives, she can emit with a frequency of 1 quadrillion hertz. A quadrillion. That number is more than we can even wrap our minds around. If you were to have 1 quadrillion pennies, and a penny is what, the size of my thumbnail, if you were to have 1 quadrillion pennies, it would take up like 6 city blocks and be the size of skyscrapers. Okay. The highest frequency thing that's ever been measured on a Rife machine, I think, was either gold or rose oil. I need to double check, and it was something around like 300 or 500 hertz. That's really high frequency. 300 to 500 hertz is really high frequency. So 1 quadrillion hertz coming from water is mind-blowing. And the reason why she's able to sustain such high vibrational frequencies is because, and this might be my most favorite recent discovery. Are you ready for this?
Go for it.
This is the last exciting number. we can ground into some less numerical things, but this is truly fascinating to me. So photons are basically light particles, right? A photon is basically a boson, and a boson is what integrates with the quantum field. It's like the intermediary between the quantum field and the physical universe. Now, each and every water molecule is 1 trillion parts photons to 1 part matter. Now, that matter is the hydrogen and oxygen. And I mean, hydrogen is barely matter anyway. It's like the lightest particle in the universe. It's like all electrons. It's super unstable, all of that. So 1 part matter, hydrogen and oxygen, to 1 trillion parts photons. Basically, water is light. Water is liquid light. And I loved what Michael was sharing earlier about the beam of light that came through him. And it's true, water has such a capacity to transmit the information of light and the healing capacities of light. And I think when we really tap into water as liquid light, this is the future of medicine. This is really not only the future of medicine, but the future to understanding our capacities as spiritual beings as well. Because since the dawn of time, various gurus and spiritual masters have said, channel the light, you are light. And what they didn't realize they were probably talking about is that our bodies, we've all heard that we're 70% water, and that's true by volume, but molecularly, we're each 99.92 to 99.95%, but like basically 100%. 999 out of every 1,000 molecules in your body is water. So you're basically 100% water molecularly, and this water is 1 trillion parts light. So we truly are light beings. We truly are. And when we tap into the true nature of hydration, that's when we really unlock our capacity to generate our own internal medicine, our own internal fountain of youth, to really tap into the source. And this is a large part of my work lately, is really helping people discover what hydration really is. So a lot of my e-courses are about this, because most people think hydration is just a matter of drinking more water, but most of the water that people drink is actively dehydrating them. So hydration has a lot more to do with, the ionization of the water, the structure of the water, the information, the light codes that are held in the water, your body's capacity to absorb and retain that water. So the health of your cellular membranes, it has a lot to do with the deuterium content. There's just so much to hydration. A lot of lifestyle factors can actually be dehydrating us, even if we're drinking tons of the best quality water. If we're not doing certain things in our life that actually allow that water to penetrate into our cells, it doesn't really matter. So hydration is multi-layered. It's more about who you are than what you drink. And that's what's inspiring me most about water.
I think we have to wake up the fact that water is transdisciplinary, it's multidimensional. And the fact is, what we thought about hydration, we have to think transdisciplinary. We have to think multidimensional into what actually is going, what hydration truly means. Jen, I want to thank you for your services to the water. I mean, there's some big numbers in there, very impressive, but you make big numbers very exciting. Okay. And it's like, I just want them to be bigger, and the way you express them as well. So thank you very much. We've got your website where everybody can find you, and it's a source of inspiration to find out every gem of knowledge out there. But not only, as you say, from the linear mind, it comes it opens the heart as well, the way you teach. Thank you. Blessings for you, dear sister. Aloha. Wow. That's richness of information. We are going to tell a water story, and we are going to, we're going to tell a water story. We're going to forestry. We've spoken a lot about forestry at the moment in watersheds, the bad and the good. And we're going over we're going to speak to Guy Dauncey, and talking about forest practice in British Columbia and how they're causing ruinous harm in our watersheds and to local water cycles, and how can we change that. We've spoken a lot about trees and our relationship to trees, and also the relationship between water and trees. So Guy, I want to welcome you to Water Stories. Welcome.
Hi, Matt. Greetings, everyone. So I'm speaking from Vancouver Island on the west coast of Canada, which is the traditional land of the Stuminas and the Snuneymuxw First Nations, who've been here for 5,000-10,000 years since time immemorial. And I want to relate water to forestry. So let me just click into my slides and do a quick. You need to give me screen sharing if you can, Matt.
Sure. It should be. Let me just think.
No, it's not being done.
Yeah, it's. I think it's the host can do this. So, there we go. Michael, can you enable the screen sharing? Sorry, I didn't.
Unfortunately, I can't.
Oh,
so I can't
from my side.
So I can't share my slides?
Should be able to. I can't. For some reason, it's not allowing me.
No, well, we'll have to keep amusing people while we wait for this little technical problem.
Let's chat. Well, let's chat whilst we do that. It's. I can do mine, but I can't do anyone else's.
Well, while someone's sorting that out.
Yeah, let's talk it through. And whilst Michael, can you investigate that in the background?
Sorry to interrupt, but it has been overwritten by the system that there's only one person that can share at a time, and maybe if you can unshare it.
Me?
Yeah.
I can't. I'd have no control. Sorry. So to everybody, we'll get back to water stories in a minute, and Guy will give you a full water story. Don't worry. 1 second. I have no. It's not. You cannot modify the advanced sharing of these settings are locked by your admin. So it's admins doing this to us. So we can't do this. We're not admin. Why is that? We've had a few technical issues actually, Guy. All this wonderful technology.
Okay, let's assume we cannot solve this thing, and I'll talk through. I'll just talk through the story, right?
Beautiful. I'm sorry about that, but let's make it into a story. Let's go ahead.
Yeah.
Whilst we'll work some technical things in the background, see if we can contact admin, and let's show that. So, welcome to Water Stories, Guy Dauncey.
Thanks. So one of the Vancouver Island is covered.
Sorry, let me just quickly interrupt. I made you a co-host, Guy. So now you should be able to share screen.
There you go. That's what's needed.
That's what it is. All these admin.
Bingo.
Oh, that's funny. Great. So we start again. Welcome, Guy. Let's go for it.
Yes. Thanks, Matt. So I live on Vancouver Island. I've written about 10 books. This is my most recent. It's called Journey to the Future. It's a fictional visit to the year 2032 when we've done all these amazing things and live in a better world with characters. And I'm working right now on this book on the economics of kindness, a 10-year transition to a green cooperative economy, which will be out sometime next year, hopefully. So when we come to forestry, forests equals water equals life. You clearly, the forests depend on water. They protect the watershed. They filter the water. All the drinking water we have on the island is filtered by the water. So this is Ferry Creek in Port Renfrew on Vancouver Island, where over 200 people have been arrested in the last 3 weeks by trying to protect this forest from being clear cut. It's been a huge issue over here because it's old growth forest that has been around since time immemorial, and it's ecocide or suicide is the way people see it. And the circle of water and forest and life is completely a thing. It's completely integrated. But look at this story. This is what happens when you clear cut a forest slope. The rains wash the soil away, and you can do cutting about twice maximum. Come to the third time, the soil is gone, and you can no longer regrow the forest. So this is what clear cutting looks like on the slopes of our forests in British Columbia. It's just ecological devastation, and it's causing great distress among a whole lot of people because it's breaking the cycle of water as it moves through the forest, and the cycle of life and all the biodiversity that depends on life. So this little talk has got a lot of politics wrapped up in it as well, but you can't talk water in British Columbia without talking politics. So that's what happens when the rains come down, the water gets washed off into the rivers. I was down at Cowichan Bay, and the entire sea was brown after a huge downpour of water in February this year. That is soil that's been on the land for 10,000 years, being washed away into the ocean, never to return. This is Vancouver here, what you're seeing. And the soil, the color of the water is soil being washed down from the Fraser River, from the clear cutting and forestry issues, into the ocean. So in the 1990s, a forest company near Courtenay on Vancouver Island had harvested most of its old growth forest and was now cutting second growth. The owner signed a sustainability agreement with the government, limiting the cut to 400,000 cubic meters. which is 10,000 logging trucks of timber every year. Every pale patch on this map is a clear cut. They then converted their company into an income trust, requiring it to provide an 8% return to investors. This required the annual cut to be tripled, so they dumped their sustainability commitments and began cutting far more, stripping the mountainsides bare, causing dismay among the public and the Forest Workers Union. The clear-cut land no longer slowed the winter rains. Rivers flooded, and the local water supply became so contaminated with silt and mud, the residents had to spend $125 million on a water treatment plant. The investors win, everyone else loses, all because of the desire of the investors to extract their pound of forest flesh. We as a culture praise GDP and we think GDP is where everything needs to matter, but really GDP stands for gross depletion of the planet. And the destruction of water and the assault on water that happens, and the disruption of the water cycle through this kind of assault in ignorance of nature and ignorance of nature's cycles. So this is an artistic piece of work that shows our assault on the living body of the earth. Because it is a living body, all of it's a living body, right? This is going back to the last century, our ignorance when we celebrated the destruction of big trees like this, and we had a tea party there and thought it was all wonderful, that we are so good at dominating nature, as the Bible told us, that we could do this kind of thing. In reality, we need to find what it means to live a sustainable human being, in which we appreciate the built capital, nature's capital, our human capital, and our social capital in an integrated way. Kate Raworth has written the book Donut Economics, which is getting a lot of people thinking around this new way of thinking. She says, today's economy is divisive and degenerative by default. Tomorrow's economy must be distributive and regenerative by design, in which we're inherently thinking about water, protecting water along with all of nature and all of biodiversity and the whole climate crisis. Elizabeth Sartouris is an evolutionary biologist who says it's time for humans to reach the mature cooperative phase. I think of us as being like teenagers, as a human sort of species, and we're going through that teenage era of being so full of ourselves and our power and our muscles and our racing and our sprinting and our competition. And we've got to calm down and say, okay, let's work together because we are making such a mess of the planet by not cooperating. We got to move from a worldview based on ego to a worldview based on eco. And this has to start throughout childhood. So George Eliot, the writer, said, we could never have learned to love the earth so well if we had no childhood in it. So for our children to understand their role in nature and how water plays such a critical role in this is so important. And it's a political choice. We can talk all the spirituality we want to, we can talk about water having consciousness, but if we don't have political choices on this, the dominant regime will continue between business as usual or harmony with nature, which we restore the hydrological cycles, the biodiversity cycles, and the natural climate. And that's my personal website, thepracticalutopian.ca, where all my work is stored. And I will stop sharing and allow us to have a brief conversation here.
Powerful stuff. Thank you for bringing in actually something, the action that's needed. It's very, very powerful. And yes, this is what Water Stories is about, weaving all the stories in and let's finding the solutions to be in harmony so we can understand nature's rhythms and cycles and work sustainably to that. It reminds me of one of the what's written in English law. It still is there today, 18th century, the commissioners of the English law, that man has every right to dominate nature. And it stems from this separation, this severance, which we even went back to one of our earlier talks with Dr. Sharon Blackie, of this severance from the waters and this patriarchal kind of dominance over nature. And then it's written in law and it's still, and so it's been inherent in our upbringing that's where we are and we're still there. It's still in that law. And so that was then exported around the world. What a great export that was. And so we see the destructions going on today. So I thank you for bringing that to all our attention and writing such amazing, very powerful words with what you're bringing together. And it causes me dismay when I see images like that. I'm sure it causes everybody dismay.
Yeah, they are causing distress across Vancouver Island and across the whole of Canada at the moment, that we have these old growth trees. The old growth forest is the natural condition of all forest. And the trees will grow up to 600 years old, 1,000 years old. And now they're being treated like a harvest. Take the resources and extract it. They call natural resources. And in the area where I live, which is private forest lands, the forest has zero ecological protection. So water is not even considered an issue in most of the forested land, just in the riparian areas next to a creek, but not any of the wider watershed. But I do believe that this is the most critical decade in the history of our civilization, and that there's a great awakening happening as people combine the climate crisis combining with the biodiversity crisis, the affordable housing crisis, and the COVID crisis, and the crisis of inequality and injustice are all coming together. We have a great opportunity in this decade, I believe, to sort of push through some really big changes, because if we don't, we're really screwed, because the crisis coming from the climate end and the biodiversity end are getting very dire. Yeah, so it's the positive side is very good, right?
It is a great opportunity, and we need to grasp. You're absolutely right. It's bringing everybody from all different disciplines together and realizing this is a cooperative phase going forward, and everybody brings a piece of the jigsaw to provide that solution.
And just to sort of, your background is of a beach. Well, on the current climate change projections, with a 2-meter sea level rise going up to, there will be no beaches anywhere on the planet by the end of this century, because the sea level rise will have wiped them out. Children will not enjoy playing on a beach. Just to drive it home, what this means, this profound change. And yet, if we change to 100% renewable energy, stop cutting down forests, start protecting watersheds, start restoring nature, we can turn this whole thing around.
I totally agree. And it really, there is a new level of awareness and understanding and education coming, and a reconnection back to nature. It's coming. Thank you for such a great work and really powerfully spoken. I'm sorry we had a little bit of a technical thing at the beginning there, but we made it through, and that's what we do. We make it through, we weave it together. I want to say thank you very much Guy, for the work that you do and for delivering it very powerful. And can we have another deeper dive on this and really get the message home in the future?
Oh, you bet. Absolutely. Yeah.
Blessing to you. Thank you for the great work you're doing. Thank you. Wow. I so love trees, and seeing that happen out there is devastating. The single tree. Time for a water story. We are going to, if a river could speak, can a river's transmission be given words? What a powerful line that is. I'd like to welcome into the water stories is Marc Dubois, who's got an incredible story and a relationship to water that I think some of us are waking up to. And Marc's been living this for decades. Welcome, Marc.
Beautiful to see you, and thank you for hosting such vital conversations at this timely part of our collective journey.
Well, thank you for joining us. And I'm just making sure, I've got you there. And I watched your little movie and your story, which is going back decades now. Tell us about your relationship, either with water or with that stretch of water. How did that happen? Just talk about relationship, because something we're learning about now is we're renewing a relationship or remembering a relationship. It seems that you had that from an early age.
Yes. I feel like we inherited a world that has been disconnected from this sacred earth. And, in studying linguistics, cultures have languages for what they see and they experience. And for me, more than 55 years later, I'm still trying to find words that convey that connection, that slow drip of water that opened my doors of perception of a different relationship. So it was, growing up, going camping and hiking up rivers and streams, but playing army and cowboys and Indians, and then falling in love with one river very slowly, the Stanislaus. And this connection, this place helped me come of age and grow me and gifted me experiences that, I still don't have language for. We can all hear and read about, oneness, we're all connected. And the very slow going back and returning to that place gifted me an experience that, it's, as I listened to Guy, I had the privilege of going up and sea kayaking off of BC by 3 decades ago. And when we drove back, it just took my breath away, because everywhere we looked, everything was clear cut. And so this challenge to me is what, especially with more and more people growing up in these dense population centers, which on one level is great, because that way we don't pave, we don't crawl over all the land like ants and chew it up, and yet without getting that experience, an embodied experience of the miracle of water, the miracle of sacredness, of life, this interconnection, was the magic and beauty of a river and its canyon that completely transformed me. And so, I could go on and on and on. And I sense you have a lot of speakers lined up.
No, we've got time. We're delayed by about 15 minutes, and let's honor the our time together. You speak about, condemned river, which become your most profound teacher. Even if the river doesn't exist anymore, it's still a teacher. Let's talk about some of the lessons from that extinguished river, if we can.
Sure. It's funny how it brings tears. Maybe it's knowing that I'd be talking with you just brings back memories of, one of the first lessons going down the river was I was really strong. I'm 6'8", so I end up fighting with, well, what do you do in this chaos? And so I broke oars because I was so strong. And the next year I learned that I could dance with it. And so that lesson has served me ever since, even though it's more tricky to apply it to human situations. But learning to dance with these powerful forces rather than being in control, perceiving we're in control and breaking oars. So that was one of the most powerful early ones. The other, eventually I started taking inner city kids down the river, but the whole time from commercial river trips, starting in 1970 to these trips with inner city kids, we've all seen people smile, but on the river, the smiles were much more profound and much deeper. And again, it's one of these things that, smile has one definition, and watching this river and its canyon and all of its life touch people's souls in ways they hadn't ever been touched, was again one of these profound contributing to this awakening. The river really taught me, there's dozens of lessons that I'm still trying to figure out how to put into words, but I'll share one last one because it's relevant to me for the times we're in. In running rivers, you run class 1 is a flat water river, and class 6 you don't run because you die. So class 5 is a very dangerous river. You can easily die in a class 5 river. And a few years ago, I started thinking, to become a good class 5 boater, you have to be able to see all of that, what appears like chaos, and you have to learn to read the water and be able to see the gargantuan hole that will eat the whole boat and everything else, or the shredder rock just under the water that can rip everything apart. And then you have to learn how to see even the small things, because if you don't see them, they'll spin you into the big one. Most of the time when you're first learning, it is easy to be obsessive on the big things that can kill you. So you to become a good boater, you have to learn how to see them, but then you put all your attention on the through line. Where's the path down? Where's the channel that you have the most graceful chance of surviving and thriving? And so to me, humanity right now, we don't even know it, but we are in the class 5 rapid of our life. And none of us have ever been here before. And so, most people are in denial that they're even in a class 5. Those who are looking are in panic and fear because they know the consequences of those. They can feel what could happen. And we have very little maturity at focusing on where's the through line. And I'd add that when you're paddling together, if somebody on the other side of the boat does something I don't understand, I have to trust they can see something from their vantage that I can't see. So rather than wasting time going, what did you do? I have to trust them. And if I make a mistake on my side of the boat, rather than people yelling at me, now we're going backwards. Still, how do we focus on the through line? And so to me, we're at this, rivers have this great teaching, water flows downstream. And now we humans get to remember that we're all in the same boat together, and it's time to look at the through line together. And we're going to learn on the job training with everything we do, because humanity has never been here before. And how do we get to now learn to live with this sacred, magic, fluid source that is life? The beauty of your work just stuns me, reminding people of the greatest love story that's never been told, that how do we hold every single drop with reverence? It's, the miracle of life is only because of water. And so thanks for your pioneering and getting stories of water from the mind to the heart and connecting them and letting them flow out in the world. So deep gratitude.
I felt your emotion as well, reliving that story. Thank you for reminding us. And yeah, water is the greatest love story, and it's never been told. And funny thing, I actually have been in some class 5 up in Alaska and down the Nile as well. And yes, it's a rough ride. And I think just about everybody went out of the boat, but we didn't have the skill sets and the tools then that you can guide and everything. So thank you for being having a beautiful relationship and sharing it. And please come back to water stories, and let's tell a deep story, and let's navigate those waters and work out how to do that. Thank you very much, Mark.
Yeah. Big hugs, much gratitude, much love.
Big hugs. Thank you very much. Wow, it's emotional, this, telling stories. Well, yeah, let's tell a story. We're running a little bit behind time, but that's okay. We are going to go and talk about the world water community in some respects, but how water shows us the way. We have a brilliant scientist next, Evelyn van der Kratz, my Dutch water sister. And she is a brilliant researcher, as I said. She set up the World Water Community. It was a very powerful platform for all of us to come together and present what we're doing. The list is enormous, and it's a powerful platform. So I want to welcome to the Water Stories is Evelyn. Evelyn, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Wonderful.
I cannot start my video.
Oh, we've had a few technical things. I've kind of got used to it in some respects.
Yeah,
the waters. We're in the class 5. We're not quite class 5 rapids at the moment. We're in kind of like class 4. We're being chucked out a little bit, but we can handle it. We can show us the way.
You definitely can.
So, water shows us the way. Why can't we see your beautiful features? See if
I cannot start because the host has stopped.
Oh, there we go. For some reason, somebody asked me to do some things. Anyway, my apologies. We are running a little bit behind it. There we go. Thank you very much. Water shows us the way. How do you mean by that?
For me, it started a while ago, of course, the journey with water. But in that whole journey through science, it actually showed me through science and the efforts we were doing there that we need to start to collaborate, and we need to do something completely different, because like the previous talker said, we need to really go from the mind to the heart. And there are so many things we don't know about water, or do know about water, but just can't measure or whatever. So the journey was a little bit different than like an awakening, but it's just a real revelation doing these hard scientists experiments and trying to get the measurements devices to show what we feel we should be seeing. So it's funny. Also, I actually started with medical imaging, so where the MRI machines are being used, and nobody ever really talks about the water. I mean, in that time, but it's mainly about the water there. So it's the proton spin in the magnetic field showing us what is happening in our body. And I am so amazed how we can be blinded by some perceptions and our old ways of thinking. yeah, and then to the biophoton image research that we did, where yeah, of course, we are light bodies, just like Jen Isabel also just said. Yeah, and then you want to measure that, and add devices to measure the ultra-weak photon emission, and we go into a certain range. But yeah, all the time you think this is not complete, this is not it. It's just a certain range we're looking at. Yeah, and then while doing that, we realized water is the key. Water is the key. So let's study water, and we have all these vitalization devices, and we want to measure the effect of these vitalization methods on water. Then you go into the study of information in water, or how do you study homeopathy, for example, or the effect of a device. And in that time, yeah, you start with an experiment. You extract the water, you just look at it out of its context in some sense, and you put it in a machine, and you hope your setup will show what you are thinking and wanting to show. And all the time, yeah, you realize that actually, well, eventually we realized that, and we felt, because that's the case, but that water is in contact with the environment continuously and always interacting and interchanging, that we are influencing the experiment and the outside world. And yeah, trying to find different ways to measure that, and seeing that, of course, water touches every discipline, and we need to really collaborate with other experts. And that's what I'm saying. Water leads us the way. I mean, don't try to measure me. Start collaborating. Start to share your resources and your knowledge, because the labs I worked all ran out of money. It's just not easy to make a private lab sustainable, especially if you study water, because it touches everything. So water was, I mean, telling me you need to start collaborating. You need to share the knowledge, and then still there will be no measurement device to measure at all. So yeah, that's why the need and the wish for this World Water Community, where we can come together with wisdom keepers, as well as the scientists, as well as the inventors, the entrepreneurs, together to also bring already into practice what we know. Don't wait for science. Of course, build the science together, that too, join, but also just bring it into practice and start sharing our resources, our knowledge, but also our healing. And that's a dream that I would see coming true. And it's happening. We've been working on it for a year, and water shows us the way. There was no money for the lab, so I've got time to do this. and water has brought me to so many people that are so much connected to water, in the sense that I dream of. And that's the mind to the heart, and this connection that I think this journey we need to go through all. How better than by doing it together?
Yeah, I said to Jen, we're ingrained having a kind of a linear, kind of measurable approach to everything, but when we calm the rational mind, the heart opens, and that's when the real wisdom. That's when water starts we become a participant with water as opposed to an observer. And it's something that Veda Austin in a crystallography technique has learned, that we're a co-participant in the water one. If you try and analyze it, it's an intelligence behind it. It doesn't like it. It'll show you the way instead of how to cooperate, collaborate. It's just absolutely incredible. So what I really love what you're doing with the World Water Community is you're very passionate to support and connect every water steward who's sharing this purpose, and to really assist in freeing our water to unleash its full potential to heal the world. So again, you have a background in academia, but very much a heart-opening mission as a result of the journey you've been on. Can you just explore a little bit of that, perhaps?
Yeah. My real passion is, of course, to free everybody's passion, I guess, is also to free themselves. So it's also me. But if you look at the waters, just like also the rivers or the water in the pipes or whatever, we need to just free the water, but it's we need to free ourselves. We need to unleash our full potential, but also its full potential. Because if we free the waters in ourselves, our planet, and our body, I think we really can come to quick solutions, and also we can just the flow of water and of life, and that's my dream. If we can just live life in this free flow of connection to the consciousness field and water, and feel this continuous interrelation and the resonances of all the different coherence domains. If you want to talk about it, we just need to come together in these domains as people, but also give water these free flows to create them again. It's all we are blocking in all kinds of ways. So that's why I say free our potential to heal the world. And I know that is also the same for many other water stewards, in the sense that also people wanting to help and do something for water, and many reach a certain point that they say, and this is where I can come, and now I need collaborators, because I need to go to the next step in my solution or my action or just anything. And this is also to create a way to a channel for everybody to flow into the next step in their own project. So it's like taking off dams everywhere, and that would be great.
It's a brilliant platform, and you're speaking on it on Thursday in the same World Unity Week. So we're going to talk about that. It's a bit like water stories. It's a weave of all the knowledge systems. And where do we put it? We put it on World Water Community. That's where we gather and talk about it. So it's a brilliant platform. I want to thank you for your work, your journey. I love your work, and I love practicing my Dutch with you occasionally, however bad it is. But let's have a deep dive with and let's really express the World Water Community to what its full potential can be. That's on Thursday. What time is that?
That's 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. EDT, and I'm happy that you will be there, and many other great minds and hearts. So I wish that we can all create this platform together, because we've laid the basis now, and it's up to us all now to fit it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I've got so much to talk to you about, but next time. Thank you so
much. Bye.
Thank you. I should have thank you well.
Thank you.
We are going to the amazing Blue Continent. We're going to Polynesia, and we're going to speak to Pookie Lee. So welcome to Water Stories. Let's tell a story with Pookie Lee. How are you doing, Pookie?
I'm wonderful and so grateful to be here. I love the water stories that I've heard thus far. We're really coming together around water in a powerful way. And this is the time for us. It's so amazing.
Aloha. Aloha.
Aloha.
Yeah, I was in Hawaii, I should really say, last March. And that brought me a real sense of ohana and understanding what that really meant, and what aloha really means, and what Hawaii really means. So I have a sense, and with one of the kahus, Kalani, on Big Island, and he might be here later on, actually. So seeing you in the background there, it brings back a great memory, and it's what's guided Water Stories. Water Stories is actually born in Hawaii. So mahalo for being here. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you.
I want to talk about your title, Needs No Explanation to me. It hits me, doesn't hit me, it caresses my soul and touches and smoothes my heart. It's Water is God, the Eternal Mystery. What a beautiful title.
Well, it is true. Water is God. When we really begin our water journey and come into relationship with water, because water is present from the moment that we are conceived within our mother's womb. Water is there, creating every molecule of our body and bringing us forward in this expression of life in the physical form, held within the sacred embrace of water. And so when we are coming and when we are emerging from within our mother's womb, we are emerging from that life force energy, that creative energy of all life, the essence of divine living water. When we're born, it's said that about 99% of our body is comprised of water. And as we grow older, we lose some of that, but we don't lose all of it. We never lose a majority of the water that's held within our body. And so even as we grow old, we are still beautifully, magnificently, mostly water, comprised of this divine sacred element, right? And so that's where our journey begins, in the womb of our mother, and then we're birthed into the earth. And the first sign that we are coming is that the water releases before us to make our way into this sacred planet. And then as we come into being with water, we're bathed in water as babies, we play in water, we swim in water, we have all these experiences with water, and water is coming to know us. And we are at that state of remembering. We remember the divine essence of water when we're children and babies. We remember the experience, the delight of dancing in the water. I loved that, what Mark was saying about dancing with water. We remember that. We remember how to play in the water and how to be one with the water. But as we grow, sometimes we lose that sacred connection with the water field, with the water source, with the source of all life, this divine essence of water. And so it is time for us to remember water is present. Water was present before this earth was created, floating in the cosmos. And the earth, in my imagination, I imagine that the earth shot through the cosmos and collected the water, just blessed our beautiful planet with this overflowing water essence as the planet itself was being born, so that our planet could be gifted with life. With life. And so the story of water begins. It's an eternal story. How can we know? How can we really know? The only thing that we can know is in our direct relationship with water, in our sacred honoring of water, and sometimes as we grow older, we lose that divine connection, right? And so, I can feel the waters moving through me right now. Vibrant energy, life force. And it is also the God essence, the divinity, the sacredness of all life held within my body. So how can we come to water? How can we renew our vows to water? How can we be in sacred relationship with water? We have to be willing to go to her, right? And she's in many, many places on our planet. She's readily available. She can come to us through our tap. We can just turn our tap and there God appears, ever present with us, a constant companion in our journey every day, guiding us, leading us, blessing us, cleansing us, baptizing us, nourishing us, quenching our thirst for life, our thirst for love, our thirst for our connection with our divinity, for our connection to the divine essence of water, to the divine essence of God. So one way that we can do that is we can go to the sacred waters that flow in our regions, and we can sit quietly in a place of respect and honoring. And if our intention is pure and our hearts are open, our aloha is available, water will speak to you. And she will speak to you the most powerful, amazing messages. She will bring you into her heart, into her love. She will share with you her wisdom and the mystery of her, but she will not share it all because she knows that you are not ready to receive everything that she has to offer, that you can only receive just this message. And this has been my experience as of late. I've had the most powerful, amazing experience within the last week, because water is such an amazing focus during this time of World Unity Week, where we're really bringing forward the World Water Law and how we can participate in what we can do as stewards, as lovers of God, and as lovers of water, how we can participate. And so I was doing a water ceremony for the World Peace, the Water Peace Project, and I was doing a meditation, and I was in this meditation, and I was with water, and water was with me, and she came to me in this really profound way, and I was talking about the rain, and I was talking about the rain coming down to our beautiful planet, and in that moment, she revealed to me that that's your ancestors are raining down upon you. Every single droplet is filled with the energy of all beings, of all life. Every single droplet held the wisdom of all eternity, of our planet, even before we were born. So we have to be able to listen to her, because she will speak to us the most amazing stories. She will reveal to us her eternal nature, the beauty of her wisdom and her power. And as I was sitting there receiving this, it was just overflowed. She overflowed with me and just started pouring out of me this awareness, this blessing of a greater connection. And my mother, who believes that water is God, she lives in Kona, Hawaii right now, and she is preparing for her own water journey to return to that beautiful life force energy as she returns to the sacred waters and then goes up and rises into the heavens. And so that was just the first one. Oh, and it was so powerful and so beautiful and so alive within me. And then a couple days later, I was preparing for another session during World Unity Week, and we were in the middle of we were right in the middle of doing some recordings and things, and all of a sudden this thunderstorm came through our region, and it took our power out. But and while that was happening, the ancestors were raining down from above, and they were raining down in a profound way, like never before. And I realized at that moment that the ancestors wanted to come into my home. So the water started flowing into my home. and it was just like, oh, the ancestors want to come live with me now.
I can imagine.
Yes, it was just this divine, beautiful experience of how when we call in and we call on the water, she will be there for us. And then
I want to continue this, but it's so magnificent what you're saying. I actually remember being in Kauai, and I went there because it's probably one of the wettest places on earth.
Yes.
And everyone went there to see the view on the Napali coast, and I went there for the rains, and it was raining, and I was dancing with joy because I understood, or I had a taste of what that truly meant, and everyone else was upset because they couldn't see the view, and I was embraced with exactly what you're saying. I want to listen to this all day long and I'm so apologetic to stop you mid-flow, but promise me that we're going to come back and we're going to tell many of these stories, because I just love the aloha that you've brought to our world here.
Much aloha to you. Thank you so much.
Mahalo.
Mahalo. Mahalo nui loa.
Okay, bye-bye. Oh my goodness me. Time for a water story. We are amazing. We've got amazing guests coming up. Everybody's amazing. And we've spoken about this at length, and we're now going into the cosmos, right to the deepest part of the cosmos. And I've been an admirer of this wonderful speaker, researcher, and Dr. Manjir Samantha Lawton. And we're going to be talking about the water in the solar system and beyond, because it's in abundance out there. And I just love the way how she expresses her vibrancy and how she can articulate what's really going on there, and talks about things that not many people talk about, if any, for that matter. So she's an international speaker and author of Punk Science and the Genius Grove. And she's a renowned expert on the science of spirituality, describing how quantum physics, string theory, conscious will relate to mystical experiences. But we're going to be talking about water in the solar system and beyond. Dr. Manjir, are you with us?
Hi, hello.
I can't say how much joy it brings me to actually, I can see, I mean, I've seen your videos many times, and there you are. Thank you so much for joining us. It would not be complete without you being here to discuss water in the solar system and beyond. And you have an amazing, what I believe is a story and theory about and you speak about it with great courage. Thank you.
Well, thank you. It's wonderful to be here and to share in this energy. It's amazing.
We're a little bit behind time, but don't worry about that, because we had a few technical things to start off with. We're just cutting up. But I would like to, the floor is all yours. It's such a vast subject. How do I ask the right question? Because I want to get into the black hole principle, and maybe the standard model of cosmology. Maybe we need to question that. In fact, we are going to be questioning that. And tell us water's role in your understanding, in your own words. I'd love to hear that.
Well, it's funny because I didn't actually, unlike a lot of people here, I wasn't initially sort of drawn to studying water. I mean, obviously it's important, but it came about in a way that was unexpected. So I don't know if can I share my screen? Because it probably
you can. Michael will make you co-host, and we can.
Oh, okay.
That's the way to do it.
Right. Let's see if I can. Well, I'll carry on. But basically, I had an insight when I was. All right, brilliant. When I was, sort of walking through the woods, and it was that black holes are not these sort of, these guzzling. Can you see that yet?
We can.
These
Beautiful.
guzzling monsters that people think that they are. And I realized from the data that we're seeing that, black holes actually give off lots of stuff like light, positrons, gamma rays, all this sort of radiation, electrons at nearly the speed of light. And in that moment in 2003, I came up with something that I call the black hole principle, and that black holes are actually creative in that they actually bring light through from higher dimensions, from infinity, actually. So, what that little Pookie, what she was saying, everything is God, and, coming together. And it brings out this matter and antimatter. And there's this breathing process. And it happens at the edge of a black hole, which is at the speed of light. And what I realized is it happens at every single level of the universe, the same pattern. So you can see this mainly as like bipolar jets, these jets that come out of galaxies. This is this light, when it comes to the edge of our reality, it splits into this matter and antimatter, and then it breathes and comes back again into the gamma rays. So those are the gamma ray bursts. And the way that we see it as these bipolar jets, these really, really fast moving jets that come out of galaxies. And the reason why they're so fast moving is because they've only just stopped. They've only just slowed down to the speed of light. So beyond the speed of light, which I'm renaming the perception horizon, we can't perceive it. We think that's all dark matter and dark energy. But below the speed of light is what we call our physical world. So the more that I started to realize that this is just seen everywhere, like antimatter fountains, this is actually around a planet. So we see the same pattern. And then I started to realize, and this is around our galaxy as well, then I started to realize that what we were seeing in thunderstorms was that the same sort of gamma ray bursts are happening just above our heads in thunderstorms. And I went, thunderstorms are mini black holes. So the same patterns going throughout reality. What else do you get in thunderstorms? Well, you do get gamma ray bursts, and you do get electrons, which is what we call lightning. That's the thing that we call lightning. And interestingly, even though people tell school children that lightning is caused by static electricity, actually we don't know really why lightning happens. So this is what I'm putting forward, that it's the same mechanism all the way down, that lightning is thunderstorms are effectively mini black holes. We also get antimatter. So this is something I predicted, way back when my book came out, and NASA found in 2011. So we've got antimatter, we've got gamma ray bursts, and we've got electrons at the speed of light coming out of thunderstorms. But we also get water. So I started to think to myself, well, could water possibly, come from black holes? And indeed, this is actually what's found in space, that water actually is found coming out of black holes. In fact, we found a huge reservoir of water in space, like absolutely massive, the largest reservoir ever found. And now, of course, we're finding water all over the solar system, even coming out of comets and even found on asteroids, even coming out of stars. So it's actually been ejected from sunspots. So, this is a whole new way of thinking of water. The reason being is because it's the same mechanism, this black hole principle all the way down. It produces light, it produces matter, antimatter, and it also produces water. And I think maybe through this sort of possible, as the matter and the antimatter split, the water also is produced from this sort of light process. And I love what Puka was saying earlier, because I think, yes, it's that connection to infinity, that connection to everything, that insight you got that was absolutely amazing. So, I mean, is it actually the reason why we have water on the planet? So what I'm saying is that actually water on our very planet is produced by the central black hole of the Earth. So this is what I stood up in 2013 at the Institute of Noetic Sciences and said. Within a few months, a massive ocean was discovered towards the Earth's core. And we're finding this in various planets as well. Pluto is a recent planet where we're starting to realize that it has liquid water. So yes, basically it's the same process on the Earth as well. So what we need to start doing is looking towards sort of pan-planetary and pan-universe climate, and realizing that water is uniting all of this. So yeah, that's a really, really brief overview of water black holes, why water is being found all over the solar system. And my prediction is that we find more even beyond the solar system as we're looking into planets outside of our solar system as well. We will find water because it is something that is universal. So yeah, it's exciting. We need to rethink our current ideas, and the black hole principle provides a lot of answers to why we're finding what we're finding in space.
Well, I think it's magnificent, and it really does raise questions as to. I mean, a lot water is raising a lot of questions. It's giving us more questions, and it's embracing the mystery. But it's like, so. I mean, creation is ongoing, isn't it? And it's like, with all of creation uses this black hole principle, is what you're saying, and water's coming through the center through all of this creative processes.
I think so. I think that diagram is what I think might be happening. But it's, I mean, the ancients spoke of interdimensional water. So I think throughout this creation black hole principle process, that water is created somehow. We really would need to do more work on that. But definitely it is coming from black holes, whether that black hole is at the galactic center or if it's, elsewhere in space, is the same principle. And that's how water is created.
So it's at all levels. About 30 seconds. So my DNA effectively emitting light as well, right up to the birth of a galaxy. By the way, I've been in some of the biggest thunderstorms on the planet. I was a commercial pilot for many, many years. I've been struck by lightning many times. I've seen it. My conscious is faster than action. I've seen it every single time. So it's an impressive sight. So I've dodged big thunderstorms and wondered about them for 35 years. And you probably give me an explanation of what was going on. So thank you so much for that. Our next guest, actually, Jerry Pollack, has got a very interesting his discoveries are phenomenal, and talking about how we could perhaps revisit our understanding of climate and weather patterns as well. Like something else I've got to explore. It's just another thing on the list. But I want to say thank you for your amazing work, and I look forward. Please come back onto Water Stories and let's go for a really deep dive for as long as it takes to explore this subject matter.
Thank you. Thank you.
Blessings to you. Wow. What a powerful story that is. And time for another water story. We're a little bit behind. My apologies for that. We've had some technical things all the way through, but we're getting through them all. And we are going to be talking to a great scientist, a legend, in fact. I know he doesn't like too many accolades, but I just want to suggest that Professor Jerry Pollack's been a huge inspiration for a lot of scientists, bringing them all together and weaving the collective story of water together. This is one of the inspirations to this, where we're taking all the stories of water, bring them together, include science as well. So I'm deeply honored to have a friend and actually a great inspiration, a mentor, Jerry Pollock, to Water Stories. Jerry, welcome.
Oh, thank you so much, Matt. It's a great pleasure to be here. Well, I guess in my 5 minutes,
sorry about that.
No, it's perfectly okay. I guess I want to talk about some material that is maybe more mundane than the black holes that we've heard about, but just a quick outline on what we found and the significance of it. We found that water, beyond the usual three phases of solid, liquid, and vapor, there's actually a fourth phase, and that fourth phase differs radically from the other three phases. And it's not just a laboratory curiosity. It's actually the kind of water that fills our cells, and so it does have some significance. And the idea is not really a brand new idea by any means. Hints of a fourth phase of water began more than 100 years ago, and several very prominent scientists put forth ideas that are not so different from the ideas that we put forth, hinting that especially water in biology differs from ordinary, say, liquid water. You know, liquid water, if your body is filled with liquid water, if you cut yourself, the water ought to come pouring out, and of course it doesn't. It hints that the water inside your body is not the same as pure liquid water. And the people in the past who have proposed and promulgated such ideas include Gilbert Ling, who spent much of his life, who just passed recently at age close to 100, was promoting this. And also Albert St. Georgi, who is known as the father of modern biochemistry, won a Nobel Prize for discovering vitamin C. He knew of the significance of so-called structured or ordered water in biology. And one of the famous quotes of his is, "Life is water dancing to the tune of solids." So these are, you might say, the scientists on whose shoulders our discoveries stand. And so the way it works, the way we've deduced, is as follows. So you have a surface of some sort, and it should be a hydrophilic or water-loving surface. So here's the surface, and the water is sitting next to it. And when the first molecular layer of water meets the surface, it undergoes a radical transformation. The individual water molecules that are bouncing around a fierce number of times per second undergo this transformation, and they form a sheet-like entity. And the structure of the sheet consists of lots of hexagons, a honeycomb kind of structure. And then that sheet forms the substrate, the basis for the next water molecules to form another sheet, and another, and another. And these sheets kind of grow, and they can grow to a huge extent, up to even millions of sheets. Surprisingly, we've seen evidence for that. And one of the features is that this water is not neutral like H2O. It's actually negatively charged. And the region beyond these layers, beyond the fourth phase, or we say easy or exclusion zone because it tends to exclude stuff, the region beyond is filled with equal positive charge. So you've got negative charge, positive charge. And that forms a battery. And in fact, it's a battery from which you can get electrical energy. We've demonstrated that in the laboratory. And since this kind of water is filling our cells inside our body, you can imagine that this energy, this electrical energy, can be used by the body in the same way as we think about the way that ATP is used. So it can form a basis for the energetics of what goes on in your body. So this is a battery, and the question is, well, what charges the battery? your cell phone will run down unless it gets charged. And we were surprised, shocked, if you will, to find that the answer is light. And not just any light. We found that it's infrared light. And infrared light is all over the place. It's roughly the equivalent of heat, not exactly, but the equivalent. And you can imagine a lot of it comes from the sun, which is more than 50% infrared. It can come from any objects around you which radiate in the infrared. And it can even come from inside your body because your metabolism is generating heat, which, as I said, is essentially infrared. So the energy for building this kind of water is there. And so in sum, I don't know how many minutes I've used, but your body is filled with this stuff. It's not only your body, it's outside your body as well. It's not just a laboratory curiosity, it's critically important. And we found that essentially every body function involves water. Water is not just a passive background carrier of the more important molecules of life. It's central. The water is central to everything that the body does. And I guess the last point of this is, if you want to maintain your health, it's really important to maintain your easy water. And there are very, very simple ways of or expedients of doing this, which include, well, I think I don't have time, but please check my books on the subject, recent papers, and they go into it. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Matt.
Well, it's a huge inspiration, and the yeah, it's we all receive kind of inspiration from everybody around, and you've received your own inspiration, which is a guidance for us. And what a quick last one, actually, we've got a couple of minutes, but the impact of this discoveries that water has more than three phases. What is the potential of the impact across not only all the sciences but the applications as well?
Well, applications. Well, first impact. If you want to repair your car, or if the mechanic wants to repair your car, it's necessary for the mechanic to understand what the engine does, what the brakes do, et cetera, et cetera. Otherwise, if you're repairing a 747, it's even more important. So that's the centrality of all of this, is that if you want to understand biology, you need to know the components and how they work. And water is not merely a background carrier of the more important molecules of life. Practical applications, there are a few that we're working on. One of them is getting energy from water. So as I mentioned, the easy water is charged, typically negatively charged, and the water beyond is positively charged. That's a battery, and the battery is run on sunlight. That's what recharges the battery. So in theory, you ought to be able to stick two electrodes in and get electrical energy. And we demonstrated that in a laboratory, but as everybody knows, going from a laboratory observation to something practical is not trivial. You have to cross over the so-called valley of death, a very deep valley. It's not easy to jump across. And so we're working on that. And a second one is filtration. I mentioned that the fourth phase, we also call it exclusion zone, or EZ for short, EZ we call it, EZ water. And it's exclusion zone because it excludes all the junk. So if you have water that contains pharmaceuticals, birth control, pills, whatever poisons, microplastics, whatever, they're all excluded. So if you take water and put it into a system that creates EZ, and you extract the EZ water is like filtered water. It's free of all this garbage. And so we're working on that as well to achieve this kind of filtration. And we think we can even filter out salt. And so the really exciting endeavor of the future is to take ocean water, expose it to the sun, which is, of course, abundant in places where there are water shortages. That's the fuel, that's the energy. And out of that, create water that's salt-free, drinking water. So these are some of the exciting projects for the future. And of course, they all require considerable research, development, investment, etc. And we're working on it. We're excited about it.
Well, that you bring so much excitement, and thank you for giving us new eyes to see water in our bodies, water in nature, and water, as we said, in the cosmos as well, because it really is changing our viewpoint and our kind of metaphysical understanding of our place in the universe and purpose. So, Jerry, you're a huge inspiration. I'm sorry to give you 10 minutes, but let's go for a deep dive on a real water story another time. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thanks for the invitation, Matt.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you. Bye-bye. Wow. Always an inspiration. In fact, one of the inspirations for water stories comes from Jerry for weaving all the sciences together. What we got here is weaving a lot of indigenous ancestral wisdom and all the other stories that we don't hear from very much, the myths as well. So thank you very much, Jerry, for that. And his books are magnificent and a must read and easy for everybody to understand. Right, time for a water story. We are going to my dear sister, Shelley. We're going to talk about the World Water Law and the proposal for a World Water Law, which is an invitation to all of humanity to unite around the radical healing of the planetary waters and a water cycle. And as she comes on, I'm going to say that Shelley Ostroff is a prolific writer, has written some magnificent articles, documents, and just so full of passion and just the quality of the work. She's a leadership consultant, social architect, mystic writer, and many things we'll get into, but rather let's get her on and start talking. Shelley, how are you?
Hi, Matt. So great to be here. And I've had glimpses of this extraordinary day, and the diversity of wisdom that's come together is just so inspiring. I really look forward to a time to just sit and watch it all with a big breath and a deep dive. So thank you so much for putting this together. It's extraordinary.
Well, the invitation was via your good self, I seem to mind. And it's like, well, it came and it merged, and the waters guided us for that matter. I must be honest, my linear mind sometimes struggles. I've got to go from the black hole principles to structure in the body. And now we're going to talk about World Water Law, but not law as we kind of traditionally know. Let's talk about what is the World Water Law and what can we all do?
Mm-hmm. So before I share a little bit more about it, maybe we'll play just a succinct video that encapsulates it, and then I'll share a little bit more about it.
Let's do that. Have we got the video lined up?
We do.
Oh, awesome. Make sure we got sound. Great.
We are water.
We, citizens of Earth, call for and commit to working together for the immediate and universal protection of all water.
As the first vital step towards global cooperation for effective worldwide social and ecological healing.
The World Water Law requires the uncompromising protection and restoration of all natural water sources, watersheds, aquifers, lakes, wetlands, estuaries, and oceans.
The rewilding of ecosystems necessary for the restoration of the planetary water cycle.
The guaranteed free access of all humans and animals to the natural uncontaminated water.
The World Water Law holds all governments, corporations, communities, and individuals fully accountable for their impact on all waters everywhere.
This one law serves as a unifying foundation for all governments and citizens to work together with community-led wisdom and stewardship councils in ways that effectively serve the health and vitality of the whole.
The World Water Law provides an essential foundation for aligning human laws with the original laws of nature.
This global initiative honors the many water guardians around the world
who have dedicated their lives
to the protection and reverence of water on behalf of all life.
Join the Global Alliance for a World Water Law.
And add your voice to make the World Water Law a global reality. Together, we rise for water.
Together, we rise for all of life.
We rise together with the tide. Water's law now must preside. We are water.
Oh, beautifully produced. What a powerful message that is.
Thank you.
I need some silence sometimes to really gather the intent and the purity and the power and your passion to put into that, but also it's so beautifully articulated throughout.
Thank you. Thank you.
And so clear. The message is so clear.
Yeah, it's I think I shifted the highlight, by the way, by mistake, so just so that you know, of the video.
Okay, I'll let Michael deal with that, our esteemed brother and friend in the water brother. It looks good for my end.
So thank you, Matt. Yeah, the World Water Law invites all of humanity to join together at this critical time in history to create radical whole system healing in a much shorter amount of time than what we would think possible. And of course, when we think about whole system healing and liberate ourselves from the current models of how we understand the crises and the reactive ways of dealing with symptoms, from the bureaucratic and technocratic understandings to really thinking about how do we create whole system healing for the planet? Of course, the answer is water. And just listening to the people today, we understand the extraordinary challenges there are to water, this critical time. And we're also seeing this incredible rising of humanity that is uplifting itself, or water is uplifting us to recognize who we are as water beings and take action and take our authority back to find ways of aligning with the original laws of nature. So the World Water Law is an opportunity to think about how to liberate ourselves from the current models and from believing that we are confined by human law at the moment. It's an illusion, but we need a collective vision and a collective strategy for actually figuring out how to come together, unite across the world, and make this happen. And so the World Water Law basically offers a collective vision and a collective pathway for humanity to come together and figure it out. How do we radically transform the way we organize ourselves as a system, as a species? And the 4 principles of the World Water Law are such common sense principles. Anyone would naturally say yes to it if we cut through the noise of the indoctrination that we have at the moment as consumer species, to understand what is really important. So the 4 simple principles about how to create the foundations of health and ensure a thriving world for our children is we restore the water bodies and protect them as a priority. We restore the ecological conditions necessary for the water cycle. We ensure that all humans and all animals have access to natural uncontaminated water. And we ensure accountability of all governments, corporations, individuals, and communities for our impact on water everywhere. It's such common sense principles that when we realize that this is possible, it's just a matter of organizing to get it done. This is a vision that helps us to say, oh, what happens if we shift our attention from where we are being invited to look to a whole new way of taking our anxiety, our stress, our concern, our consumerism to creating and supporting life. And so the idea is that we don't have a long time to do this. And if we can come together according to this one collective vision and principle, I truly believe and know that we can create exponential healing for the planet, for all its inhabitants, in a much shorter time than we would have thought possible when we're looking at it through very fragmented, siloed solutions like most of those that are offered to us today.
It reminds you of something Michael said as well about really fulfilling the human potential by our capacity to reconnect to water. And let's look at the potential we could fulfill if we went down this pathway.
Mm-hmm.
We got about a minute left. What do we need to do? Where do we go? And we're going to come back again and we'll talk this through many times, but what do we need to do right now?
First of all, the first invitation is to imagine it and dream it into being, because it is possible. And when water dreams us to know what our unique part is, then we will find each other and we will find the way. The second is to join the Global Alliance for a World Water Law, where we can share our dreams, we can share what water is showing us about how to take an active part and become real authoritative co-creators of the world that we want to live in, by remembering who we are as water beings. And water is, in our collective consciousness, as we see today, rising in a way that is expressing itself through all of these diverse speakers, through all of these water protectors, through all of these beings all over the world. And the beauty of this vision is that we rise simultaneously everywhere, across all sectors, across all countries, across all nations, across all genders and ages, everywhere, and it's simultaneous. So it's not a linear process. It's we all bring our unique gifts to the table and figure out what is being called forth from us, what is water calling forth. And that's the invitation. There's so much more to share and to learn, and just an invitation to go to www.codes.earth/waterlaw, and also to the worldwatercommunity.com, and you'll find a lot of opportunities for joining and expressing your own genius in creating the world that we want to live in.
Absolutely first class, the masterpiece, it really is, and simplicity and the law of common sense. When do we go back to that? Shelley, you've been a great friend, and thank you for actually inspiring this Water Stories to be created, and here you are as well with a beautiful articulation of enormity of your work, and it's so prolific. So thank you very much. Let's have a deep dive when we can. I know you're going to be featuring all the way through the week on World Unity Week, so we're going to see a lot of you hopefully, and a lot more in the future as well. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Inviting everybody to join tomorrow for a beautiful day with Indigenous wisdom and the World Water Law, and in the Uniting for Water room, which should be a wonderful day as well. Thank you for all you're doing, and looking forward to our co-creation as we move forward.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Wow. We're going to have a short break. We're actually going to come back in about 3 minutes time because I need a little bit of an admin break, but we're going to show a little video. And when we're going to come back, we're going to have a lovely discussion, very powerful discussion with Betsy Damon. So I'm just going to set up the video, watch and see what youngsters, the next generation are doing and what we can all do. And it really follows suit with what Shelley has just been saying.
Happy World Waters Day. It is also the day that Friends of the River Medway are formally coming into being. We are a group that wish to restore the health and vitality of the River Medway, focusing first on our local catchment, the Upper Medway. There are 3 elements of our work: the practical, legal and sacred, and all three are an intrinsic part of working with the river and caring for her holistically. Each member of the group has come from a different background, bringing unique skills and perspectives, and together we have created a template that we wish to share with you, because we want to inspire other communities to unite and heal the rivers of this beautiful land. So the practical element of our work focuses on preventing pollution at its source, but also alleviating the issue where it's already occurred. So far, our work has included doing river tests, researching, and we wish to engage the community and educate them about what actually contributes to water pollution. In addition, we want to address the systems that are actually facilitating pollution to occur. We also want to promote community cleanups and litter picks, because every single action shows the care for our beautiful river. The legal strand of our work focuses on enforcing existing legislation, that which already protects the river, but also working towards the rights of rivers. We want to shift the perspective so that rivers are no longer just an object, an asset, or a capital resource. We want rivers to be a subject of rights, something that should be protected as we all are. The sacred impulse is guided by the intention to deeply connect with the river, to listen and to remember the wisdom that runs and flows through her waters. We wish to facilitate a relationship of love, reverence, and gratitude for these beautiful waters.
Thank you for that slight intermission. What a beautiful little story to share straight after World Water Law as well, and looking at our next generation, how inspiring that is. We've had it's intergenerational, and I'm very pleased to have the youth in there as well. Now, time to tell a story. Betsy Damon, welcome to Water Stories. Let's just invite you in. And again, this is titles. I had no control of any of these titles, and they're appearing throughout. They're appearing throughout. It's about the third time we're having this, which I think is wonderful, and it resonates. It hits me. It caresses my soul and nourishes my heart. And I want to read this out because it's, the God water, and drinking the God water changed me. As water's power cruised through me, I knew I could not give up water's work. And I can see you've been pioneering for decades. It says, 40 years. And you wrote a great book, Water is the Foundation of Life. Water must be the foundation of planning and design. Bravo. As Victor Schauberger said, water is the foundation of all cultures. And we've forgotten it.
We have.
Welcome.
We have. It's wonderful to be here. I am so inspired.
Great.
And it's great to talk to you face to face.
Yes. Yeah. We got some creation to do in the future. But tell me a little bit about this title. What's inspired you to that title? Because it's a magnificent title.
What inspired me for that title is that I have a water story way back from 1985, where I was casting a dry riverbed in handmade paper. And at the end of the day, I looked up at the sky and I saw the Milky Way, and I went, oh, it looks just like the riverbed. And then I learned that the indigenous call the Milky Way the River of Stones. And I decided to just devote my life to water. That was it. This is it. Whatever my skills are. And I know nothing. I was completely humbled. I know nothing. So I set out to learn. And to be short, because there's at least 100 stories between then and when I went to the Godwater, of things I tried, and deciding that when I wrote Water's the Foundation of Life, it must be the foundation of planning design. Like, there were a few eccentric people who picked up on that, but and I tried many things, cleanups, everything. Sometimes we started things that ended up actually being significant over 10 years. I'm not going to go into them. So, but I was discouraged. I was mightily discouraged. I'm working in Minnesota, a place of water, and they didn't understand the word living water, and I didn't understand why they didn't understand. And so I end up in China serendipitously, not so much by intention as by the water. Literally, first my son was learning Chinese, and I took them. And then the water was my guide and teacher all along. It's just never not been true. But to notice that and really notice that is different than something. So I was walking on a street on a sweating, clammy day, and I was tapped on the shoulder and ended up speaking English with a group of Chinese professors. And one was researching a place called, I'll call it the God Water. That's not exact translation in Chinese. There isn't one, but it's a very healing water or something long like that. So I said, oh, I want to go there. And he said to me, no, you can't go there. Well, it was off limits at that time. And so I went back to the States and I wrote a grant to go there. And I was still very discouraged. And who gives an artist a grant to go study a sacred water site in a remote mountain in China? But anyway, I got the grant and
I will.
and I went there and it was 19 hours. It was grueling. And we'd go into this absolutely incredibly beautiful area. And I went down and they had built a water bottling factory there. And they had asked the scientist to research whether the water really healed anything. And it did. And he proved that scientifically. And I drank this water and it literally said to me, you can't give up your work. And I never felt so alive. I felt like all the molecules in my body just were zinging. And I thought, okay, I can't stop. No matter what, I can't stop. And after that, everything followed. Like I ended up going to China on an anonymous phone call that funded me to start artists doing public work about the river, stinking, dirty sewer river. And that ended up going to like the government. I said, why don't you build a park to teach your citizens how nature cleans water? And they were like, can you do that? And I just nodded. And then I went to the Netherlands to research if it was possible, really. And so we went back and we did the Living Water Garden. That's the short version. The God Water is a place that had sustained the health of a Tibetan tribe for 2,000 years. And now that all the things that were happening in China, the government had given a small group of farmers the money to change that into a bottling factory. And they were very proud because the factory was made of natural wood. But anyway, they went broke. They were taking the bottles down in glass and it was too heavy to transport. And then if you put it in plastic, it lost its medicinal quality within 2 days. So if I had known a couple of millionaires, I would have said, let's buy it and make a healing site and study all this and bring together the Tibetan, which the Tibetan medicine's all based in water. It's totally based in your saliva, your urine, and your sweat. And all the, real information about healing that's embedded in Chinese, Indian, and Tibetan medicine, and all this. So that sent me on another way. And
whilst we're on that, I just want to say a few months ago I interviewed Dr. Nida, and I've done a couple of courses with him, and he spoke about obviously water from the roof of the world and Tibetan medicine and water in Tibet. It was sensational.
Yeah.
So I totally agree with you. He's on a 6-month away stay. Otherwise he would have been here telling a story if I can get him to tell it for 10 minutes. But so I just want to let you know that the waters from the roof of the world and the wisdom that comes from that place is sensational.
It's sensational. Well, after that, so I ended up working in Beijing and the Bureau of Hydraulic Engineering and Research, teaching them and, how to do rivers to keep them alive rather than just dump concrete all over everything. So that got to be quite a hard, long journey. And I longed to go back to this place in the mountains, but I longed to explore the water culture in the Western Sichuan Mountains of the Tibetans. And I have done that. I went every year for 5 years on a more than a month-long journey with a Tibetan filmmaker, and we documented. And no matter how hard everything was, I would come back from those trips strong. It didn't matter. And I met phenomenal people. We still need to make it into a book, but that has not been done. And also, so all of this and a long journey has led me to, we need to ignite the whole world to restore quality water. So Shelley's and Jan's and this whole journey of why I probably said, oh, can I meet the World Unity join in this week, is probably to this, right? How to ignite the world. And I do have a bunch started in places, but you know, it's kind of like, I want to just plead with everybody. Like I was going to go to Poland, the Vistula River, and I thought about it, and I just sat and cried and cried and cried. And but it wouldn't even take a whole lot of money to ignite the world, the people, to reclaim their waters. And yes, there's going to be something, you know, it's not going to be a straight line, but every time I work in a community that's kind of not center, like everything hasn't been provided and the bottling company hasn't taken over, they know exactly what to do. And they know how to take care of their water or how to collect the rainwater or recycle and all those things. But we need it now, a wide world movement, as Shelley said.
Well, thank you. Do you know what? We're working towards that. That's part of what Water Stories is. It's weaving all the knowledge systems together so we can open our eyes and start listening again. And also an awakening movement coming up as well, where we're starting to realize what actually is water. And
well, I have no doubt that water is, I mean, the way we can communicate interspecies and when everything, that's water.
Yeah.
It must be water. Conscious must be the water in the universe, on Earth. It's whatever else you want to call it, but it has to be.
Well,
it just has to be. And
yeah,
so,
the latest hypothesis, of course, is from Constantine, is, you know, water plays a key role in the dynamics of consciousness, and we know that it's affected by conscious intent. Let's pause it there. It's an amazing conversation. We're going to be here for years talking this, but I can't wait to connect with you again. Come back for another water story when we can. I look forward to creating with you.
okay, and there's a workshop on Thursday morning from 8 to 10, and I brought together people from 8 different countries, at least.
Wow.
To brainstorm being artists for world water law. So,
well, let's highlight that for you. What great work. Okay. It's so lovely to meet you, Betsy. Thank you so much.
So great to meet you.
Thank you. Aloha, mahalo.
Okay.
Bye.
Yeah.
Aloha. Welcome to Water Stories. We're going to Kathleen Brigidina. I hope I pronounced that correctly, actually. And our second immersion into the Tree Sisters. And we're going to talk about Earth's the creative voice. We've done a lot of discussions on trees. We're going back into the trees and the forests in some potential. And together, she says, we have the potential to enter a portal of limitless Earth energy to co-create a new world. Kathleen, welcome to Water Stories. Mm-hmm. Hello. Can you hear me, Kathleen?
Yes. How are you?
I'm doing wonderfully. I've been so inspired by everything we're talking about, and the richness of the conversation is just amazing. I can't see you actually, but I've got a beautiful image in front of me.
Yeah, it's trying to let me see, start my video. It said the host wouldn't let me.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's Michael. I'm only the co. What an amazing tree that is behind you. I think I recognize it actually. But welcome to Water Stories. Thank you for your contribution to everything. I'm looking at. I want to repeat everything, but it's so much on there as to what you can do. So Earth's Creator's voice. Let's delve into that.
Yeah, definitely. Well, first of all, I just want to say that I'm so grateful to be here, and I've been tuning in since the original ceremony on Saturday, and I'm so moved deeply by everyone who's, was part of that. So thank you for that. And I'm just listening to Shelley and Betsy just now, and I'm kind of like taken by their words, and I'm trying to center myself here in this moment with you. But what I kept thinking when they were talking is, the need for us to come together, the need for us to unify, the need for us to co-create. How can we make something different? Well, it comes from our creativity, which flows through us with the water. This is the creation energy. It's not a special artistic talent that anyone has or doesn't have. And I think that that's been a wrong story told to us and kept us from making the choices in the world that we really are capable of. And so it's a sacred energy, it's creation energy, it's all part of the ecosystem that we're a part of. And that's what I'm called to do, is to let everyone know that. Wake it up in everyone. Just say, hey, you got it. From the minute we wake up in the morning to, how we live our lives. Every single thing is a choice, is a creative choice that we can make. And, the possibilities are endless.
It's so true. It's an infinite possibility of eternal creation. And it's that every moment is that opportunity for creation. Talk to me a little bit about how could we enhance that creativity, or what would you like to share with us in terms of, we've been taught the wrong story, but let's reverse it. Let's start to tell a new story. And how can we really expand our creative genius within each and every one of us?
Well, it begins by listening to the earth. It basically, anyone who became an artist when they were younger, they knew that when they were in nature, in the waters, in the trees, wherever they were on the top of the mountains, they were inspired. I've been inspired in the shower, when I feel water on my body, when I'm swimming. So tuning in to nature is in a sacred way, in a knowing way, and knowing that this voice of earth is coming through us and wants to come through us, so that we can, bring the actions to life and activate what's needed right now. And the other piece is co-creating with earth, but also co-creating with each other. Co-creation, co-creativity is very, very important. We start to find the unification, the equality, and also each rare piece that comes together. It's in our DNA. We're here. Each one of us are here with a specific gift to bring to the planet that we can decide to make that matter, to make that count for the whole, for our future, for our children, and be inspired by each other. We are the muse, we for each other, the muse is within us, the earth is the muse. It's just one co-creative ecosystem, and we've been allowing it to kind of get out of balance, within ourselves individually and as a whole, obviously, thinking that we don't have choices, being told in some cases that we can't have choices. And sort of with Tree Sisters, what we're doing is we're reforesting the planet, and we're bringing women together across the globe to do that. And we're also, it's like a twofold mission, and it's interwoven. It's a unified mission. At the same time as we're reforesting the planet, we're working with those communities to empower the women there. And we have a nest that we call the nest, and it has over 8,000 members who come together, and we're co-creating that nest together, so that anyone that comes in, we're inviting you to come in and share what it is that's coming through you. What is that creative message? What is that earth message? What is that water message? What is the tree message? I mean, what is the truth, really? And okay, let's work on that. Let's see how we can all come together, strengthen it, shore it up, because that's what we're meant to do. So it's an invitation to come together in the nest, be creative. They call me the creative doula because what I'm called to do. I just, know that that's what I'm supposed to do. And it's an honor, an absolute honor.
That's amazing. Very, very powerful, and bringing all these creative spirits together. It reminds me, I'm inspired to kind of share what Veda Austin does and her work in crystallography at the macroscopic level. And then water is showing itself that we are a co-participant, not an observer, we're a co-participant, and it intelligently lets you know. It reveals to you kind of what you need to know only at that moment, kind of thing. It takes you on this mystery. And Pookie Lee said something the same as well. And then we look at what Jared Pollock's saying with the structure of water and understanding that, and how, what is it that connects us all beings? It's water. And it's not just any water, it's the organization of that water. It's so we're seeing it from this real blend of science and spirituality. And look what happens at the end of it. We get creative. We get into our creative spirit and creative genius.
Yeah. And I think, if we're just waiting, that we're stalling the progress, we're here for that reason.
Yeah.
To really tap into all that our potential, our possibilities are far more, limitless than we believe, any of us believe, and even from moment to moment, we may stall or feel like there's a creative block, but what it really is just an opportunity for more inspiration and for another piece of the ecosystem that we're co-creating together.
And let's not forget, creation is eternal. It's just nonstop, every moment.
Non-stop, absolutely infinite.
Kathleen, I love this conversation, where we possibly go. I want to get creative, deeper, but please come back to Water Stories and let's have a really deep creative story from that. Blessings to you. Thank you for coming on Water Stories.
Thank you so much, Pat.
Bye-bye. Wow, I'm so inspired by being here. We're going to go all the way to New Zealand. Let's tell a water story from New Zealand. And we just going to make sure we can... Glenn Edney, welcome to Water Stories. When I speak to water, I speak to myself. And I'd like to hear what that sounds like, that resonates in the traditional language, right? Which I know you have it here. So welcome to Water Stories.
Yeah, tēnā koutou katoa. Great to be here. Ko wai tēnei. Ko wai tēnei.
Ko wai tēnei.
Ko wai tēnei. When I speak to myself, I speak to water, or when I speak to the water, I speak to myself. Yeah. And great to be here from Aotearoa. It's early morning and coffee. It's I've got my coffee-induced water.
Thank you for rising up and the land of the long white cloud. Thank you very much.
That's it. Yeah, no problem. I want to share some things about the ocean, if I may. I've got a few slides that if I can do a screen share, that saves you just looking at my early morning face.
Michael should make you the co-host. Yeah, you're the co-host. You can do that. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
So let me tell you a little bit about you as well, because I know we've got 10 minutes. So whilst we're doing that, so you're an ocean ecologist and a deep ecology practitioner. And your purpose is to support a harmonious and mutually beneficial relationship between humanity and Hina Moana, Mother Ocean. So what a beautiful connection. I'm so looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
Okay, yep. So we've only got 10 minutes, so I'm not going to muck around too much, which is my habit to keep talking.
I've been doing that all day, don't worry.
Yeah. So coming from Aotearoa, where we have this beautiful, long-standing Indigenous wisdom, which is really based around deep connection with water and a deep understanding that we are water. So ko wai tātou, we are water, and that's really a focus for me in my work. So I'm a marine scientist, but also a deep ecology practitioner. And so for me, it's very natural that there's no separation between our deep spiritual connection with ourselves, with life, and our scientific work. And the idea that we would objectively do our work and then finish work at 5 o'clock in the afternoon and then somehow become the deep spiritual people that we are, of course, is nonsense. So rather than pretending that, let's just actually do our work in the fullest way that we can. And so that's really what I try to achieve with my work. Now, one of the wisdoms for Māori is that of Wairua. Wairua is loosely translated in English as the spirit, but really what it is much deeper than that. It is the spiritual plane, and as they say, it's the dimension of two waters. So Wai is water, and Rua is two. So Wairua is indeed literally translated as the two waters. And Te Taha Wairua refers to the real world, which is really both within and behind the world of our normal experience. So in other words, what we're talking about is that there's no separation between this spiritual existence and the physical world that we experience on a daily basis. And that fundamental dimension is water. So this fits with Indigenous wisdom traditions from all around the world. But, you know, it also fits with a lot of what our European experience has told us. And one of my favorites is from Goethe: water is the ground of all being. All is born of water and upheld by water too. Here's the man who in 1804 published The Metamorphosis of Plants. And in 1996, geneticists figured out that actually Goethe knew what he was talking about. Mm-hmm. In between times, everybody rubbished him, told him to get back to his poetry. But he understood that. He understood that foundation of the metamorphosis of plants is based in water. Vladimir Vernadsky, hardly known in the Western world, but one of Russia's most famous and celebrated scientists from the 19th and early 20th century. He also was the first person to articulate the biosphere. And he said water cannot be separated from life, and life cannot be separated from water. Life indeed is just animated water. And then, of course, the great Victor Schauberger. And he's pretty direct. Well, we all know what he had to think about sort of objective science in terms of hydrology. So the point for me is that no matter where we come from, if we actually just be present in the world, these wisdoms come to us quite naturally. So my work is really around the ocean, and I really wanted to be here just to put in a bit of a voice for the ocean. So ko tātou te moana, ko tātou means we are the ocean is us. And I think it's really important that we understand that our biological presence as water is a fundamental part of the evolutionary process facilitated by water. There's quite a lot of research around now, and it's a growing body of research and interest around water's role in thermodynamics. And it's not just the thermodynamics of this planet, but indeed the thermodynamics of the universe. We can actually think of the evolution of biological life, at least here, as that process of water increasing and improving its ability to play that role in thermodynamics. I can't go into any more detail. Papatuanuku is the Māori name for Earth Mother. And I always like this particular picture because it's the Pacific Ocean, Moana Nui a Kiwa, and it really does let us know for sure, without any doubt, that this is planet Ocean. So Papatuanuku, approximately 1.4 billion cubic kilometres of water. That's an awful lot of Olympic-sized swimming pools, that's for sure. The ocean accounts for 97% of that. The ocean covers 70% of the planet's surface, accounts for around about 99% of the living space. Isn't that funny? 99% of the molecules in every single cell of every single living organism are water molecules. We are approximately 70% water by weight. So a little bit of a correlation going on. Anyway, we're all water beings, including Papatūānuku. Everybody's concerned about climate. And we are objectifying something when we talk about climate. We're saying, you know, it's this process, this hydrological process, this gaseous process. But for me, climate is the moist sigh of our mother's breath as she basks in the warmth of the sun. And anybody can experience that every time we enjoy sitting in the sun, laying in the sun. What about climate breakdown? No such thing as anthropogenic climate change. What we are involved in is anthropogenic climate breakdown. Climate change is a completely normal and natural process. Climate breakdown happens when something's going wrong. And then let's think about this from our deep spiritual connection with water and with Papatūānuku. When our mother's breath is disturbed, of course, we are going to have these disturbances in the climate. Couldn't be a more natural thing to happen. So our process is about thinking about how we deal with our activities and our behaviors. I want to focus on the ocean's role in all of this. The water cycle, the ocean is the major player. The carbon cycles of our planet, the ocean is the major player. The life cycle of our planet, the ocean is the major player. And all of this for me equals what I call ocean physiology. We have respiration. Down at the bottom of the screen, you'll see a picture of a beautiful phytoplankton called coccolithophore. Coccolithophores and all of the other phytoplankton help to form the clouds that provide a big aspect of the greenhouse process. So they're not only providing our oxygen, but they're providing the gases that seed the clouds, that allow the water vapor to gather and form into clouds. They can only do that through water.
Amazing.
Circulation in the ocean. Hey, yeah, interrupt if you want to, but I'm just kind of rushing through, knowing that there's time restraints.
Well, I've traveled the globe, you know, and I've been in. I was a commercial aviator for 35 years. I still do a little bit, and I've been, you know, traveled some of the greatest thunderstorms and clouds and observed them for 35 years. So I love this talk, and it's very apt that we're talking about Polynesia at the moment, and aspect, because the final hour, it's all Polynesia, and you've really set us up very beautifully. We've probably got about 1 minute left.
Right.
Such a beautiful subject matter, but please carry on, because you're articulating beautifully.
Okay, so circulation, metabolism, and so the process of nutrient flows. This is a life process and it's a water process, and they are one and the same thing. Yeah, they're just two different names for exactly the same thing. This is a lovely story, but you'll have to wait for another day. The bottom line is, if we have a healthy ocean, we will have a healthy climate, we will have healthy life. And the converse is also true. And I'll just leave it there for a moment so people can read that beautiful quote from Rachel Carson, who wrote a trilogy of books in the early 1950s, already understanding some of the issues that we are now having to deal with around water. Hine Moana is the personification of the ocean. Hine Moana is Mother Ocean, and Tangaroa is the atua, the kaitiaki tanga of the ocean, the guardian of the ocean. Respecting that kaitiaki tanga, that guardianship, that knowledge, that guardianship knowledge, is what really my work is really about. And I'll just leave it there, really.
Well, I want to honor you for.
Yeah,
I want to honor you for such richness and diversity. And we've been in the seas, we've been in the rivers, we've been in the clouds, we've been in the black holes, and what a beautiful, shall we say, summary of how important the ocean is and how we're connected to it. And thank you for really putting me given me clarity. We're not talking climate change, which is natural. It's climate breakdown. And that's a complete different story. And that actually makes sense. Glenn, I've heard so much about you. I'm deep joy. It's been deep joyful to hear from you. And let's please come back on at a more respectful time for New Zealand. And let's go for a deep dive, shall we say, with Water Stories next time. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Yay.
Wow. We got one over. We're staying in Polynesia now, and we're going to tell a water story. And let me just sort out. Time for a water story. Welcome, Tessa Teresa, to Water Stories. And we're going to talk about water commune. And welcome. How are you?
Nista Yandra, I'm really good. It's such a beautiful morning. And yeah, it feels good. Feels good to be here. Feels good to be here, right here with the Waitui Wasa Wasa, the ocean. And it feels beautiful to be here with you. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, where are you based at the moment? Where are we looking at the moment? Where's the view?
So this is the Nandi Bay, and this is the western side of the main island of Viti Levu in Fiji. And it's not where I normally am, but I've landed here today, and it is appropriate.
Yeah, well, we seem to be with the final hour. We're a little bit late, actually, and I do apologize for everybody, but we're honoring everybody's time here. We're in the Pacific, effectively. We're in, and we're going to be staying around that area. So it's just apt that you're here. Thank you so much. You're looking glorious, by the way. So we're speaking about water commune. Tell me a little bit about water commune.
The waters outside of us, seemingly outside of us, are also inside of us. Because we're part of a whole. And the communing is a reflecting. So the water's always reflecting who and what we are. So at this point, I'm sitting in front of a beautiful, calm bay. The waters are gently receding. So that's part of me. That's in here in some space. And in other areas, the waters are turbulent. That's also part of me. And the communing is an awareness and of this. So water's constantly teaching us about ourselves, basically.
So you mentioned that it's an invitation with the sacred, both with your person and with Mother Ocean. Let's talk about that invitation. Listening.
Absolutely listening. She's always communicating with us. And the invitation is ever present. It has always been there, always open. And it's simply about seeing it and having that awareness and choosing to take it up or not. And this invitation is again, it's not anywhere outside. So that connecting, when you're connecting with that sacred, you're simply connecting with yourself. Because are you not a body of water? So when I speak like this is from my own experience in a bit of a great awakening time where, and we all go through this, right? We often look at something and we'll see it from outside of it in a judgmental type of way. Oh, this terrible pollution, this terrible extraction. So the commune part of it is coming to that realization that that very thing that's happening out there may be happening in here now, or in a not too distant past, or maybe along your ancestral timeline. So the invitation is to visit this place and to allow it to be seen, to allow it to play out, to see it, to feel it, and to really experience it. And it's in that doing part that you allow yourself to heal it. And this is something that's always there. It's having that curiosity to just look a little bit deeper, just feel a little bit deeper. And it's not all doom and gloom. It's also playful and enlivening, because isn't the ocean also thriving? And so too are we. Again, an invitation.
That's beautiful. Everything is an invitation, and water is inviting us at every moment to participate with itself.
Yes.
And it's true. We can see the pollution out there, but what I see out there is effects of pollution. That's asking me to look deeper within myself. If I'm seeing it as pollution, it's somewhere way inside me. And the cause, if we look at cause and effect, is something way upstream.
Yes. And it's okay. It's really okay. And we don't need to be beating up on ourselves. You know, did you say not too long ago that life is ongoing?
Creation.
It's creation. Yes, creation is ongoing. And if we're in a physical body, right, then we're still here. We've still got a learning to do. We're still here to experience stuff, right? Because if it was all done, you wouldn't be in the body. You'd be on a different level. So feel that invitation to participate in however you're being called, and feel that invitation to experiment on whatever level. We're all being called to different levels. And I've been down that level of that activist, been there, done that. Okay, what next? And now I'm deciding to be that co-creator and to be that vessel so that I can feel her wounds, because those wounds are also mine. I can go to those deep depths of absolute shattering pain, but breathe myself out of it again. And we all have that capacity, every single one of us. And it is just exquisite. There is no need to jump out of aeroplanes.
No, I've never done that. I've never done that. I've flown aeroplanes for 35 years, but I've never jumped out of them. That's ridiculous. But I can definitely feel the wounds that you're talking about and breathe within them. And there comes a point in that journey, that magical journey, where you feel it. And this is what I'm called to do. And obviously we're called to meet and have this conversation. What a beautiful soul, and beautifully spoken. I don't want to stop any of this, but we have to connect again and go deeper in the next water stories. Thank you so much. Bless you. Would you like to take us out on a quick, either subtle prayer or in your own language?
I'll take you to the water.
Why not? I do apologize for everybody, but we need to see this. Look at this. See, that is a prayer in itself.
And if there's time, maybe some sounding as an invitation.
I tell you what we can do. If you want to, are you able to stay on for the next 30, 40 minutes?
Yes, absolutely.
Listen in, because we'll bring you in, because the final bit is to share all this. So if you can stay with us, and we'll come on to the next speaker and we'll bring you in when we can. Can we do that?
Absolutely.
Tessa,
See you soon.
Thank you. Thank you. Time for a water story. I'm going to bring on my beautiful sister, who is perhaps the inspiration, the original inspiration to start water stories. And we're going back to the Big Island in Hawaii with Elizabeth Jenkins. What the Mother Waters reveal. Elizabeth, hello there. Aloha.
Aloha mai, aloha pono. I'm going to begin with a prayer to the Mother Water.
Please.
Atun, Mama Kocha, Takuma, Mama, Hampichis, Hatun Kausai, Sumak Vida, Sumak Munaicha, Hampi, Hatun Mama Kocha. Mama Kocha, Karpai Saiku, Tukui Munainia, Tukui Achainia, Tukui Yankainia, Tukui Atinia, Mama Kocha, Sumak Hampi. Chai, Anyai, Hatun Mama Kocha. Beautiful sacred Mother Water, beloved ocean, water that feeds us all, irrigate us with your sacred healing power. Irrigate us with your nectar. Irrigate our minds. We ask your permission and blessing to speak about you today, to speak with you, and to commune with you on the deepest level. Thank you with all my heart, beautiful Mother Water. Matt, I want to hug you.
Oh, I feel that
So
aloha.
wonderful to see you.
I feel that aloha. And when we connect, you are the guilty party who've inspired water stories. And when we first met in Glastonbury and I arrived in Hawaii, that's what took us to all this journey to Kalani, we meet a minute, and Papalei. And that's where water stories with birth with Veda Austin and at your farm cracking macadamia nuts. And here we are continuing.
Wonderful, wonderful. I'm just so grateful to be here. If it's only briefly, it's a wonderful opportunity. I want to share a lot of things with you all. I live in the beautiful, magnificent state of Hawaii, but I also work for years and years with the Quero Indians of Peru, and it's their wisdom that I want to impart today.
Great.
Right behind me, you see the picture of my Mother Water, because the Andean people, the Quero Indians, descendants of the Incas, believe that we have 4 parents, not 2. This is also true within many indigenous cultures, but it's so personal and intimate when you think of the fact that you have a human biological mother and father, and you have a Mother Water and a Father Mountain. so that our identity is literally merged with nature in such a profound way that we have to consider this point of view. And this is my mother water locally here. I was born in New York, so my mother water is actually the Hudson River, what the native people call her Muhokoniok, which means the waters that flow two ways, which is a description of her body as opposed to a guy's name. The Hudson. Yeah. And my father mountain is the beautiful Great Hill of Central Park in Manhattan, New York. Very powerful being. And, you know, why do you think New York is such a center of creativity and power and economy and commerce and exchange? Because the people of New York reflect the power of the nature beings that exist there. This is the point of view of the Andean people. We are gather to the places that are huge fountains and resources of living energy. And of course, the mother water is our principal source of living energy. She is known in her healing form as the Vilka Nusta. This is the healing force of the water, the princess of the black light. So if you imagine all the waters of our planet consistently absorbing the forces of the sun and the moon and the stars, so she is a black light, a blackness shot through with gold and silver, a living being that emanates power that we can exchange with at all times. Her power, no matter the pollution, is never diminished. Just as our souls are not diminished, the purity of our being, our soul is there, no matter what we do. It's there as the source of us. It is the same with the mother water and, in fact, all the beings of nature. We're communing directly with the soul of water, and the soul of water cannot be harmed, cannot be destroyed, cannot be diminished. It can, however, be ignored if we are foolish enough to do that. So my job is to teach people this intimate, personal, warm connection. And I love how my sister Tessa, as she spoke, the water kept underlining her words, and the water became louder as she spoke and chimed in at key moments to say its phrase. So that was just so exquisite to hear.
Such
and
an
since
infinite,
my beautiful,
it's such an infinite expression of sound that each wave is different. When you listen intimately to it, that's correct. It has a voice, and each wave has an individual expression of that voice. Apologies, I just wanted to share that because it was a magnificent moment, wasn't it?
It really was. It really was. Had to be noted.
Yes.
So in the Inca energy system, the base, the foundation of our body's living energy is at the tail, our sacrum, and it is directly connected to water. So I find that super interesting. In the Hindu energy system, the lowest energy center is connected to earth. But in the Inca system, it's connected to water. So I feel like this is a more ancient system, perhaps before we climbed out of the water. Yeah, when we still had our tails in the water. So when we, more lizard form, perhaps.
Yeah.
So since you've invoked our sister Veda, I'm wondering if I can share some slides that she and I worked on together. Is that possible to
Michael
do?
will make you co-host if you can.
Hey, that would be wonderful. And let's see if can I do that now?
Good to go.
All right. So I'm going to share my screen. Pop. And I'm going to show you this. I'm not really clever at this, but I'm hoping that y'all can see this picture. This is what you cannot see it?
No, we can see it. It's good.
Oh, good. Okay, excellent. So this is, I asked Veda to help me with the project. This is what happens when we hold the living energy, what we call in our tradition the huchas, the heavy energies, the living energy of fear. This is what the water reveals through Veda's process of macroscopic crystallography. Fear, this is the image that the water has given us of this. Greed, this is the image that water shared with us. Hate and anger, this is the image. Arrogance, deceit, shame and guilt, and envy and jealousy. So interesting to perceive these. These are heavy energies that we as human beings generate. We create them in our field. We know when we're making them. We are factories of living energy. And the water responds because, as everyone here is telling us, we are mostly water. So I'm going to take us to our next slide. This is what it looks like. Can you see this one? Let's see here. How about that?
I haven't got anything yet.
Okay. Let's see. How do I do it? Somebody give me a clue. It's on my screen, but how do? Here, let me go back to this. Let me go.
There we go.
How about now?
We're good to go.
Excellent. So this is the message that water reveals to us when we hold love in our field, when we generate the living energy of love. Look how the water organizes itself. Look at what it says in visual imagery. Look at this. Look at forgiveness. Look at empathy. Two beings. Look at trust. I find this one particularly interesting because we can all see different things in this, but what I see is a human, a person surrounded by the larger forces. Yeah. Are you able to see? And
it's amazing. It's amazing what the waters reveal and what we individually see in them.
Exactly.
It's, you know, and it's revealing it to, and we have to be open to seeing it as well. When our hearts are open, it reveals what we need to see. It's magnificent work.
What I find a particularly beautiful image is gratitude, as it is not only, it looks like stars and plants and ferns and leaves and kind of almost cosmic picture at the same time, very earthly and showing us these nature forms. Veda said when she did this that this gratitude photo is one of the most beautiful that she's seen. So, and really, I think it is really magnificent. Here's one more. Oops. Let me see. Just to show this one. Yeah, okay. It's not coming up. No, all right then. Well, it's just a better
This is coming
close-up
up.
of the gratitude.
This is coming up.
It is?
Yeah, it is coming up.
It's coming up. Okay. Fantastic.
Wow,
So
look at
just
that.
a beautiful image of gratitude in the water and how literally we as human beings have this power to order and structure and create, and making beauty or making terror and disharmony. It's really a choice. And that's what I want to bring forward today in this talk. It's really our choice to, in each moment, choose to make beauty, choose to make harmony, choose to make something, a creation that we really want to create.
That's such a beautiful way to close, because we've been talking all afternoon about relationship and choice. and creativity. And look at water as the way shower from so many different cultures and knowledge systems. It's sharing the same message effectively, translated very slightly differently depending on our perception. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Your wisdom and your connection and your ability to make us all to listen much deeper than we have been. Bless you. And I can't wait to come out and crack some nuts again in Hawaii.
Come visit, Matt. So
Mahalo,
beautiful to see.
mahalo. Mahalo, mahalo. Well, please stay with us. Elizabeth Jenkins, amazing wisdom from such beauty. Right. We're a little bit over time now, actually, but we're staying in Hawaii. We're staying in Polynesia. We're in the middle of the blue continent. And I think we need to go to gallery view now and to see who's there, because I'd like to see Rick and Kalani and Papale and Doc Ramsey if they're around. And the floor is all yours. We've been going quite a few hours, 7.5. We had a few technical hitches, hence we're a little bit late. My apologies for that. But if we can see you, if you're ready, the floor is yours, and we're here to listen. Who's there?
Our camera said off.
Yeah, we're here, you guys, but we can't turn the video on.
I can hear Chris, Rick and Kalani.
Aloha,
Matt.
Doc. You have our video off.
Aloha.
Hello, Matt. Ramsey here.
Hey, Ramsey. Aloha.
Aloha.
Click that, Chris.
I think your tech has us blocked in terms of using our video.
I believe it's Matt, and he didn't take control.
Oh, okay.
I think I'm the co-host, so let's just see what I can do. Ask to start video. A few technical things. A lot of chefs in the
Yeah. Hello. Okay.
Good morning, Ramsey.
What's up, brother? Hey, Rick. Aloha. Aloha.
Good morning, Papa Lee.
Aloha.
Good morning to Elizabeth and Tessa.
Aloha, brother.
So good to see you, sister.
Aloha, everybody. Welcome to Water Stories. We've been chatting all afternoon, actually, and we've been going a long time. It's been an amazing journey, and we're a little bit late, but we've arrived in Polynesia, in not only Big Island, we're on Oahu, and we're in Kauai. I think that's where we are, aren't we? So welcome. And the floor is all yours, gentlemen. I didn't really have a script for this one. It's not 10 minutes apiece. It's so lovely to see you, Papale, as well, because I just want to honor everybody who's here. Papale actually was one of the huge inspirations to Water Stories after I was guided from Elizabeth to meet Kalani, which was an amazing meeting, and then guided to go and see Papale. That was such a graceful meeting. And from there, Water Stories has been born. And we've been weaving these stories for the last year or so. And World Water Gathering was a beginning, and Water Stories is the beginning of something else where we're actually going deeper dives. And I want to obviously honor Shelley and Jan as well for creating this opportunity. And it just happened as it is. So we've been listening to some amazing stories. And let me get Doc Ramsey on, actually. So we have amazing stories. So who would like to take the floor? It's open.
Shelley, good morning. Jan, good morning. So good to see you. You know, my grandfather used to say, if it doesn't begin right, how's it going to end right? And so we're beginning our little portion here with a small prayer, if you don't mind.
Please go.
And what a pleasure to be here with Rick on Kauai. So, e pule kako. E ko mako e maku I loko o kalani. Mahalo pia e nā kue. Mahalo nui e nā kue. Mai kaunali'o, mai kaunalipo, mai kai kina, mai kaulana. Ye hele mai oi atu e. Hele mai e ku. Ahina, a Tangaroa, a Tāne, e hele mai oi e kanaha, e kalai, e kanawai, e hele mai oi, e au makua. May it be on earth as it is in heaven, you know, as above, so below. Please give us this day and forgive us. And please help us to forgive. And no temptation and no evil. Mahalo ke akua. May we be a blessing to each other. Mahalo ke akua. May you be a blessing to us all. So good to be with you all this morning. Rick, pleasure to be with you.
Oh, thanks, Kalani. Thanks. And Matt, thank you for this opportunity and for what you've created here. It's such a special room that you've created. And I just want to share real quickly that from my perspective, you know, I think we're all on this transpersonal journey. And this journey for me, you know, I started as a geological engineer and really studying water through a scientific lens. And I think my default got stuck in that scientific lens and really trying to understand the science of water. But not until I got to Hawaii and met people like Kalani that I began to deepen my relationship with water and to understand the spirit of water. And through that understanding, began to see from water's perspective. And you know, I think I said one time, boy, I think, you know, water's been here for 4 billion years, and just think what it's witnessed. And Kalani said, I think the water is actually older than 4 billion years. And it's to me, that wonder that comes with that, to be able to sit back and imagine how the water has witnessed all life, and not only witnessed, but nourished and raised up all life on the planet, from single cell organisms in the ocean to those organisms crawling onto land, and then they're becoming land plants and land animals, and then over time the trees. And I think about one redwood tree and the power, the energy of a redwood tree, and then imagine an entire forest of redwood trees, and how the water must have reacted, how the water must have felt to have this enormous life force on the planet, and that the water and the trees were partners and existed. And then we came along, and that, you know, the water must have been excited that people were coming along. We're the next highest form of consciousness. And the first versions of us that came were really connected and understood and related to the spirit of the water. And then something happened, I think, you know, where we maybe disconnected, and we lost a lot of us, it lost our connection. And I love what's happening here is this opportunity to come back, and almost all the speakers here, you know, have this personal spirit connection to the spirit of the water. And so one of the things we did for this World Water Day was we said, gosh, if we could help, you know, people and deepen their relationship with water. And so we created a 7-day water experience on where you could sign up to just drink water for 7 days and eat whatever food you normally eat, but to really step into deepening your relationship with water just by drinking water and paying attention to the water. And as you pour your water, it has your attention. It's like the water likes to be seen, and it responds that way. And I really think that as we can all deepen our relationships with water that way, water is a key to unlocking the potential for us to be better partners on this planet. And when we begin to deepen our relationship with the planet, we change how we relate to each other. And when we change how we relate to each other, everything can change. So I like to thank you, Matt. Thank you, Kalani, and thank you, Doc, Ramsey. So I'm really anxious to hear what the rest of the water stories.
I agree. I mean, it's been so nice watching these last few hours. It's kind of like watching the Best Friends Club, right? We're seeing all these faces we know, and it's interesting to see us all in the knowing. So we definitely are pleased to be here, Matt. I know there's so many other voices to hear from in this space. So thank you for the time. And if we have the opportunity to come back, I'll tell you a story about the water.
We want to definitely hear that story, Kalani. Thank you so much. It's been a huge inspiration for everything. And Rick, beautifully spoken. Thank you for that. And I feel what I'm looking ahead at, to me, and some people I've just met today, it's a family, it's Ohana. And I got that first sense of Ohana in Hawaii with Elizabeth, actually, the Ohana, and then with Kalani, and then over with Papalei.
Just wanted to say hi to Michael. It's been a while since I've seen him. Good to see you, brother.
So I feel I'm looking at, there is a water ohana here. We're all water ohana. And I just want to give my deep gratitude for the journey that it's taken me on, and to meet every single one of you, whether it's virtually or in person. And in person, it will happen soon. If anyone would like to tell a story, I've got no timings for this. And some people might tell a story of Papalei or Doc Ramsey. If you want to have the floor, would love to hear from you. But there's no pressure.
Ali, go ahead. Love to hear you. Aloha. Thank you, Matt. Good to see you.
You too. Thank you.
You're on mute, Pali.
Aloha. Can you hear me?
Aloha.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Matt. Aloha to everyone. All the wisdoms that have been shared have been really, truly overwhelming, and I'd like to thank everyone for sharing. But I think there's an important dimension that I think that we all share, and perhaps have not amplified in some situation more so than others. I think the sense of Earth Mother is particularly poignant in Polynesia. We have two mothers and two fathers. When a child is born in Polynesia, the umbilical cord is wrapped in tea leaves and buried in the ground. That is symbolic of your connection to your Earth Mother. So you have your birth mother, and by the burial and the connection of the umbilical cord to the earth, that is your Earth Mother. This is profoundly meaningful for us because, for example, when my mother passed, the grieving was not as great because I knew she was now with my Earth Mother. This is particularly poignant as you grow older. I cannot to this day watch somebody cut down a tree. So I begin to sense the feelings and the energies of plants, of the natural realm, and I can also sense pain. So I think this is what our ancestors wanted us to never forget, that we are connected. The Moana is our mother, the mountain. And so we need to do what we do to our mother and our father, is to love them and to protect them and to be respectful there is an important wisdom that I also would like to share. It's called the Va, V-A. And the Va is a sacred space. And in that sacred space, between people, between things, between molecules, between atoms, between galaxies, that sacred space is where you find the seamlessness of all things. And so in order to enter that space, you need to be aware of it. And I learned as a young boy, the wisdom of the Va. And it was taught to me by an elder fisherman who was part of my ohana in Samoa. And he pointed out that it's more than just a fishnet, that the Va is the empty space between the strands of a fishnet. According to my elder, the Va, or empty space between the strands, is where the wind builds its nest and captures the music and whispers of the universe. Easily attuned by elders, by mothers, children, and the kin of the natural realm. I thought that was nonsense, of course, growing up. But then I was young enough to know everything. And then when I went to college, I learned about a man named Mozart, perhaps the greatest composer in history with over 600 works in his 30-year lifespan. And what stunned me was when asked about his music, and his reply, and the quote was, "The music is not in the notes, it's in the silence between." I finally realized that this is a universal, that you don't have to be by an island, that the Va is something that it's a sense of awareness that is gifted to individuals, regardless of your background, your ethnicity, or your culture. And then I learned that to gain access to the Va, or the sacred place, where that seamlessness to all things exists, one had to go through the understanding of certain, what we would call protocols or cultural behaviors. And the first protocol to gain the Va, to gain a pathway into the realm of the Va, is what we call the Tofa Fa'amangalo. It literally means the wisdoms of forgiveness. You cannot speak to your mother's suffering, and you cannot speak to your father's problems that are being caused by man unless you first ask forgiveness. Too many search for a cure for the problem, identify everything outside of oneself as the cause. Pollution, industrial waste, greed, power, pride, ignorance, etc. And with the belief that one can fix the problem like repairing a machine by replacing a defunct part with a new one. It's part of our cultural lexicon in the West. We have a problem, let's fix it. Even today, the doctor greets you as a patient with, let's find the problem so we can fix it, as if you were a lawnmower with a problem. However, there's a difference in which our elders have taught us. There's a difference between curing and healing. In medicine, curing, like fixing, is removing all evidence of the disease. In life, removing all evidence of the disease would be like removing all physical causes of pollution, etc. Yes, it might be cured, but it's not healed. That's the difference. And to push it a little further, how do you fix hate? You don't, you can't. It can only be healed. And to be healed requires one to be whole again. And to become whole, one must first, in our protocols that passed down by our elders, you must first seek forgiveness. Who are you to proclaim this, that, and the other until you first seek forgiveness? Mother's hurt. So you say, well, I can come up with it. No, no, you apologize to her. How do you do that? By engaging with humility, embracing with respect, and sustaining with aloha. Before we engage our journey to engage Mother Nature in all of her manifestations, we must first be whole and one again with her. Heal thyself. Be first seeking forgiveness for the harmful actions of our species. When you start by seeking forgiveness, engaging with humility, embracing with respect, and sustaining with aloha, healing begins. Not from the outside in, but from the inside out. Lastly, it is this wisdom that I derive my definition of leadership after teaching Western concepts at the University of Hawaii Business College for over a decade. And I'd like to leave that with you as we weave forward together in unison. And that is, good leaders lead, but great leaders heal. Mahalo.
Mahalo, mahalo. We may only have a few minutes in this room, but we're just checking if we can extend it. I don't want to rush anything.
No,
Dog Ramsey.
Yeah, thank you, man. That's always an inspiration when we're in the room with Pali and of course Kalani. But Matt, thank you for bringing us together. If I may build upon that great wisdom of the Va, and as we've heard so many times today about Mother and Mother Earth, it is interesting that in our language, in Hawaii, Polynesia, the mother, the woman, is referred to as Vahine. Vahine. The first word Va, capturing that sacredness once again in that being, that entity of Vahine. The second term, He, refers to the rising of waters from within this sacred place, the Va, He. Ne, which then travels through the space called air, as walking through an empty space. The term Vahi refers to a place. We say Vahikapu, a sacred place, or Vahipana, a storied place. So isn't it appropriate then that our mothers are referred to as Vahine, the life givers, for they give us the waters of life. As the ocean is around us here in Hawaii, we refer to the waves that we heard earlier in the presence of being near the water. We refer to them as nalu. A deeper meaning of nalu is not just waves, but nalu is the amniotic fluid. So we in Hawaii, in this place, in the middle of the sea, an emphasis in the middle, in the sea. We're not on.
Ramsey might have
Ocean.
frozen.
And as Pali described, this is all an inside job. It all starts from within. We came from within. We perceive and experience from within. Oftentimes deceived by what is outside. But that sense of belonging is that sense that comes from within. And as we live in the water, as the waters return and begin to rise around us, whether you're on the coasts of the continents or in the middle of the sea. The question is, how do we treat mother? If you were told, Matt, that your mother were coming home to live with you, or grandmother was about to arrive, would we accommodate her by creating a space for her? Or would we build walls to keep her out? In many places, people are building walls to keep mother out. It's an inside job. How can we keep her out? I think this gathering today is a reminder that we're all connected inside and not just outside, and not to be deceived by what we see, but to really connect to what we perceive and to continue to look in rather than always watching out. Matt, thank you for the time. Pali, Kalani, it's always a pleasure. And it's always good to see our family, the Moana Ohana, come together to share the water. Yeah.
We're all in the waters together. Mahalo.
It's always together. Thank you. Mahalo. Ahoyo.
Mahalo, mahalo. I'm just going to check with Shelley. How long have we got? A few minutes?
If Susie and Charlotte are okay to start 15 minutes late.
Well, I'm going to have to still do bedtime at 10 with my
Okay.
children, so make sure they're in bed. So, but we could try and condense what we're doing.
Okay.
We have a few more prayers. I just want to complete, a closing prayer, and we should be complete.
Beautiful.
Tessa, I wanted to come back to you, and Grandmother Sasa, you may wish to say a prayer. And if Kalani, you want to say another one, or you want to complete with Grandmother Sasa, I leave it to your wisdom. We have a few moments. Thank you very much. Mahalo, mahalo. Tessa.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you for coming back to me. And I don't think I mentioned that I'm in Fiji, and I'm very much here as I am there with each one of you. And it is, it's heartening. It's so heartening to hear you all speak of Mother. I need to take you back to the ocean with me. And all that Mother wants and needs is not only your pleadings for forgiveness, but to simply come back, even if it's with your problems, and offer them to her. And maybe simply say, "Here, Mother, take it and do with it what you will." And she will. And should a teardrop fall, allow it. But this is the reminder that you are the ocean, and the ocean is in you. Naka. Thank you for hearing and seeing and for feeling. So this is what's needed, you see. It's the feeling part that will move and shift, that will bring that through which emotion moves. Thank you, everybody.
Mahalo.
Naka.
Mahalo. Grandmother Sasa, you may wish to take us out. Mahalo. Just muted, Grandmother.
Grandfather Chief, Mother our Creator, the waters of our spirits and our souls, may it wash away all those things that we don't need anymore and bring peace and harmony and love back in the flow of our life. We are that liquid crystal, those chips that have been programmed before we even entered this earth to bring us into this area that we have come back in this circle once again. I thank you, grandmothers and grandfathers, today for coming in this circle. I thank the universe for bringing the spirits of those above down, our ancestors, to remind us once again, to feel is to heal. And in healing, there are many roads that we have to take. And in that, we will all come together again within the circle of life so that we can hold hands and be free once again. I thank you with the honor and the guidance and the love of all these words today. May we all find the creative part within our hearts to find our way back to the water once again. Aho.
Aho. Thank you, everybody. I apologize for extending it a little bit. Kalani, did you want to say a word or so before we hand over?
I was uncertain that you had any time, so, yeah, I would if you had time, but my timekeeping sense tells me you're out of time, so.
I have no control of the time afterwards. Someone needs to tell me whether we have time or we don't have time.
Please, would be really welcome hearing from Kalani.
Kalani. Thank you, Grandmother Sasa. Beautiful. Kalani, please take us away. Take us home.
Oh, thank you. I'm uncertain as to what I can add or offer that hasn't been eloquently spoken to in terms of the sacredness of water. Water as the observer, water as the recorder, water as the holding place for all of life. You've all heard me tell stories of the grandmother who comes in the form of ice, older than the sun, to our solar system, and the great-grandmother's place in the pantheon, the grandfather's sun, the grandmother moon, the sky father, the earth mother, and the ingenue, the granddaughter, or we say the woman that is the sea, Nawahine o Kekai, or you saw Vahine Moana. So the family that you are never without are these great elemental relationships. They say the sky father had an affair with the young woman, the woman that is the sea. And all three generations of water are aware of this. The grandmother moon, the Earth Mother, the woman that is the sea, and the great grandmother from space, the ice, all aware in the water cycle of the relationship with the Sky Father and the woman that is the sea. And their life flourishes in the tidal pools, the single cell organisms, the more complex organisms. One day, the woman that is the sea, the ocean itself, decides to encapsulate itself in a living being, and the ocean comes up onto the Earth Mother, up onto dry land, each living being holding the ocean within themselves. In this moment, the Earth Mother can have her revenge for the infidelity of the Sky Father and the betrayal of the woman that is the sea. But that's not what happens. What happens is the Earth Mother welcomes life. The Earth Mother embraces life wholly, multiplies life. Soon life is all over the face of the earth. Soon life is given wing and takes flight, and the Sky Father gets to enjoy his creation. So we know in Polynesia, we know that if you value life, then compassion, forgiveness, aloha, these are the things that matter. This is the greatness of the Earth Mother. And this is why we bury our umbilical cords, our piko, into the earth as a sign of respect. We recognize that we come from the sea. We recognize that we are the sea walking, 70% water. All of life is the sea walking, or swimming, or flying, or just sitting and having a cup of tea. Ask Matt. All of life within the water, and all of life within compassion, within empathy, within the need to be loved and to love. Now, the Sky Father and the woman that is the sea, their affair is what we call the rain cycle, the water cycle that moves on the planet. And that uplift of the water from the ocean into the sky, and the sky moving onto the Earth Mother and raining down. So in Hawaii, the word ua, or rain, is a code word for people, ua. And the reason they say that is because your life is the life of a raindrop. Each human being, an individual drop of water, born or rained down the vaginal canal into the mountaintop of your life, where you experience the puddles and the rivulets of your family, and the streams and the rivers of your education, and the lakes of your vocation. And occasionally, you end up getting stagnant, little puddle on the side of the mainstream. And then you need a big old storm, a little bit of conflict, a little extra push to wash that water out and continue it on its journey. No longer stagnant, but moving yet again towards the sea. Ever and always, the drop is returning to the sea. My grandfather says to me, does the drop remember that it is the drop once it enters the sea? This is the critical point, boy, he would say to me. Know thyself, that thou may knowest God. Does the drop, does the particle, remember it is the particle when it becomes part of the wave. Does the drop remember when it becomes part of the ocean? And so the water has always been used as a way of describing our experience, because in fact, from the Hawaiian perspective, we are the water. The water is the sacred connection between us all. Just as I feel this connection between all of you. So, mahalo, mahalo piha. Remember to know thyself is the lesson. So I leave you with a prayer. Mahalo ke akua. Mahalo awakea. E kane i ka wai. Mahalo i ka la. E nawa hine o ke kai. Mahalo e papa honua. E pai aina e ola mai. Mahalo e mahina. Le kuhi mana I ike mai. Mahalo e mahina nui. Mai ka apo ike au. Mahalo ia ka kou. He mana o pono he na au. Mahalo he mele nei. He hula pa. He ho pono pono. Mahalo ke akua. Thank you, Creator, who stands behind all things. Thank you, Sky Father and the Spirit in the water. Thank you, Grandfather's Son and the woman that is the sea. Thank you, Earth Mother, for the life you bring to the land, for all who reside. Thank you, Grandmother Moon, for the time and the tides. Thank you, great grandmother, who from the darkness of space brings us light. Thank you, all of you, for what you think is right and what you feel. And thank you for the music and for the dance and for the time to heal. Thank you, great Creator, and the Spirit in the water. Mahalo ke akua, e kane I ka wai. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Mahalo.
Mahalo.
Heyo, mahalo.
Thank you all. Thank you, Susie, for allowing this. My apologies for going over. Beautiful.
It is the most extraordinary privilege, and I am so grateful for the faces that I see and the wisdom that is being represented here. Yeah, I mean, it feels like a deep privilege and an honor, Matt. So, you know.
Everybody, we look forward to the next water stories. Thank you for all your stories. And we'll go until the last story's been told. Susie, over to you. Mahalo.